Hey everyone, today's journey warps across 600 light-years to Kepler-22b, a distant super-Earth swirling under an alien sun. We begin with what if you landed on Kepler-22b, as we dive headfirst into speculative science. Before you settle in, please like the video and subscribe if you haven't already. Your support makes these cosmic explorations possible. Let us know where you're tuning in from, and what time it is in your corner of the world. Your comments connect us across the void. Now dim the lights, wrap yourself in something warm, and let the soft crackle of the fire guide your mind toward calm. Prepare to drift into rest as we trace Kepler-22b's mysterious oceans, unearthly weather, and the challenges that would test every breath you take. The journey begins as your spacecraft approaches Kepler-22b, a mysterious world 600 light-years from Earth. Through your viewport, the planet gradually transforms from a distant pinpoint to a looming sphere. Its features start to resolve. Swirling cloud patterns dance across its surface, catching the light of its parent star. This moment marks the culmination of mankind's most ambitious voyage yet. This is no ordinary destination. Kepler-22b represents the first potentially habitable exoplanet humans have ever visited. As your landing craft separates from the main vessel, you might feel a momentary unease. No human has ever set foot on this alien world. Everything scientists know about it comes from distant observations, computer models, and educated guesses. The craft shudders as it hits the upper atmosphere. Heat builds around the thermal shield. Your heart races as gravity takes hold. Through the intermittent clouds you glimpse the surface rushing toward you. The landing thrusters fire automatically. A final jolt. Silence. You have arrived on another world. The first thing you notice might be the temperature. Despite Kepler-22b residing in what astronomers call the habitable zone, the region around a star where temperatures could allow liquid water to exist, conditions here differ dramatically from Earth. Your environmental suit registers an external temperature of 95 degrees Celsius. That exceeds the temperature of boiling water at sea level on Earth. Human skin would blister and burn within seconds of exposure. The exterior cooling systems of your suit work overtime, whirring audibly as they struggle to maintain a survivable internal temperature. Why such extreme heat? Kepler-22b orbits a star slightly cooler than our Sun at a distance that should make its temperature moderate. The answer lies partially in its atmosphere. Scientists long suspected this super-Earth, a planet larger than Earth but smaller than Neptune, possessed a thick atmospheric blanket. They were right. The atmospheric pressure here registers at nearly 5 times that of Earth at sea level. This dense cocktail of gases traps heat exceptionally well, creating what scientists call a runaway greenhouse effect. The same phenomenon occurs on Venus in our solar system, rendering it hot enough to melt lead. You trudge forward across the landing site, each movement requiring extra effort against the higher gravity. The heat feels oppressive even through your environmental controls. Your suit's external temperature sensors fluctuate wildly as you move between areas of direct starlight and shadow. In direct illumination from Kepler-22's star, surface temperatures spike to 110 degrees Celsius. Move into the shadow of a rock formation, and the temperature drops marginally to 85 degrees. This extreme temperature variation within short distances creates unusual weather patterns. Look up and you might notice rapidly forming clouds. The intense surface heating causes moisture to evaporate quickly, rising until it condenses in the slightly cooler upper atmosphere. These clouds offer little respite, however. Unlike on Earth where clouds often block sunlight and cool the surface, the greenhouse gases here trap much of that heat regardless of cloud cover. As you continue your exploration, your boots sink slightly into the surface. The ground beneath you feels nothing like Earth soil. It consists of a fine, dark material resembling ash that retains heat extraordinarily well. By midday, this surface material has absorbed so much thermal energy that it radiates heat like a stovetop. Your suit detects ground temperatures approaching 120 degrees Celsius. Any exposed metal equipment placed directly on the surface would become hot enough to cause third-degree burns within seconds. The relentless heat affects everything around you. The landing craft's cooling systems work continuously, venting excess heat through radiator panels. These systems consume enormous amounts of energy just to keep the craft's interior at a survivable 30 degrees Celsius. Any mechanical failure in these systems would prove catastrophic. Crew members inside would begin experiencing heat stroke within hours as temperatures climb to lethal levels. Water management becomes an immediate concern in these conditions. Your body continuously loses moisture through sweat, even inside your climate-controlled suit. The suit's water recycling systems capture and purify this moisture, but the efficiency rate never reaches 100%. Each day on the surface results in a net water loss. Long-term survival would require finding and processing local water sources, a challenging prospect given the hostile surface conditions. The extreme heat profoundly impacts your exploration capabilities. Electronic equipment overheats quickly if not properly insulated. Battery life diminishes substantially compared to performance in Earth conditions. Cameras and sensors require special cooling attachments to function reliably. Even with these adaptations, you cannot remain in direct sunlight for extended periods without risking equipment failure. Your research mission calls for collecting surface samples. This seemingly simple task becomes complicated by the temperature extremes. Many collection containers would warp or melt under the intense heat. Specialized thermal materials developed for Venus exploration missions find new utility here. Even with these tools, you must work quickly. Samples change properties rapidly once collected, as minerals that were stable at extreme temperatures begin transforming when moved into your relatively cooler collection equipment. Moving farther from the landing site, you notice the landscape shimmering in the distance. This visual distortion comes from heat waves rising from the scorching surface. The phenomenon makes distance judgment difficult and creates mirages, similar to those seen in Earth's hottest deserts. These optical illusions could prove dangerous, potentially leading explorers astray or making hazardous terrain features difficult to identify until dangerously close. The heat cycle never truly ends on Kepler-22b, but it does fluctuate. As the distant star begins to set on your first day, you might expect significant cooling. The temperature does drop, but far less than you anticipated. By midnight, surface temperatures still hover around 70 degrees Celsius. The thick atmosphere functions like a thermal blanket, retaining much of the day's accumulated heat throughout the night cycle. This phenomenon differs dramatically from airless worlds like Earth's moon, where temperatures plunge hundreds of degrees between day and night. This relatively modest temperature swing between day and night creates challenges for power generation. Solar collectors work efficiently during daylight hours but remain necessary even at night when equipment cooling demands continue. The consistent high temperatures also mean that radiative cooling, the process of shedding excess heat into the cold vacuum of space that works efficiently on worlds with thin atmospheres, functions poorly here. Your equipment must rely on active cooling methods that consume precious energy resources. The planet's orbit around its star takes around 290 days to complete, somewhat similar to Earth's year. However, without comprehensive data on the planet's axial tilt, scientists cannot predict seasonal variations with certainty. Initial observations suggest Kepler-22b experiences moderate seasons, but nothing like the dramatic winter to summer swings seen in Earth's polar regions. The thick atmosphere moderates these changes, much as Earth's oceans serve as thermal regulators, absorbing and slowly releasing heat. The planet's size also influences its temperature patterns. Kepler-22b has approximately 2.4 times Earth's radius, giving it a much larger surface area. This expanded size means heat distributes differently across its surface. Massive air circulation patterns develop, creating persistent high and low pressure systems larger than any on Earth. These weather patterns contribute to temperature variations across different latitudes and regions, potentially creating slightly more temperate zones away from the equator. Your exploration team must constantly monitor both external conditions and your own physiological responses. The human body struggles to thermoregulate in extreme heat, even with technological assistance. Your core temperature rises despite your suit's cooling efforts. Prolonged exposure leads to cognitive impairment as your brain essentially begins overheating. Decision-making becomes impaired. Reaction times slow. These cognitive effects pose additional dangers in an already hazardous environment. Sleep proves difficult under these conditions. Your body normally cools slightly during sleep cycles, a process interrupted by the constant environmental heat stress. Even inside the climate-controlled landing craft, the psychological awareness of the extreme heat outside affects your rest. Crew members report vivid dreams of burning landscapes and unquenchable thirst. These sleep disturbances compound the physical stress of operating in this environment. The extreme temperatures influence your dietary needs as well. Your body burns calories at an accelerated rate as it struggles to maintain core temperature. The constant stress response triggers hormonal changes that affect appetite and digestion. Specialized nutritional supplements become necessary to replace electrolytes lost through excessive sweating. The standard space rations designed for missions to Mars or the Moon prove insufficient for the metabolic demands of Kepler-22b. Communication equipment suffers under the thermal stress. Radio signals propagate differently through the hot, dense atmosphere. Transmission ranges decrease compared to predictions based on Earth or Mars experiences. The landing craft must boost signal strength to maintain contact with the orbiting mothership, consuming additional power. Satellite relays deployed in orbit become essential for maintaining continuous communication across the planet's surface. The heat creates unexpected hazards during exploration. Surface materials expand and contract with temperature fluctuations, creating unusual sounds as the landscape essentially groans under thermal stress. Certain mineral formations might shatter explosively when rapidly cooled, such as when exposed to the relatively cooler temperature of collection equipment. These unpredictable reactions make sample collection not just difficult but potentially dangerous. Vehicle operations present additional challenges. Any surface rover must include extensive thermal protection for both mechanical components and any human occupants. Tires or treads made from materials suitable for Mars exploration would quickly degrade in Kepler-22b's extreme heat. Metal components expand beyond typical tolerances, causing binding in precision mechanisms. Lubricants vaporize rapidly, requiring constant replenishment or specially formulated alternatives designed for high-temperature applications. Looking up from the scorching surface, the sky appears unlike anything on Earth. The thick atmosphere creates unusual light scattering effects, tinting the daylight sky a deep orange rather than Earth's familiar blue. At sunset, the effect intensifies, creating spectacular bands of red, yellow, and purple as light passes through varying atmospheric layers. These beautiful displays offer momentary psychological relief from the oppressive heat, reminding explorers of the scientific value of enduring such harsh conditions. Water exists on Kepler-22b, but not always in expected forms. At the extreme surface temperatures found in equatorial regions, water cannot exist in liquid form without significant atmospheric pressure. Instead, it instantly vaporizes into steam. This creates localized high-humidity microclimates, where water vents from beneath the surface. These steam vents might host unique extremophile organisms, adapted to life at temperatures that would denature most Earth proteins. Such discoveries would revolutionize our understanding of life's potential throughout the universe. As night finally falls, you notice an unusual phenomenon. Certain mineral formations in the landscape appear to glow with a faint luminescence. This results from phosphorescent compounds that absorb radiation during daylight hours and slowly release it as visible light during darkness. These glowing rocks create an eerily beautiful landscape under the alien stars. Scientists speculate that native life forms, if they exist, might use this property for navigation or other essential functions. The research station established near the landing site incorporates multiple redundant cooling systems. Living quarters feature triple insulated walls containing vacuum layers similar to those in high-performance thermos bottles. Even with these precautions, the interior feels perpetually warm and slightly humid. The constant hum of cooling equipment becomes the soundtrack to daily life. Power generation must prioritize climate control above all other functions, except life support. Any power failure would turn the research station into an oven within hours. Your expedition includes climate scientists specializing in extreme environments. Their instruments record data continuously, mapping temperature variations across the landscape and through atmospheric layers. This information helps refine models of climate dynamics on super-Earths, a planetary class common throughout our galaxy but absent from our solar system. The suffering endured in Kepler-22b's heat serves a greater scientific purpose, potentially helping humanity understand thousands of similar worlds. After weeks of heat exposure, subtle physical changes become noticeable among the expedition members. Skin develops increased melanin production in response to radiation exposure, darkening complexions regardless of original skin tone. Blood vessels near the skin surface become more prominent as the body attempts to increase heat radiation. Muscle mass decreases slightly despite exercise regimens, as the body prioritizes functions critical to heat regulation. These physiological adaptations demonstrate the human body's remarkable but limited ability to adjust to extreme environments. The constant heat exposure affects psychological health as well. Crew members report increasing irritability and difficulty concentrating on complex tasks. Psychological evaluations show elevated stress hormones approaching levels associated with chronic anxiety. The medical team implements mandatory relaxation periods in the coolest sections of the habitat. Virtual reality systems provide simulated experiences of Earth's Arctic regions, offering mental relief through the power of suggestion. These countermeasures help but cannot completely overcome the biological stress response to chronic heat exposure. Despite the technological marvels that make human survival possible on Kepler-22b, the heat represents a fundamental limit to exploration. Even with the best environmental protection systems, surface operations must remain brief. Most scientific research transitions to automated systems and rovers, specially designed for the extreme conditions. Human presence proves most valuable in equipment maintenance, sample analysis within controlled environments, and making adaptive decisions based on unexpected discoveries. The most extensive exploration occurs virtually, through remotely operated systems that extend human perception without exposing bodies to the crushing heat. The scientific instruments deployed across the landing site area reveal surprising temperature variations in the subsurface environment. While surface temperatures remain extreme, measurements just 10 meters underground show significantly cooler conditions. This temperature gradient suggests possibilities for more habitable zones beneath the burning surface. Future missions might focus on subsurface exploration, potentially discovering microclimates where temperatures remain consistently below 100 degrees Celsius. Such areas could host indigenous life forms or provide more viable zones for extended human presence. As your body struggles against the relentless heat of Kepler-22b, you might wonder about the possibility of terraforming this world. Could humans engineer an environment more suitable for Earth life? The challenge proves dramatically more difficult than similar proposals for Mars. Where Mars requires warming and atmospheric thickening, Kepler-22b would need substantial cooling and modification of its existing thick atmosphere. Such planetary engineering remains theoretically possible but would require energy expenditures and technological capabilities far beyond current human civilization. For the foreseeable future, adaptation to the planet's conditions rather than changing the planet itself represents the only viable approach. Temperature variations across the planet's surface raise intriguing questions about possible habitable niches. While equatorial regions experience the most extreme heat, areas near the poles might offer marginally more temperate conditions. High-altitude regions could also provide relief from the worst surface temperatures. Expedition planners debate relocating the research base to such areas, weighing the benefits of reduced thermal stress against the logistical challenges of moving established infrastructure. The discussion highlights a fundamental challenge of exoplanet exploration. The initial landing site selection relied on limited orbital data, with the full complexity of surface conditions only becoming apparent after arrival. The extreme heat affects your perception of time. Days seem to stretch endlessly when every moment involves physical discomfort. The standard 24-hour Earth-day cycle, maintained inside the habitat, feels increasingly arbitrary against the longer planetary rotation period of Kepler-22b. Your body struggles to maintain normal circadian rhythms without the familiar temperature drops associated with Earth nights. Sleep researchers among the expedition team document these effects, gathering valuable data on human adaptation to alien day cycles. Their findings suggest that extended missions would require either pharmacological assistance or gradual adjustment to local time patterns to maintain crew health and performance. After 3 months on the surface, your team has mapped temperature variations across a 50-kilometer radius from the landing site. The data reveals complex patterns influenced by altitude, surface composition, and local topography. Certain valley floors experience extreme temperature traps where hot air pools, creating zones approaching 140 degrees Celsius during peak heating periods. Conversely, the shadowed sides of highlands offer temperature oases where readings occasionally drop below 70 degrees. These discoveries inform future exploration strategies, with routes planned to maximize time in these relatively cooler regions. The scientific instruments brought to study Kepler-22b themselves become subjects of research as engineers document their performance under extreme conditions. Materials selected for their heat resistance sometimes fail in unexpected ways. Specialized ceramics develop microfractures after repeated thermal cycling. Electrical components rated for high temperatures degrade faster than predicted. These failures provide valuable data for designing next-generation exploration equipment. Each broken sensor or malfunctioning rover contributes to humanity's growing expertise in operating technology under alien environmental conditions. As difficult as the heat makes surface exploration, it creates opportunities for certain types of research impossible on more temperate worlds. Geologists study mineral formations that only occur at sustained high temperatures. Atmospheric scientists observe weather patterns driven by extreme thermal gradients. Materials researchers test experimental compounds under natural conditions that would require enormous energy expenditures to simulate on Earth. These scientific silver linings provide motivation to endure the discomfort, transforming suffering into discovery. Despite the best technological protections, prolonged exposure to Kepler-22b's extreme temperatures begins to affect your health. Medical scans show subtle changes to internal organ function as your body copes with chronic heat stress. Kidney efficiency decreases as these organs work overtime to maintain proper hydration levels. Heart rate remains elevated even during rest periods. The medical team implements mandatory rotation schedules, limiting consecutive days of surface exposure and enforcing recovery periods in the habitat's coolest sections. These precautions help mitigate but cannot eliminate the physiological toll of existing in an environment so fundamentally hostile to human life. Communication with Earth takes 4 years round trip at light speed, making real-time consultation impossible. The expedition must be self-sufficient in addressing the unexpected challenges posed by Kepler-22b's extreme temperatures. The mission planners anticipated harsh conditions but could not predict the specific ways heat would impact operations. The expedition's engineers continuously modify equipment and protocols based on surface experience. This adaptive approach proves essential to mission success, highlighting the irreplaceable value of human ingenuity in space exploration, despite the physical costs of placing humans in such environments. The relentless heat of Kepler-22b might make you question whether any form of life could evolve or survive here. Yet Earth's extremophile organisms offer tantalizing hints at life's adaptability. Certain archaea on Earth thrive in hydrothermal vents at temperatures approaching 120 degrees Celsius. These organisms use specialized proteins and cell structures that remain stable at temperatures that would destroy most Earth life. The search for similar life forms becomes a primary mission objective, with special attention paid to those relatively cooler microenvironments where Earth extremophiles might find conditions recognizable. But what about deeper below the surface? As temperature sensors drill further into Kepler-22b's crust, they reveal an intriguing pattern. Unlike Earth, where temperatures increase with depth due to our planet's hot core, certain regions of Kepler-22b show temperature decreases below 10 meters. This unexpected thermal gradient suggests complex interactions between surface heating, internal planetary processes, and possibly subsurface water movements. These findings tantalize scientists with the possibility that while the surface remains brutally hot, a more temperate environment might exist underground. Perhaps the most habitable zone of this alien world lies beneath your feet, hidden from remote observation but potentially hosting conditions where complex life could evolve. The heat and the way it transforms potential habitability raises fundamental questions for your expedition. If life exists on this super-Earth, it likely bears little resemblance to terrestrial organisms. Such life might use chemical processes optimized for high temperatures, perhaps utilizing the abundant thermal energy directly rather than relying exclusively on stellar radiation as Earth's photosynthetic organisms do. Such discoveries would dramatically expand humanity's understanding of life's potential throughout the cosmos. The discomfort you experience paves the way for perhaps the most profound scientific revelations possible. As you contemplate these possibilities from within your cooling suit, the ground beneath you suddenly shifts. A tremor runs through the landscape. The extreme heating and cooling cycles create enormous stresses in the planetary crust. These stresses occasionally release as seismic events more frequent and often more powerful than typical Earth earthquakes. As the tremor subsides, you notice something unusual. A fissure has opened nearby, releasing a cloud of steam. Temperature readings from this vent register significantly hotter than the surrounding terrain. Kepler-22b has more surprises to reveal, and one of them might explain why the planet's atmosphere feels so heavy and oppressive. What if the crushing pressure you feel comes from more than just the weight of the atmospheric gases above you? The tremor subsides, but the feeling of heaviness remains. In fact, it never leaves you on Kepler-22b. From the moment you stepped onto this super-Earth, your body registered the difference. Each limb feels as though it carries invisible weights. Your muscles strain against a force you cannot see but constantly feel. This is not the atmospheric pressure alone, though that certainly contributes to the sensation. This is gravity itself, pulling at your body with a force nearly twice what you experienced on Earth. Kepler-22b has a radius approximately 2.4 times that of Earth. While its exact mass remains uncertain based on remote observations, scientific models suggest it falls somewhere between 6 and 10 Earth masses. This combination of size and mass creates a surface gravity nearly 1.8 times stronger than Earth's. This might not sound extreme until you consider what it means for your body. Every step requires almost twice the muscular effort. Your heart works harder to pump blood against the increased gravitational pull. Your spine compresses under the additional weight of your own body. The expedition planners anticipated this challenge. Your pre-mission training included extensive time in high-gravity simulators, essentially centrifuges that mimicked the expected conditions on Kepler-22b. But simulation differs from reality. The simulators created increased forces for limited periods. Here the crushing gravity never relents. It becomes the constant background condition of your existence, influencing everything from how you move to how your internal organs function. Your environmental suit incorporates exoskeletal elements, mechanical assistance that helps your muscles cope with the increased load. Without these reinforcements, even simple movements would quickly exhaust you. The suit constantly adjusts, sensing your movements and providing just enough support to offset the worst effects of the high gravity. Despite this technological assistance, fatigue accumulates more rapidly than on Earth. Tasks that might have taken an hour in Earth gravity might require 2 hours here, with more frequent rest breaks. The crushing gravity affects your exploration capabilities in unexpected ways. Tools feel heavier, making precise movements more difficult. Something as simple as holding a scientific instrument steady requires concentrated effort. Dropped objects fall faster and hit harder, potentially damaging sensitive equipment. The expedition quickly learns to secure everything, treating the environment as if it were perpetually in motion, like a ship on rough seas. Even sitting becomes an exercise in proper body positioning to minimize strain. Moving across the landscape requires a modified gait. Long strides prove inefficient and unnecessarily taxing. The exploration team adopts a shuffling walk, keeping feet close to the ground and maintaining a slightly lower center of gravity. The natural human tendency to bounce slightly with each step disappears, replaced by a deliberate, energy-conserving movement pattern. This adaptation happens unconsciously as your body learns to cope with the relentless pull downward. Water behaves differently under increased gravity. Streams flow faster for the same gradient. Waves in any standing water bodies form and collapse more quickly. Splashes fall back to surfaces more rapidly. These differences seem subtle until you attempt to collect liquid samples. Pipettes and collection tools calibrated for Earth gravity operate unpredictably. Engineers must recalibrate equipment, accounting for the stronger gravitational pull. The scientific team learns to adjust their expectations and techniques, developing new protocols specific to Kepler-22b conditions. The higher gravity influences the planet's geology as well. Mountains tend to be lower and broader than equivalent formations on Earth. Erosion processes operate more aggressively. Landslides occur more readily on slopes that would remain stable on Earth. These geological differences affect exploration planning. Areas that appear easily traversable in satellite imagery sometimes present unexpected challenges on the ground. Seemingly modest inclines require significant exertion to climb, with each step fighting against the enhanced pull of gravity. The expedition's medical team monitors crew health obsessively. Blood pressure rises as the cardiovascular system works harder against gravity. Fluid distribution within the body changes, with more pooling in the lower extremities. The human spine, evolved for Earth's gravity, experiences compression that can lead to significant discomfort and potentially long-term damage. Compression stockings become standard equipment, helping to prevent blood pooling in the legs. Regular stretching exercises become mandatory to counteract spinal compression. Your skeletal system responds to the increased gravitational load over time. Bone density increases gradually, particularly in the legs and spine. This adaptation partially mitigates the risks of long-term exposure, but comes with its own costs. The increased bone formation requires additional calcium and other minerals, necessitating dietary supplements beyond those normally provided on space missions. The medical team carefully balances nutrition to support these physiological adaptations without creating new health problems. Sleep positions require modification under high-gravity conditions. The traditional Earth position of lying flat on your back places excessive pressure on the spine and respiratory system. Most crew members adopt a slight incline, with the upper body elevated. Some prefer sleeping on their sides with specially designed cushioning to maintain proper spine alignment. These adaptations help but cannot eliminate the physical stress completely. Sleep quality suffers, with most expedition members reporting less restful sleep than they experienced on Earth. The crushing gravity affects psychological well-being as well. The constant physical strain creates a background level of discomfort that colors all experiences. Crew members report feeling perpetually tired, their moods generally more subdued than during Earth training or even during the long journey to Kepler-22b. The psychological support team implements additional recreational time and stress reduction activities. Virtual reality systems prove particularly valuable, allowing temporary mental escape from the relentless gravitational pull even when the body remains subject to it. Biological processes you typically take for granted require adjustment under increased gravity. Digestion slows as the digestive tract works against stronger gravitational forces. The respiratory system labors as the diaphragm pushes against the increased weight of abdominal organs. Even blood circulation faces challenges, with the heart working harder to pump blood to the brain against the stronger downward pull. These changes necessitate modifications to activity schedules, meal timing, and rest periods. The human body proves adaptable but operates at a metabolic cost significantly higher than on Earth. The expedition's equipment suffers under the increased gravitational load as well. Mechanical systems designed with specific tolerances for Earth conditions experience accelerated wear. Bearings carry greater loads than anticipated. Structural components flex more than their design specifications anticipated. The maintenance team works continuously, reinforcing critical systems and replacing parts showing premature wear. Future missions would require equipment specifically engineered for high-gravity environments, with more robust components and additional redundancy for critical systems. Moving supplies around the base becomes a significant logistical challenge. Items weighing 50 kilograms on Earth effectively weigh 90 kilograms on Kepler-22b. Automation becomes essential for routine material handling. Robotic assistance, originally planned as a convenience, becomes a necessity for operating efficiently in the high-gravity environment. Human power conservation becomes a primary consideration in all activities, with careful assessment of which tasks truly require direct human involvement versus those that can be delegated to robotic systems. The increased gravity affects fluid dynamics in ways that impact multiple systems. Hydraulic equipment requires recalibration to operate correctly. The cooling systems for both habitats and personal environmental suits must work against stronger convective forces. Even the simple act of pouring liquids behaves differently, with streams falling faster and splashing more aggressively. These changes require adaptation of laboratory procedures, cooking methods, and personal habits. The expedition members slowly develop an intuitive understanding of how fluids behave in this environment, but not without many spills and minor accidents during the learning process. Plant growth experiments reveal fascinating adaptations to high gravity. Seeds from Earth struggle to germinate under the increased gravitational pull. Those that do sprout develop thicker stems and grow shorter than their Earth counterparts. Root systems spread more horizontally than vertically. Leaf structures grow smaller and closer to stems, minimizing the structural support required. These observations provide valuable insights into how plant life might evolve on high-gravity worlds, with implications for understanding exobiology throughout the galaxy. They also present challenges for establishing sustainable food production for long-term human presence. Animal subjects brought to study adaptation to Kepler-22b conditions show varying responses. Insects appear least affected, their small mass and exoskeletal structure well suited to high-gravity environments. Small mammals show more stress, developing thicker bones and muscle structures over generations, but suffering higher metabolic costs. These biological responses offer glimpses into how Earth life might adapt to conditions on super-Earths, potentially informing future colonization efforts on more hospitable worlds of similar mass. Daily hygiene routines transform under high-gravity conditions. The simple act of showering changes as water falls faster and feels heavier against the skin. Hair feels heavier when wet, creating unexpected strain on the neck. Traditional Earth toilets require redesign to function properly under increased gravitational pull. These intimate adaptations remind expedition members daily of their alien environment, reinforcing the psychological awareness of displacement from Earth norms. Privacy becomes more valued as individuals develop personal adaptations they might find embarrassing to share with colleagues. The increased gravity produces unexpected benefits for certain research activities. Chemical reactions proceed slightly differently, with some processes occurring more rapidly or completely than under Earth conditions. Materials testing reveals behaviors impossible to observe naturally on Earth. providing valuable data for materials science. Geological processes observable in real time here might take years or decades on Earth, offering research opportunities that justify the physical discomfort of operating in this environment. These scientific advantages provide motivational counterbalance to the physical challenges. Communication between team members changes subtly under the stress of high gravity. Conversations tend to be shorter, more direct. People stand closer together to avoid having to project their voices, which requires additional effort against the compressed lung capacity. Meeting durations decrease, with a preference for sitting discussions over standing ones. These adaptations emerge organically as the team responds to their environment. Efficiency in communication becomes valued, with less patience for lengthy explanations or discussions. The expedition psychologist notes these changes, tracking how environmental stress shapes social dynamics. The crushing gravity of Kepler-22b affects human emotional responses in subtle ways. Crew members report feeling more grounded, both literally and figuratively. The constant physical awareness of gravity creates a heightened sense of presence in the moment. Abstract thinking requires more deliberate effort when the body demands so much attention. Decision-making tends toward the practical and immediate rather than the theoretical or long-term. These psychological adaptations mirror the physical ones, representing the human mind's remarkable ability to adjust to environmental conditions, finding a new balance appropriate to circumstances. Walking up even slight inclines becomes an expedition-level event. Areas that would be casually traversed on Earth require careful planning, appropriate equipment, and realistic time allowances. The exploration team develops a detailed topographic rating system specific to Kepler-22b conditions, categorizing terrain not just by slope angle but by surface composition, distance to cover, and available rest points. Routes that minimize gravitational effort become preferred even when longer than more direct alternatives. Energy conservation drives decision-making in ways mission planners never fully anticipated. The high-gravity environment constrains the design of surface exploration vehicles. Traditional rover designs proven on Mars would struggle under Kepler-22b conditions. Wheels must be stronger, suspension systems more robust. Power requirements increase significantly just to overcome the gravitational resistance to movement. The engineering team continuously modifies the expedition's vehicles, adding reinforcement and adjusting drive systems to optimize performance. Future missions would require entirely new vehicle designs specifically engineered for high-gravity operations, perhaps drawing inspiration from Earth's heavy mining equipment rather than traditional space exploration rovers. Returning to the landing craft after surface operations feels like entering a sanctuary, though the gravity remains the same inside. Removing the environmental suit with its exoskeletal support makes the gravitational burden even more apparent. Your muscles, already strained from activity, must now support your body without assistance. The medical team implements a graduated relaxation protocol, allowing the body to adjust to the removal of support systems. Team members often spend their first 30 minutes post-excursion in specially designed recliners that provide optimal support for bodies stressed by high-gravity conditions. Long-term exposure to Kepler-22b's crushing gravity raises concerns about returning to Earth. The physiological adaptations that make functioning here possible could prove problematic in Earth's lower gravity. Muscle and bone strengthening appropriate for this environment would be excessive on Earth. The medical team develops protocols for gradually readapting to Earth gravity, utilizing the variable gravity chambers on the interstellar vessel. Without proper readaptation, returning expedition members could experience cardiovascular problems, muscle strain from overcompensation, and balance issues in Earth's relatively weaker gravitational field. The crushing gravity creates unique research opportunities regarding human adaptation limits. How long could humans remain in such conditions before suffering irreversible physiological changes? What minimum gravity level would allow sustainability for long-term human habitation? The expedition members become both researchers and subjects, their bodies providing data on adaptation to conditions never before experienced by humans. This knowledge will prove invaluable for future space exploration and potential colonization efforts, determining which exoplanets might realistically support human presence despite gravitational differences from Earth. Children born on Kepler-22b would develop very differently from Earth children. Their bones would grow denser, their muscles naturally stronger, their cardiovascular systems would develop with the capacity to efficiently circulate blood against the stronger gravitational pull. These adaptations would effectively make them a subspecies of humans specifically suited to high-gravity environments but potentially unable to function normally in Earth gravity. The expedition includes no children, but theoretical discussions of multi-generational habitation raise fascinating questions about human adaptability and divergent evolution under different planetary conditions. The high-gravity environment accelerates certain aspects of aging. Joints experience greater wear under the constant increased load. Spinal discs compress more rapidly. Cardiovascular strain accumulates, potentially leading to earlier onset of related health issues. The medical team documents these effects meticulously, comparing actual outcomes against pre-mission predictions. The data suggests that even with technological assistance and medical intervention, human lifespans might be shortened by 15 to 20% under such conditions. This sobering reality reinforces the view of Kepler-22b as a research destination, rather than a potential permanent human habitat. Your perception of your own body changes after months in high gravity. Earth norms begin to fade from memory, replaced by new expectations of how movement should feel. When expedition members watch videos from Earth, human movements appear strangely bouncy and inefficient. This perceptual adaptation represents the brain recalibrating its understanding of normal, a process that occurs below conscious awareness. The expedition psychologist notes that this adaptation actually correlates with improved mood scores, suggesting that accepting rather than constantly fighting against the new gravitational reality improves psychological well-being. Artistic expression among expedition members often incorporates themes of weight and burden. Musical compositions trend towards slower, more deliberate tempos. Visual art frequently features horizontal rather than vertical compositions. Written reflections commonly use metaphors of pressure and resistance. These creative outlets provide valuable psychological insights into how the human mind processes and expresses the experience of high gravity. The expedition's cultural anthropologist collects these works, creating an archive that documents the human response to this unique environmental stressor. The crushing gravity of Kepler-22b influences every aspect of the expedition, from scientific procedures to interpersonal dynamics. It represents perhaps the most pervasive environmental challenge, one that cannot be escaped even inside habitats. Yet human adaptability proves remarkable. After 6 months on the surface, most team members have developed new movement patterns, strength adaptations, and psychological responses that make the conditions tolerable if never comfortable. This demonstrated adaptability offers encouraging evidence for human capacity to function in environments dramatically different from Earth, though within limits that become increasingly apparent as the mission progresses. When asked about the most difficult aspect of life on Kepler-22b, most expedition members mention the gravity before the heat, despite the extreme surface temperatures. The explanation reveals much about human psychology. The heat, while extreme, can be escaped temporarily in climate-controlled environments. The gravity never relents. It remains a constant companion, influencing every movement, every bodily function, every moment of existence. This inescapable quality makes it psychologically more significant than even more extreme but intermittent environmental challenges. The crushing gravity affects sexual dynamics among the expedition members. Physical intimacy requires more energy and often proves less comfortable than on Earth. Positions and practices that worked on Earth may cause strain or discomfort here. These challenges create additional stressors in an already demanding environment. The expedition psychologist offers discreet counseling on adapting intimate relationships to high-gravity conditions, recognizing the importance of human connection for long-term psychological health. These private adaptations represent another domain where human resilience manifests in finding new approaches appropriate to altered conditions. As difficult as the crushing gravity makes life on Kepler-22b's surface, it could actually prove beneficial during major storms. The higher gravity helps keep objects grounded during high winds that might otherwise create dangerous projectiles. It stabilizes structures against atmospheric pressures that would destroy similar buildings on Earth. These advantages represent rare cases where the challenging condition provides secondary benefits, a reminder that environmental factors rarely produce exclusively negative or positive effects. The expedition engineers incorporate these gravitational advantages into habitat designs, creating structures optimized for the specific conditions of Kepler-22b. Future missions might include specially bred animals adapted for high-gravity environments. Smaller body sizes would experience proportionally less gravitational stress. More robust skeletal structures and stronger muscles could evolve over generations through selective breeding. Such adapted animals could serve practical functions in exploration or food production, potentially thriving where unmodified Earth species struggle. These possibilities raise ethical questions about deliberately engineering organisms for alien environments. balancing practical benefits against concerns about creating life forms dependent on conditions that exist nowhere in their ancestral environment. The expedition includes testing of various pharmacological approaches to helping humans cope with high gravity. Medications that increase bone density, enhance muscle efficiency, improve cardiovascular performance, and reduce inflammation all show promise in mitigating the worst physical effects. However, these interventions come with side effects and cannot fundamentally solve the core challenge of bodies evolved for Earth gravity functioning in a much stronger gravitational field. The medical team carefully balances benefits against risks, recognizing that chemical assistance represents a valuable but limited tool in human adaptation to Kepler-22b. The crushing gravity affects sensory perception in subtle ways. Sound waves travel slightly differently through the denser atmosphere under higher gravitational compression. Visual perception adapts to the different falling rates of objects. These sensory adjustments occur gradually, the brain recalibrating its interpretive frameworks to match the new environmental conditions. Expedition members report occasional perceptual anomalies during the adaptation process. Moments when sensory input conflicts with established neural expectations. These experiences typically resolve as the brain develops new perceptual models appropriate to Kepler-22b conditions. The high-gravity environment creates challenges for emergency response procedures. Medical evacuations take longer as carrying an injured person requires more personnel or mechanical assistance. Rescue equipment must be redesigned to function under the increased load. Emergency protocols include gravity-specific considerations absent from equivalent Earth procedures. These adaptations highlight how fundamentally the gravitational difference affects all aspects of human activity on Kepler-22b, requiring reconsideration of even the most basic assumptions about how humans respond to crisis situations. As the expedition approaches the one-year mark on Kepler-22b's surface, medical data confirms both adaptation and concern. Muscle mass in the legs and core has increased significantly in all team members. Bone density shows measurable increases, particularly in weight-bearing structures. However, cardiovascular strain indicators remain elevated despite improved fitness. The human body demonstrates remarkable adaptability but also clear limits. The data suggests a maximum sustainable duration for human presence under these conditions, perhaps 3 to 5 years before cumulative physiological effects would necessitate return to lower gravity environments. The crushing gravity of Kepler-22b, while challenging for humans, shapes the very landscape you explore. Every geological feature tells the story of development under forces stronger than those on Earth. River channels cut deeper for equivalent water volume. Cave systems show different structural patterns, with broader spans requiring more robust support formations. Even the dust beneath your feet behaves differently, packing more densely and showing less tendency to become airborne. These differences provide geologists unprecedented opportunities to study how fundamental planetary forces shape landscape development, offering insights applicable to understanding thousands of similar worlds throughout the galaxy. The expedition members develop a unique form of humor centered on the gravitational challenge. Jokes about feeling heavy, moving slowly, and struggling against the pull become common. This shared humor serves an important psychological function, creating community through common experience and making the difficult conditions more mentally manageable through light-hearted acknowledgement. The expedition psychologist notes that those who engage most actively in this form of humor typically score better on psychological resilience measures, suggesting the value of finding humor even in challenging circumstances. A significant discovery comes from studying microbial life found in protected subsurface environments. These organisms show remarkable adaptations to high-gravity conditions. Their cellular structures include reinforcement elements that maintain integrity under pressure. Motile species have developed more powerful propulsion mechanisms relative to their body size than equivalent Earth organisms. These adaptations suggest long evolutionary history under Kepler-22b conditions, raising profound questions about the origin and development of life on this world. Could life have evolved independently here, or might it share ancient common ancestry with Earth life? Perhaps spread through panspermia, the theoretical transfer of life between planets via meteorites. The crushing gravity of Kepler-22b shapes every aspect of your experience on this alien world. It influences how you move, how you breathe, how your heart beats within your chest. It determines the landscape you traverse and the challenges you face daily. It represents one of the most fundamental ways this super-Earth differs from humanity's home planet. Yet as the expedition continues its exploration, an even more immediate concern presents itself. The gravity might strain your body, but without proper protection, the atmosphere would do far more than strain it. As you stand on a ridge overlooking a vast valley, your atmospheric sensors suddenly begin flashing warnings. Something in the air has changed, the chemical composition shifting in potentially dangerous ways. What toxic elements might be entering your vicinity? And what would happen if your environmental seal failed even momentarily? The atmospheric composition alert on your suit demands immediate attention. The display shows rapidly changing numbers as the external sensors detect a new chemical mixture in the air around you. This is not the first such alert since landing on Kepler-22b, but the readings appear more extreme than previous incidents. The primary components remain consistent, a thick mixture dominated by carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and sulfur compounds. But something else has been added to this already toxic brew. The sensors identify increasing concentrations of hydrogen sulfide, the concentration rising quickly beyond safety thresholds established for even brief exposure. Kepler-22b's atmosphere presents a fundamental challenge to human exploration. Unlike the crushing gravity that strains your body, but allows survival with technological assistance, the atmospheric composition would kill an unprotected human within minutes. Your environmental suit represents the thin barrier between life and death, a technological membrane separating your lungs from gases that would cause rapid respiratory failure, chemical burns to mucous membranes, and systemic poisoning. This constant awareness colors every moment on the surface, creating a psychological background tension that never fully dissipates. The atmospheric pressure compounds the toxicity problem. At nearly 5 times Earth's sea level pressure, gases penetrate protective materials more aggressively. Seal integrity becomes more critical, with even microscopic failures potentially allowing dangerous amounts of toxic gases to enter breathing spaces. This pressure also means that any breach in your suit or habitat would result in gases forcing their way in rather than air leaking out. The opposite of vacuum concerns in traditional space exploration. The expedition engineers incorporated multiple redundant sealing systems in all equipment, recognizing that atmospheric containment represents the most immediately critical life support function. The base composition of Kepler-22b's atmosphere includes approximately 65% nitrogen, similar to Earth but in different proportion. Carbon dioxide constitutes nearly 30%, far higher than Earth's trace amounts. This alone would make the atmosphere unbreathable, causing rapid carbon dioxide poisoning if inhaled. Sulfur dioxide comprises approximately 3%, enough to form sulfurous acid on contact with moist tissues like lungs or eyes. The remainder includes various trace gases, many highly reactive or toxic. This mixture supports complex atmospheric chemistry, but would provide no support for human respiration. Water vapor exists in the atmosphere but behaves differently under the high pressure and temperature conditions. It forms clouds with unusual properties, sometimes containing suspended acidic compounds that make Earth-style rain seem benign by comparison. When precipitation falls on Kepler-22b, it often carries dissolved atmospheric components that create acidic solutions strong enough to damage exposure suit materials with prolonged contact. Surface exploration activities must include regular inspection and maintenance of all environmental protection systems, with particular attention to areas exposed to precipitation events. The toxic atmosphere influences exploration planning in fundamental ways. Surface excursions must remain shorter than those on planets with more benign conditions. Emergency response protocols emphasize rapid access to backup breathing systems and immediate evacuation to secure environments. Supply chains must prioritize atmospheric filtration materials, oxygen generation components, and seal integrity systems above almost all other considerations. These requirements substantially increase the logistical burden of maintaining human presence on Kepler-22b, compared to worlds where the atmosphere might be breathable, even if thin or oxygen poor. Atmospheric toxicity creates complex psychological effects among expedition members. Claustrophobia becomes more common even among individuals who never experienced it on Earth. The constant awareness of dependence on technology for every breath generates background anxiety that manifests differently across individuals. Some respond with hypervigilance about equipment status. Others develop ritualistic checking behaviors before and after surface activities. The expedition psychologist implements specific counseling protocols to address these reactions, recognizing them as normal responses to the genuine threats present in this environment. The composition of Kepler-22b's atmosphere changes with altitude, creating layered toxicity profiles that expedition scientists map carefully. Certain compounds concentrate at specific elevations based on molecular weight, chemical interactions, and temperature gradients. These variations create visible banding in the sky, particularly at sunset when light passes through multiple atmospheric layers at shallow angles. The resulting spectacle resembles Earth's most dramatic pollution sunsets magnified tenfold, with vibrant oranges, purples, and crimsons painting the sky. This beauty emerges ironically from the very chemical cocktail that makes the planet so hostile to human life. Breathing system failures represent the most immediately life-threatening emergency scenarios on Kepler-22b. The expedition implements multiple redundancy protocols, with each team member carrying no less than 3 independent emergency air supplies during any surface activity. Primary environmental suits include integrated backup systems designed to activate automatically upon detecting primary system failure. Even these precautions cannot eliminate all risk. Minor system degradations sometimes occur gradually, potentially allowing small amounts of toxic gases to contaminate breathing air before detection thresholds trigger alarms. The medical team conducts regular pulmonary function testing for all expedition members. These tests can detect subtle changes that might indicate low-level toxic exposure before obvious symptoms develop. The baseline data collected before arrival on Kepler-22b serves as comparison for ongoing assessments. Several crew members have shown minor changes in small airway function, potentially indicating inflammatory responses to trace contaminants that penetrated filtration systems. These individuals receive modified assignments minimizing surface exposure while engineers improve filtration efficiency. Sleep presents particular vulnerability to atmospheric contamination. During sleep cycles, individuals cannot actively monitor environmental systems or respond quickly to warnings. The habitation modules incorporate multiple redundant atmospheric monitoring and filtration systems with automatic alerts at thresholds well below harmful levels. Sleep quarters feature additional isolation capacity, with sealed doorways and independent air circulation systems that could maintain breathable conditions even if other habitat sections experienced contamination. These precautions allow rest without constant conscious concern about breathing safety. The toxic atmosphere affects electronic and mechanical systems as well as human health. Corrosive compounds accelerate degradation of exposed components. Electrical contacts require specialized coatings to prevent chemical damage. Lubricants must resist contamination by atmospheric gases that might alter their properties. These challenges increase maintenance requirements for all surface equipment, adding to the workload of the expedition's engineering team. Future missions would benefit from materials specifically designed for the chemical environment of Kepler-22b, rather than adaptations of technologies developed for other planetary environments. Atmospheric samples collected at different locations and times reveal complex chemical interactions occurring around you. The expedition's atmospheric chemists document reactions unknown in Earth's atmosphere, providing new insights into chemical processes possible under different planetary conditions. These discoveries extend beyond academic interest to practical applications. Understanding these reactions helps engineers develop more effective protective materials and atmospheric processing systems. The knowledge gained might prove valuable for addressing pollution challenges on Earth, or developing habitation systems for other worlds with problematic atmospheres. The toxicity creates communication challenges during surface operations. Voice transmission quality degrades in the dense, chemically complex atmosphere. Radio signals experience unusual propagation effects, creating dead zones where communication drops unexpectedly. The expedition deploys relay systems to maintain consistent contact, but surface teams must be prepared for temporary communication loss. Non-verbal communication protocols become important backup systems, with hand signals and other visual cues serving critical functions when voice systems fail. These adaptations represent another domain where human ingenuity overcomes environmental challenges, but not without significant effort and occasional failures. Sample collection presents additional hazards related to atmospheric toxicity. Materials brought from the external environment into habitats or laboratories must undergo decontamination to remove potentially dangerous residual compounds. This process adds complexity to scientific procedures but remains essential for crew safety. Specialized transfer chambers allow materials to move between exterior and interior environments with minimal cross-contamination. Despite these precautions, trace amounts of Kepler-22b's atmosphere inevitably find their way into human living spaces, necessitating continuous filtration and monitoring within all habitats. The psychological burden of constant dependence on technology for breathing affects crew dynamics. Individuals naturally form stronger bonds with those they trust to maintain life support systems. The engineering team responsible for environmental systems receives both greater appreciation and experiences higher stress than other specialists. Equipment maintenance that might seem routine in other contexts takes on life or death significance here. The expedition leadership recognizes these dynamics, implementing rotation schedules that distribute critical responsibilities while ensuring all systems receive proper attention from qualified personnel. Certain weather patterns intensify the atmospheric toxicity hazards. When surface temperatures rise significantly, increased evaporation and chemical reactions release additional volatile compounds into the lower atmosphere. During major storm systems, atmospheric mixing brings compounds normally stratified at different elevations into new combinations, sometimes creating particularly dangerous mixtures. The expedition meteorologists work continuously to improve forecasting of these conditions, allowing surface operations to be scheduled during periods of relative atmospheric stability whenever possible. The expedition includes atmospheric processing experiments aimed at potentially creating breathable air from Kepler-22b's toxic mixture. These systems use multiple-stage filtration, catalytic converters, and condensation technologies to extract harmful components and increase oxygen concentration. The results prove technically successful but prohibitively energy-intensive for large-scale implementation with current technology. A processing system capable of supporting just one human would require power equivalent to the expedition's entire fusion generator capacity. These experiments provide valuable data for future development, but confirm that atmospheric dependence will remain a fundamental limitation for human presence on similar worlds. The toxic atmosphere occasionally produces unexpected phenomena. During certain atmospheric conditions, static electricity accumulates in unusual ways, sometimes creating visible electrical discharges, unlike Earth lightning. These events pose additional hazards to surface operations, potentially damaging electronic equipment or creating ignition risks in areas with higher concentrations of flammable gases. The expedition develops detection systems for the precursor conditions to these events, allowing teams to take protective measures when electrical activity appears likely to intensify. Habitat airlocks become critical transition zones requiring meticulous management. Each passage between exterior and interior environments creates potential for atmospheric contamination. The airlocks lose multiple-stage processing, first evacuating most of the toxic external atmosphere, then washing the chamber with neutralizing compounds to address residual contaminants, before finally equalizing with internal atmospheric pressure. This process typically takes 15 to 20 minutes, significantly longer than airlocks designed primarily for vacuum environments. The time requirement affects scheduling of all surface activities, with teams coordinating airlock usage to maximize efficiency. The chemical composition of Kepler-22b's atmosphere creates unusual precipitation events beyond acidic rain. Under certain conditions, solid compounds form directly from atmospheric components through chemical reactions rather than simple condensation. These particles sometimes appear as colored snow that accumulates on surfaces. Analysis reveals complex carbon and sulfur compounds with no exact Earth equivalents. Some demonstrate potentially useful properties, including catalytic activities that could have industrial applications. These discoveries highlight how even the most hostile aspects of an alien environment might yield valuable scientific insights. Several expedition members develop sensitivities to specific trace components in the atmosphere that occasionally penetrate filtration systems. These reactions manifest differently across individuals, with symptoms ranging from minor respiratory irritation to skin rashes when contamination levels rise above certain thresholds. The medical team identifies specific compounds responsible in each case, and works with engineering to enhance filtration for these particular substances. This personalized approach improves quality of life for affected individuals while providing valuable data on human sensitivity to compounds rarely encountered on Earth. The toxic atmosphere creates training challenges for the expedition. While simulation facilities on Earth can reproduce the gravity of Kepler-22b through centrifuges, accurately replicating the atmospheric composition at proper pressure would create unacceptable safety risks. Training therefore relied heavily on virtual reality and partial simulations. This preparatory limitation means that despite extensive training, every expedition member experiences a learning curve after arrival, developing skills and instincts that could only be acquired through actual experience in the real conditions. This adaptation period increases risk during early mission phases, with safety incidents occurring more frequently during the first month of surface operations. The habitats themselves require active management systems, simply to maintain breathable internal atmospheres. Oxygen generation, carbon dioxide scrubbing, humidity control, and trace contaminant removal all operate continuously. These systems consume approximately 30% of the habitat's power budget, a significant allocation that constrains other autarky. Monitoring these life support functions becomes a constant background task, with crew members rotating through system management responsibilities. The engineering team implements progressive automation for these systems, but human oversight remains essential given the critical nature of atmospheric maintenance. Your environmental suit becomes an extension of your body, a technological second skin that mediates your interaction with Kepler-22b. The relationship with this equipment grows increasingly intimate over time. Expedition members personalize their suits with identifying markings, develop individual preferences for specific units, and report feeling naked or vulnerable when separated from their protective gear, even within safe environments. This psychological integration of technology into body image represents a fascinating adaptation to the requirements of surviving in a toxic atmosphere, blurring the boundary between self and equipment in ways rarely experienced in Earth environments. The atmospheric toxicity affects sensory perception in subtle ways. All visual observation occurs through visor materials specifically designed to resist the corrosive effects of Kepler-22b's atmosphere. These materials introduces subtle distortions and color shifts, compared to direct human vision. Audio input comes through microphones and speakers rather than direct sound transmission. Touch occurs through protective gloves that reduce tactile sensitivity. These sensory filters create a perpetual distance between observer and environment, a technological mediation of experience that some expedition members find psychologically isolating. The most commonly reported psychological desire is not for Earth gravity or temperatures, but simply to breathe the open air and experience an environment directly. Analysis of atmospheric samples reveals potential biosignatures, chemical compounds that on Earth would indicate biological processes. These findings generate considerable excitement, but require careful interpretation. Abiotic chemical processes under Kepler-22b's unique conditions might produce compounds that would have biological origins on Earth. The expedition astrobiologists meticulously document these chemical distributions, mapping concentrations across different regions and correlating them with other environmental factors. If life exists on this world, its chemical signatures might hide within the toxic atmosphere, utilizing chemical pathways unknown to Earth biochemistry. The toxic atmosphere provides a constant reminder of human vulnerability on this alien world. Unlike Earth, where breathing rarely requires conscious thought, here each breath represents a technological achievement, a triumph of human engineering over an environment fundamentally incompatible with human physiology. This awareness fosters both humility and determination among expedition members. The hostility of Kepler-22b reminds them that they exist here only through extraordinary effort and innovation. Yet their continued survival and functioning demonstrates humanity's remarkable capacity to extend its reach beyond the environmental conditions that shaped its evolution. Monitoring for atmospheric breaches becomes a continuous process throughout the expedition infrastructure. Automated systems constantly sample air quality in all habitable spaces. Subtle pressure differentials between compartments allow rapid detection of integrity failures, with higher pressure maintained in living areas to ensure any leakage flows outward rather than allowing toxic external gases to penetrate inward. Visual inspections of seals and connection points become part of daily routine maintenance. This multi-layered approach provides redundancy in breach detection, recognizing that atmospheric containment represents the most critical safety system in the entire expedition infrastructure. The toxic atmosphere creates unique research opportunities despite its hazards. Earth has no natural environments with the specific combination of pressure, temperature, and chemical composition found on Kepler-22b. Chemical reactions occur here that cannot be easily studied on Earth without expensive, complex laboratory setups. The expedition's atmospheric chemists document these reactions, expanding human understanding of chemistry under non-Earth conditions. This knowledge may prove valuable for industrial processes, environmental management on Earth, and developing technologies for future exploration of other worlds with exotic atmospheres. Sleep disruption becomes common due to subconscious anxiety about breathing system failures. Many expedition members report dreams of suffocation or removing helmets in the toxic atmosphere. These psychological manifestations of the constant threat require monitoring and intervention. The expedition implements a buddy system specifically for sleep periods, with pairs of crew members alternating sleep schedules to ensure someone always monitors environmental systems. This approach addresses both technical safety concerns and provides psychological reassurance that helps improve sleep quality. The human need for social trust becomes amplified when survival depends so directly on technological systems maintained by others. The toxic atmosphere affects personal relationships in unexpected ways. Physical intimacy becomes complicated by the need for atmospheric safety. Private quarters require the same redundant air handling systems as other habitat areas, adding technical complexity to spaces ideally designed for comfort and relaxation. Psychological intimacy intensifies as expedition members share the profound experience of surviving in an environment hostile to human life. Relationships form around trust in life support competence as much as personal compatibility. These dynamics create both stronger bonds and additional stresses compared to relationships in less challenging environments. The expedition psychologist notes these patterns as important considerations for crew selection in future missions to similar environments. The expedition establishes atmospheric processing facilities that serve multiple functions. Beyond providing breathable air for habitats, these systems extract useful components from Kepler-22b's atmosphere. Carbon captured from carbon dioxide provides raw material for manufacturing replacement parts using three-dimensional printing technologies. Certain trace gases have practical applications in laboratory processes or industrial systems. Sulfur compounds, while hazardous to human health, can be processed into materials useful for energy storage systems. These applications represent early steps toward utilizing local resources, rather than depending entirely on supplies brought from Earth, a necessary transition for any long-term human presence. The toxic atmosphere creates unique acoustic effects. Sound travels differently through the dense, chemically complex medium. Some frequencies propagate more efficiently than on Earth, while others attenuate more rapidly. These properties create auditory experiences unlike those on any other explored world. Expedition members report unusual echoing effects, sound shadows where acoustic signals drop unexpectedly, and distinctive timbres for familiar sounds. Audio specialists document these phenomena, developing adjustments for communication systems to optimize clarity in this environment. These adaptations represent another domain where human technology must evolve to function effectively on Kepler-22. Special protocols govern how samples from the external environment enter laboratory spaces for analysis. Materials potentially carrying atmospheric contaminants pass through multiple decontamination stages before reaching secure lab environments. Research activities requiring direct observation of uncontained samples occur in specialized containment facilities with independent life support systems. These protocols add complexity to scientific procedures but remain essential for crew safety. The expedition includes specialists specifically trained in safe material transfer between environmental zones, their expertise critical to maintaining both research progress and habitat safety. The psychological impact of knowing the atmosphere outside would kill you within minutes influences decision-making in subtle ways. Risk assessment takes on heightened significance when margins for error affect breathing capability. Expedition members demonstrate greater conservatism in planning, build in larger safety margins, and show stronger preference for redundant systems compared to missions in less immediately threatening environments. The expedition leadership recognizes these tendencies, sometimes pushing against excessive caution when scientific objectives require accepting carefully managed risks. This balance between safety and discovery requires continuous re-evaluation, as the mission progresses and knowledge of local conditions improves. The toxic atmosphere contributes to the alien beauty of Kepler-22b. Chemical interactions create visible phenomena, unlike anything on Earth. Certain gas combinations produce luminescent effects during electrical storms, painting the sky with short-lived glowing patterns. Suspended particles scatter light in ways that produce color combinations rare in Earth skies. Even the hazardous precipitation events sometimes create visually striking patterns as chemically complex rain interacts with surface materials. Expedition members regularly document these phenomena, creating an archive of images that convey both the wonder and danger of this world. The human capacity to find beauty even in hostile environments represents another adaptation to life on Kepler-22b. As research progresses, the expedition discovers evidence suggesting seasonal variations in atmospheric composition. Chemical ratios shift gradually in patterns correlating with Kepler-22b's position in its orbit. These changes appear subtle compared to Earth's seasonal cycles, but could significantly affect both hazard levels for human exploration and potential habitability for indigenous life. Long-term monitoring becomes a research priority, with automated sampling stations deployed across diverse terrains to document these variations. Understanding these patterns might reveal optimal timing for different research activities and identify periods when atmospheric toxicity reaches relative minimums. The expedition discovers microenvironments where atmospheric composition differs significantly from global averages. These localized variations typically occur near geological features that interact with the atmosphere, such as mineral formations that catalyze specific chemical reactions, or vents releasing gases from beneath the surface. Some of these zones show reduced concentrations of the most toxic atmospheric components, creating relative safe havens where emergency survival time would extend significantly compared to typical surface conditions. Mapping these locations becomes a safety priority, providing emergency options for surface teams experiencing equipment problems far from established habitats. The need for absolute atmospheric isolation creates social separation between different research teams. Groups working in separate habitat modules or research facilities cannot easily interact without passing through comprehensive atmospheric transition protocols. This physical separation affects collaboration patterns, with more communication occurring electronically than would be typical in Earth research environments. The expedition implements regular all-team gatherings to counteract this tendency toward isolation, recognizing the importance of cross-disciplinary interaction for both scientific progress and psychological well-being. These events require careful scheduling of facility resources, but yield benefits in both research innovation and community cohesion. The toxic atmosphere necessitates careful management of all waste generated by the expedition. Materials exposed to the external environment may carry contaminants that would release into habitat atmospheres during decomposition or processing. Waste handling facilities incorporate specialized containment and treatment systems to address these risks. The expedition implements strict sorting protocols to separate materials based on exposure history and contamination potential. These requirements add complexity to daily life but represent essential precautions in an environment where atmospheric contamination could quickly become life-threatening. The waste management team receives specialized training in hazardous materials handling beyond that typically required for space missions. Psychological adaptation to the constant threat of the toxic atmosphere follows a distinctive pattern. New arrivals typically experience elevated anxiety focused specifically on breathing system integrity. This hypervigilance gradually transitions to a background awareness that influences behavior without dominating conscious thought. Long-term expedition members develop an intuitive sense for equipment status, often noticing subtle system changes before automated alerts trigger. This adaptation represents the human mind's remarkable capacity to normalize even extreme threats when they remain constant, allowing functional focus on other priorities while maintaining appropriate cautionary behaviors. The expedition psychologist documents this adaptation process to inform training for future missions. The toxic atmosphere affects circadian rhythms differently than other environmental stressors. While the crushing gravity remains constant and temperature variations follow predictable patterns, atmospheric toxicity can change rapidly with weather conditions or local phenomena. This unpredictability keeps certain stress response systems partially activated even during rest periods. Sleep monitoring reveals that most expedition members experience shorter deep sleep phases and more frequent brief awakenings than baseline measurements taken on Earth. The medical team implements countermeasures including scheduled relaxation periods in the most secure habitat sections and careful management of other stressors to partially offset these effects. The expedition discovers that certain indigenous organisms appear to utilize compounds humans find toxic as part of their metabolic processes. These extremophile life forms have evolved chemical pathways that would be impossible on Earth, breaking down sulfur compounds for energy or incorporating carbon dioxide directly into organic structures through non-photosynthetic mechanisms. These discoveries expand scientific understanding of how life might adapt to conditions radically different from Earth norms. Sample collection of these organisms requires specialized containment to prevent both contamination of human environments and exposure of the specimens to atmospheric conditions that might differ from their specific microhabitats. The toxic atmosphere creates unique research priorities compared to exploration of worlds with more Earth-like conditions. Understanding atmospheric chemistry becomes more fundamental than other scientific disciplines, as this knowledge directly impacts survival capability. The expedition includes more atmospheric specialists than would be typical for planetary exploration missions. These experts work closely with the medical and engineering teams, forming a cross-disciplinary group focused on the intersection of atmospheric conditions, human health requirements, and technological solutions. This collaborative approach accelerates development of improved protection systems and identification of periods or locations where atmospheric hazards may be marginally reduced. Several expedition members develop a practice they call sky reading, learning to interpret subtle visual cues in the appearance of Kepler-22b's atmosphere that indicate chemical composition changes. Cloud patterns, color variations, and light scattering effects correlate with specific atmospheric conditions. This observational skill supplements instrumental measurements, providing immediate situational awareness during surface operations. Experienced team members teach newer arrivals these interpretation techniques, creating a body of practical knowledge passed through direct mentoring rather than formal documentation. This development of specialized observational expertise represents another way humans adapt to alien environments, creating culturally transmitted knowledge specific to local conditions. The toxic atmosphere affects language used by the expedition. New terminology develops for atmospheric phenomena with no Earth equivalents. Technical vocabulary from multiple scientific disciplines merges into everyday conversation as all team members become familiar with previously specialized concepts related to atmospheric chemistry and protection systems. Shorthand terms evolve for common procedures related to atmospheric management. This linguistic adaptation reflects how environment shapes communication, with language evolving to efficiently express concepts most relevant to survival and function in specific conditions. Linguists among the expedition document these changes, studying how technical language transforms when the concepts become matters of immediate survival rather than abstract scientific interest. As the expedition approaches its second year on Kepler-22b, the engineering team achieves a significant breakthrough in atmospheric filtration technology. The new system processes the toxic external atmosphere more efficiently, reducing energy requirements for producing breathable air by approximately 30%. This improvement allows expansion of habitable spaces and extension of surface excursion durations. The innovation emerged directly from practical experience with Kepler-22b's specific atmospheric challenges, demonstrating how necessity drives technological advancement. The techniques developed here may find applications not only on future missions to similar worlds, but also in addressing air quality challenges on Earth or in artificial habitats throughout the solar system. The toxic atmosphere creates a shared vulnerability that influences expedition culture. Unlike many other environmental challenges that might affect individuals differently based on physical characteristics or specific roles, atmospheric toxicity represents an equal threat to all. This universal dependence on the same life support technologies fosters a particular kind of solidarity. Status distinctions based on scientific specialty or mission role diminish in importance compared to expertise in atmospheric management systems. Leadership in crisis situations often falls to those with greatest proficiency in life support technologies regardless of formal position. This cultural adaptation reflects how survival priorities reshape social structures when environmental threats become sufficiently acute. The expedition makes a disturbing discovery regarding the long-term stability of Kepler-22b's atmosphere. Evidence suggests the current toxic composition represents a relatively recent development in planetary terms, perhaps occurring over the past few million years. Geological samples contain indicators of a previously more benign atmospheric composition, potentially capable of supporting Earth-like life. This finding raises profound questions about planetary evolution and the stability of habitable conditions. Could similar transitions occur on Earth? What triggered the change on Kepler-22b? These questions take on more than academic interest, potentially informing humanity's understanding of long-term habitability throughout the galaxy. Your exposure to Kepler-22b's toxic atmosphere occurs primarily through technological interfaces, with sensors, displays, and alarms mediating your experience of this lethal environment. This technological buffer creates a distinctive form of awareness, simultaneously heightened through data streams providing detailed chemical composition information and distanced by the lack of direct sensory contact. The resulting relationship with the atmosphere differs fundamentally from human experience of Earth's air, which typically registers in conscious awareness only during extreme events like storms or pollution incidents. On Kepler-22b, atmospheric conditions remain perpetually foregrounded in consciousness, a constant subject of monitoring and management rather than a taken-for-granted background condition. The toxic atmosphere represents only one of several environmental challenges, making Kepler-22b hostile to human life. As your team establishes more monitoring stations across the planet's surface, the data reveals another hazard that might prove equally challenging. The atmospheric toxicity can be managed with proper equipment, but what about threats that penetrate even the best protection systems? Your radiation detector begins registering concerning measurements, its warning indicators shifting from green to yellow as levels rise beyond Earth normal parameters. What invisible energies are bombarding this world, and how might they affect your body over the duration of this mission? The atmospheric protection that keeps you breathing may prove inadequate against this penetrating threat. The radiation alert on your personal dosimeter shifts from yellow to red, its warning tone sharp and insistent. You check the reading with growing concern. The device shows radiation levels approximately 8 times higher than average Earth surface exposure. While not immediately dangerous, these levels would accumulate to harmful doses over extended periods. Your expedition expected elevated radiation on Kepler-22b, but these measurements exceed pre-mission estimates by nearly 40%. The difference reveals another way this alien world challenges human exploration, another invisible threat to add to your growing list of survival concerns. Radiation on Kepler-22b comes from multiple sources, creating a complex exposure profile unlike anything typically experienced on Earth. The primary star, Kepler-22, emits significant radiation across the electromagnetic spectrum, including potentially harmful ultraviolet, X-ray, and gamma radiation. Unlike Earth, Kepler-22b appears to lack a strong planetary magnetic field capable of deflecting charged particles. The atmospheric composition, while toxic to breathe, provides some radiation shielding but less effectively than Earth's atmosphere, particularly against certain wavelengths. These factors combine to create surface radiation levels that would cause serious health concerns for unprotected humans over time. Your environmental suit incorporates radiation shielding materials, but these protections come with limitations. Complete radiation blocking would require prohibitively heavy shields incompatible with mobility requirements. The suit design represents a compromise, providing sufficient protection for limited surface excursions while accepting that some radiation exposure will occur. Exposure management becomes a critical component of mission planning, with cumulative dosage tracked meticulously for each expedition member. Surface activities must be scheduled to keep total exposure within established safety guidelines, creating another constraint on exploration capabilities. The radiation environment varies significantly across Kepler-22b's surface. Certain regions show unexpectedly high readings, likely due to naturally occurring radioactive materials in surface rocks. These hotspots must be identified and mapped to allow safe route planning. Other areas show relatively lower radiation levels, perhaps due to local magnetic anomalies or shielding from geological features. The expedition deploys an array of radiation monitoring stations across the explored territory, creating a continuously updated map of exposure risks. This radiation mapping becomes as important as terrain mapping for safe navigation of this alien landscape. Prolonged radiation exposure presents unique health risks. Unlike the immediate threats of extreme temperatures or toxic atmosphere, radiation damage accumulates gradually, often without noticeable symptoms until significant harm has occurred. The expedition medical team implements comprehensive monitoring protocols, including regular blood tests to check for early indicators of radiation effects, like lymphocyte count changes. Genetic damage assessment becomes part of routine medical exams, with comparative DNA analysis tracking mutation rates in skin cells and other accessible tissues. These medical surveillance programs allow early intervention if concerning changes appear, potentially before clinical symptoms develop. The radiation shielding requirements affect habitat design fundamentally. Living quarters incorporate multiple protective layers, often utilizing local materials to enhance shielding without requiring transport from Earth. Water tanks strategically positioned around sleeping areas provide excellent radiation attenuation. The habitat layout places the most frequently occupied spaces toward the center of structures, with storage areas for non-critical supplies positioned along outer walls to provide additional buffering. These design choices represent another domain where survival on Kepler-22b requires specialized approaches different from those used on worlds with more benign radiation environments. Sleep becomes a particularly vulnerable time for radiation exposure, as crew members remain in fixed positions for extended periods. The expedition implements a rotating sleep position protocol, ensuring that no individual consistently orients the same body parts toward exterior walls where shielding might be thinner. Sleep chambers incorporate additional radiation protection beyond general habitat shielding. Personal radiation monitors continue operating during sleep periods, with automated alerts if levels exceed safety thresholds. These precautions address both actual radiation risks and the psychological concern about exposure during periods when individuals cannot actively monitor their environment. Certain expedition activities necessarily incur higher radiation exposure. Geological sampling, particularly of materials suspected to contain naturally radioactive elements, requires special handling protocols. Exterior habitat maintenance exposes crew members to higher radiation levels than interior activities. The expedition maintains a detailed accounting system tracking cumulative exposure for each individual, with mandatory rest periods in heavily shielded areas after high exposure activities. This management system ensures equitable distribution of radiation risk across the team, while maintaining exposures within established safety guidelines. The approach resembles protocols developed for nuclear workers on Earth, but adapted for the unique radiation profile of Kepler-22b. The radiation environment affects electronic equipment as well as human health. Computers, communication systems, and scientific instruments all suffer increased error rates and accelerated component degradation when exposed to high radiation levels. The expedition employs radiation-hardened electronics for critical systems, similar to those used in Earth orbit or deep space missions. Regular memory checks and error correction become standard operating procedures for all computerized systems. Despite these precautions, equipment failures occur more frequently than equivalent systems on Earth, creating additional maintenance requirements and occasional data loss. The engineering team implements rigorous backup protocols to mitigate these effects. Solar flare activity from Kepler-22, the planet's parent star, creates periods of significantly elevated radiation risk. The expedition establishes an early warning system using spectroscopic monitoring of the star, identifying signature emissions that often precede major flare events. When these precursors appear, surface activities receive immediate restrictions, with personnel directed to radiation shelters if already outside habitats. These high radiation events typically last between 6 and 72 hours, during which surface operations cease entirely. The frequency of these events exceeds similar solar activity in Earth's system, creating additional interruptions to exploration activities not anticipated in original mission planning. Radiation exposure management becomes a complex logistical challenge, balancing scientific objectives against safety requirements. Each potential surface excursion must be evaluated for both scientific value and radiation exposure cost. Team assignments consider individual cumulative exposure histories, sometimes requiring substitution of personnel to maintain equitable risk distribution. The mission leadership implements a formal review process for activities likely to incur significant radiation exposure, requiring documented justification of the scientific necessity against potential health impacts. This systematic approach ensures conscious decision-making about radiation risks rather than inadvertent exposure accumulation. The expedition discovers unusual radiation patterns during night periods on Kepler-22b. While overall levels decrease somewhat without direct stellar illumination, certain wavelengths actually increase during darkness. Analysis suggests these emissions come from interaction between charged particles in the upper atmosphere and the planet's weak and irregular magnetic field. These interactions create aurora-like phenomena more widespread than Earth's polar displays, but often less visually dramatic due to atmospheric composition differences. The radiation component of these events requires adjustment of shielding protocols even during periods traditionally considered lower risk on other worlds. Psychological responses to radiation exposure differ from reactions to other environmental hazards on Kepler-22b. The invisible nature of radiation creates distinctive anxiety patterns, with some individuals showing hypervigilance about dosimeter readings, while others demonstrate concerning casualness about exposure risks. The expedition psychologist implements specialized counseling approaches addressing both extremes, helping team members develop realistic risk assessment capabilities. Group discussions openly address radiation concerns, creating space for appropriate expression of anxiety while providing accurate information about actual risk levels. This balanced approach proves essential for maintaining both physical safety and psychological well-being. Certain expedition members develop idiosyncratic responses to the radiation environment. Some individuals show greater sensitivity in blood marker tests, despite similar exposure levels. Others demonstrate more rapid skin changes in areas exposed to higher radiation during surface activities. The medical team documents these variations carefully, contributing to broader understanding of human radiation response diversity. These individual differences necessitate personalized exposure management plans rather than simple standardized limits, adding complexity to mission planning but improving overall crew health outcomes. The knowledge gained may prove valuable for future space exploration missions throughout the solar system and beyond. The expedition investigates potential biological effects of Kepler-22b's radiation environment on indigenous life forms. Organisms discovered in various microhabitats show remarkable radiation resistance compared to Earth equivalents. Cellular repair mechanisms operate more efficiently, with some life forms demonstrating ability to reconstruct damaged DNA far beyond capabilities seen in Earth organisms. These adaptations suggest long evolutionary history in high radiation conditions, with natural selection favoring individuals with enhanced repair capabilities. Studying these mechanisms may yield insights applicable to human medicine, potentially leading to improved treatments for radiation exposure or even enhanced radiation resistance for future explorers. Surface vehicles require additional radiation shielding beyond that needed for Mars or lunar exploration. The consistent high radiation environment necessitates protection for both occupants and sensitive electronic systems. This additional shielding adds considerable mass to vehicles, reducing range capability for equivalent energy expenditure. Vehicle design prioritizes radiation protection for most frequently occupied positions, sometimes at the expense of visibility or ease of entry and exit. These necessary compromises represent another way the radiation environment constrains exploration capabilities on Kepler-22b, requiring trade-offs between protection and operational efficiency. Long-term habitat locations must be selected with radiation patterns in mind, adding another criterion beyond geological stability, resource proximity, or scientific interest. Areas with naturally lower radiation levels due to local magnetic anomalies or shielding from terrain features become highly desirable, despite potentially being suboptimal in other respects. Radiation mapping becomes a primary consideration in site selection for any facility intended for extended human occupation. This prioritization differs from Mars exploration planning, where radiation remains a concern but typically ranks lower in site selection criteria behind other environmental phenomena, like access to water ice or geological diversity. The expedition discovers that certain indigenous microbial organisms appear to utilize radiation as an energy source through radiosynthesis, a process theoretically possible but rarely observed on Earth. These organisms incorporate specialized molecules that can harness energy from ionizing radiation, converting it to forms usable for biological processes. This adaptation represents a fascinating evolutionary response to the high radiation environment, potentially allowing life to exist in niches that would be uninhabitable based on other energy sources. The discovery expands scientific understanding of potential metabolic pathways for life throughout the universe, suggesting possibilities for life in environments previously considered too radiation-intensive to support biological processes. Communication systems suffer performance degradation under Kepler-22b's radiation conditions. Signal integrity diminishes over distance, creating effective range reductions compared to equivalent systems on Earth or Mars. Error rates increase, necessitating more robust error correction protocols and redundant transmissions for critical communications. These effects become particularly pronounced during solar flare events, occasionally resulting in complete communication blackouts with surface teams. The expedition implements multiple redundant communication pathways and establishes clear protocols for maintaining operations during communication disruptions. These adaptations add complexity, but prove essential for maintaining safe operations in the high radiation environment. The expedition studies radiation effects on materials brought from Earth, documenting degradation rates under Kepler-22b conditions. Certain polymers show accelerated breakdown, becoming brittle or discolored far sooner than anticipated. Some electronic components fail at rates 3 to 5 times higher than manufacturer specifications. These observations inform both immediate maintenance schedules and recommendations for future missions. Materials testing becomes an ongoing research priority, with findings potentially applicable to improving radiation-resistant technologies for use throughout space exploration. The knowledge gained represents a valuable secondary benefit of operating in this challenging environment. Radiation presents unique challenges for long-term food production. On Kepler-22b, plants grown in experimental agricultural modules show increased mutation rates compared to identical species grown under controlled conditions on Earth. While most mutations prove neutral or harmful, occasionally beneficial variations appear. particularly adaptations enhancing radiation tolerance. The agricultural team implements careful seed selection protocols, preserving and propagating lines showing improved performance under local conditions. This process mimics accelerated evolution, potentially developing crop varieties specifically adapted to high radiation environments. Such adaptations might prove valuable for future colonization of worlds with similar radiation challenges. The expedition implements a comprehensive radiation education program for all personnel regardless of scientific specialty. Everyone learns basic principles of radiation physics, biological effects, and protection strategies. This knowledge distribution ensures that all team members can make informed decisions about radiation risks during daily activities, rather than relying solely on specialist guidance. Regular refresher sessions address new findings about local radiation patterns or effects on expedition equipment and personnel. This educational approach represents acknowledgement that on Kepler-22b, radiation awareness constitutes a basic survival skill rather than specialized knowledge relevant only to certain team members. Personal radiation shields become standard equipment for certain high-exposure activities. These portable devices use electromagnetic fields to deflect charged particles, providing additional protection beyond environmental suits for particularly sensitive body regions like reproductive organs or bone marrow-rich areas. The technology draws significant power, making continuous use impractical, but proves valuable for specific high-risk tasks requiring extended exposure. This targeted protection approach allows completion of necessary activities while minimizing health impacts, representing another innovative response to Kepler-22b's challenging radiation environment. The technology builds upon concepts developed for astronaut protection during potential future Mars missions, but enhanced for the more extreme conditions encountered here. The expedition medical team documents subtle physiological changes appearing across most crew members after extended exposure to Kepler-22b's radiation environment. Even with protective measures, cumulative effects begin manifesting after approximately 1 year on the surface. Common findings include mild lymphocyte count depression, increased inflammatory markers, and elevated DNA repair protein expression. While none of these changes reaches clinically significant levels individually, their collective presence indicates systemic response to ongoing radiation stress. The medical team implements personalized countermeasure protocols including targeted nutritional supplements, pharmaceutical support for cellular repair mechanisms, and individualized exposure limitation plans based on personal medical profiles. Radiation patterns interact with Kepler-22b's day-night cycle in complex ways. As the planet rotates, different regions of its weak and irregular magnetic field align with incoming stellar radiation, creating temporal variations in surface exposure levels. The expedition mapping team discovers that certain locations experience radiation tides, with levels rising and falling predictably based on time of day. Understanding these patterns allows optimization of surface activities, scheduling high-priority exterior operations during naturally occurring lower radiation periods. This adaptive scheduling represents another way human ingenuity overcomes environmental challenges through knowledge and planning rather than purely technological solutions. The expedition discovers that Kepler-22b experiences radiation storms, unrelated to solar flare activity. These events appear connected to interactions between the planet's complex atmosphere and its irregular magnetic field, sometimes triggered by seasonal changes in upper atmospheric composition. During these events, radiation levels can spike to 5 times normal background for periods ranging from hours to days. Early detection becomes a research priority, with the team developing atmospheric monitoring protocols that can provide warning hours before radiation levels begin rising significantly. This advance notice allows orderly cessation of surface activities and movement of personnel to radiation shelters before exposure risks become severe. Maintenance of radiation monitoring equipment becomes a critical ongoing task. The same radiation that poses health risks also damages sensor components, creating potential for inaccurate readings if systems aren't regularly calibrated and serviced. The expedition implements a rotating maintenance schedule, ensuring all detection systems receive weekly verification against reference standards. This process requires significant time investment but remains essential for accurate risk assessment. False readings could either unnecessarily restrict valuable exploration opportunities or, more dangerously, fail to warn of genuinely hazardous conditions. The maintenance protocols developed for Kepler-22b exceed those typically employed even in nuclear facilities on Earth, due to the more complex and variable radiation environment. The expedition studies potential shielding properties of indigenous materials, seeking locally available resources that might enhance radiation protection. Certain mineral formations show promising attenuation characteristics, particularly against specific wavelengths poorly blocked by standard shielding materials brought from Earth. Mining and processing these minerals becomes a secondary priority alongside primary research objectives. Habitat walls incorporate layers of these local materials, significantly improving protection levels without requiring transport of additional shielding mass from Earth. This adaptive use of local resources represents another example of how exploration challenges drive innovation, potentially developing techniques applicable to future settlement of other high radiation environments. Radiation exposure creates unique ethical considerations for the expedition. How much cumulative exposure justifies a particular scientific discovery? What level of increased lifetime cancer risk represents an acceptable trade-off for exploration achievements? The expedition implements a formal ethics committee specifically addressing radiation exposure decisions, ensuring these questions receive proper consideration rather than being decided implicitly through operational expediency. All team members participate in establishing basic principles governing these decisions, creating shared ownership of the approach rather than top-down imposition of standards. This deliberative process acknowledges the reality that while radiation risks can be managed, they cannot be eliminated entirely on Kepler-22b. The radiation environment affects planning for potential future missions to Kepler-22b, or similar worlds. The expedition's experience demonstrates that while human exploration remains possible, rotation of personnel after approximately 2 years would be advisable to maintain lifetime exposure within acceptable limits. Alternatively, substantially enhanced radiation protection technologies would be necessary for longer deployments. The findings suggest that permanent human settlement would require either significant advances in radiation shielding, biological protection measures, or extensive use of subsurface habitats with natural radiation attenuation. These conclusions carry implications for long-term human expansion beyond Earth, potentially limiting permanent habitation to worlds with more favorable radiation conditions. The expedition discovers that radiation levels decrease substantially at relatively shallow depths beneath Kepler-22b's surface. Measurements taken in cave systems and artificially excavated research chambers show radiation attenuation exceeding 95% at depths of just 10 meters, particularly in formations with high-density minerals. This finding suggests that subsurface habitation might provide a sustainable approach to long-term human presence on high-radiation worlds. Future missions might prioritize development of drilling and excavation technologies capable of efficiently creating protected subsurface living spaces. The concept resembles proposals for lunar or Martian subsurface habitats but takes on greater urgency given the more severe surface radiation environment of Kepler-22b. The expedition medical team researches pharmacological approaches to enhancing human radiation resistance. Compounds showing promise in Earth-based research receive field testing under actual Kepler-22b conditions. Several medications demonstrate measurable protective effects, particularly those enhancing cellular repair mechanisms or scavenging free radicals produced by radiation exposure. While none provides complete protection, a carefully designed regimen appears to reduce certain biomarker changes by 30 to 40% compared to unmedicated controls. These findings contribute to broader space medicine knowledge, potentially benefiting future explorers throughout the solar system and beyond. The research continues Earth-based efforts but accelerates understanding through application in a genuinely high radiation environment rather than simulated exposure. Psychological responses to radiation exposure evolve over the course of the mission. Initial hypervigilance typically transitions to a more balanced awareness as individuals develop realistic understanding of actual risks and protection measures. However, some expedition members experience periods of fatalistic thinking after multiple radiation alerts or upon receiving medical tests showing exposure effects. The psychological support team implements specific counseling protocols addressing these responses, helping individuals maintain motivation and appropriate caution without becoming paralyzed by radiation concerns. The approach balances acknowledgement of genuine risks against prevention of counterproductive anxiety, supporting continued function in an environment where some radiation exposure remains unavoidable despite best protective efforts. The radiation environment creates unexpected research opportunities alongside its challenges. The consistent high background allows certain physics experiments that would require specialized facilities on Earth. Materials aging studies occur at accelerated rates, providing data that might require years or decades to collect under Earth conditions. Radiation biology research advances rapidly, with findings potentially applicable to cancer treatment or nuclear accident response protocols on Earth. These scientific silver linings don't negate the hazards, but do create value from necessary exposure, allowing the expedition to leverage even the most challenging aspects of Kepler-22b's environment for knowledge advancement. This opportunistic approach maximizes return on the substantial investment and risk acceptance involved in mounting the mission. The expedition's experience with Kepler-22b's radiation environment carries implications for the search for extraterrestrial life. If similar radiation levels prove common on super-Earths throughout the galaxy, indigenous life would likely require highly effective radiation resistance mechanisms. Such adaptations might produce biochemistry significantly different from Earth life, potentially utilizing different fundamental molecules or cellular structures. This realization expands the search parameters for astrobiologists, suggesting that life detection instruments calibrated based solely on Earth biochemistry might miss radically adapted life forms on high radiation worlds. The findings argue for broader detection approaches in future exobiology missions, capable of recognizing life utilizing unconventional chemistry or protection mechanisms. Long-term exposure to Kepler-22b's radiation gradually changes how expedition members perceive risk. Activities that initially seem dangerously exposed become normalized through repeated experience without immediate negative consequences. This psychological adaptation requires active management through regular safety refresher training and rotation of risk assessment responsibilities. The expedition leadership implements a formal system where team members periodically evaluate each other's radiation safety practices, providing external perspective that helps identify creeping normalization of risk. This approach acknowledges human psychological tendency to adapt to constant dangers, potentially underestimating chronic hazards that don't produce immediate visible effects. Certain regions of Kepler-22b show unexpectedly low radiation levels that correlate with unusual electromagnetic properties in surrounding rock formations. Research suggests these areas contain high concentrations of naturally occurring materials with radio frequency absorption properties, effectively creating partial Faraday cage effects that attenuate certain radiation wavelengths. These discoveries lead to experiments with artificial arrangements of similar materials, potentially developing passive radiation shielding approaches more effective than conventional mass-based methods. Such innovations could significantly enhance radiation protection capabilities for future missions, potentially making long-term human presence more sustainable on high radiation worlds like Kepler-22b. The expedition's radiation management protocols evolve continuously throughout the mission. As understanding of local conditions improves, initial conservative approaches give way to more nuanced situation-specific guidelines as patterns become clear. Comprehensive mapping allows development of zone-based protection requirements rather than blanket precautions for all surface areas. Temporal factors receive increasing emphasis as radiation cycles and patterns emerge from accumulated data. This evolution represents the transition from theoretical knowledge to practical experience, demonstrating how human adaptation to new environments occurs not just through technology but through accumulated understanding incorporated into operational practices. Future expeditions would benefit enormously from this hard-won practical knowledge, likely experiencing significantly lower radiation exposures for equivalent activities. As the expedition approaches its third year on Kepler-22b, cumulative radiation exposure becomes an increasing concern despite all protective measures. Several team members approach lifetime exposure limits established by international space agencies. The mission leadership implements a rotation system, prioritizing return transportation for individuals with highest cumulative doses, while bringing fresh personnel with clean exposure histories. This approach allows continuation of the overall mission while protecting individual health. The process resembles crew rotation protocols used in other high-exposure environments like nuclear submarines or Antarctic winter stations, but adapted for the unique circumstances of distant interstellar exploration, where replacement personnel require years of transit time. The radiation environment affects reproduction potential, raising complex questions about long-term human presence on Kepler-22b or similar worlds. Reproductive cells show particular sensitivity to radiation damage, with genetic effects potentially affecting not just current individuals but future generations. The expedition includes cryogenic storage of reproductive materials collected before radiation exposure as a precautionary measure. Future permanent settlements would require either substantially improved radiation protection or acceptance of assisted reproduction technologies utilizing protected genetic materials. These considerations highlight how space environments may necessitate reconsideration of fundamental human biological processes for long-term sustainability beyond Earth. Your personal radiation monitor beeps softly, indicating another minor increase in background levels. You've grown accustomed to these fluctuations, your body continuously bathed in invisible energies far beyond Earth normal levels. The initial anxiety has faded, replaced by professional assessment and appropriate precautionary responses. Your expedition has developed remarkable adaptations to this high radiation environment, from technological shields to biological countermeasures to operational protocols that minimize exposure. Yet as you stand at the habitat viewport watching storm clouds gather on the horizon, you recognize that radiation represents just one of many environmental hazards on this alien world. Those approaching clouds look different from any storm you've seen previously on Kepler-22b. Their formation and coloration suggesting atmospheric instability of unusual magnitude. What unpredictable meteorological forces might soon be unleashed, and will your carefully engineered habitat withstand whatever comes next? The approaching storm bears little resemblance to weather systems on Earth. Through the habitat viewport, you observe massive cloud formations swirling in patterns that defy familiar meteorological categories. Their coloration shifts between deep purple and sickly yellow, occasionally illuminated from within by electrical discharges far more extensive than Earth lightning. The expedition's meteorological team monitors a bank of instruments, their expressions reflecting growing concern. Atmospheric pressure drops precipitously. Wind speeds register far beyond safety thresholds for exterior operations. This storm represents yet another way Kepler-22b threatens human presence, another environmental extreme requiring adaptation for survival. Storms on this super-Earth differ fundamentally from those on humanity's home planet. The higher gravity creates stronger pressure gradients within weather systems. The dense, chemically complex atmosphere enables energy transfers impossible in Earth's air. The planet's slower rotation compared to Earth allows storm systems to grow larger before Coriolis effects begin breaking them apart. These factors combine to create meteorological phenomena unlike anything in human experience, storms that can cover continental-sized regions and maintain extreme intensities for what would be impossibly long durations by Earth standards. The expedition's weather forecasting models, built primarily on Earth-based understanding, frequently fail to predict these alien weather patterns. The thermal energies driving Kepler-22b's storms exceed those of Earth weather systems by orders of magnitude. The temperature differential between direct starlight and shadow areas creates convection cycles of extraordinary power. The thick atmosphere stores vast amounts of thermal energy, releasing it through weather systems that can persist for weeks rather than days. Heat distribution across the planet occurs primarily through these massive storm systems rather than the more gradual oceanic heat transport important on Earth. This fundamental difference creates weather patterns more extreme and less predictable than those familiar to human experience, requiring entirely new approaches to meteorological forecasting and storm preparation. The expedition implemented monitoring systems specifically designed for Kepler-22b's unique weather patterns. Atmospheric composition sensors track chemical changes that often precede major storms. Barometric instruments detect subtle pressure variations invisible to standard equipment. Electromagnetic field monitors observe ionization patterns associated with the planet's unique electrical storm characteristics. This specialized instrumentation provides earlier warning than would be possible with Earth-designed weather monitoring systems, typically allowing 12 to 18 hours preparation before major storm arrival. Even with these advanced tools, some storms develop too rapidly or unpredictably for adequate warning, necessitating continuous readiness for emergency weather protocols. The approaching storm triggers automatic habitat lockdown procedures. External research equipment folds into protective configurations or retracts into shielded housings. Storm shutters deploy over viewports and other vulnerable points. The habitat switches to internal life support, recycling air rather than processing external atmosphere, even through filtration systems. Power generation shifts entirely to fusion systems, with solar collection arrays stowed to prevent damage. These preparations occur with practiced efficiency, the expedition having endured numerous previous storms during its time on Kepler-22b. Nevertheless, the monitoring team's concern suggests this system may exceed previous experiences. Wind velocity represents one of the most immediately dangerous aspects of Kepler-22b's storms. The dense atmosphere, when set in motion, carries kinetic energy far beyond equivalent velocities in Earth's thinner air. Wind speeds reaching 300 km per hour occur regularly during major storms, with extremes exceeding 500 km per hour in the most powerful systems. These winds easily become strong enough to lift and propel objects as large as surface vehicles if not properly secured. Exterior structures require anchoring systems designed for forces exceeding the most extreme hurricane conditions on Earth. The expedition learned this necessity early, after losing valuable equipment during one of the first storms encountered after landing. The unpredictable chemical reactions occurring during storms create additional hazards. The atmospheric composition changes dramatically as electrical discharges trigger synthesis of new compounds. Some storms generate corrosive precipitation capable of damaging environmental suit materials or exposed equipment. Others produce transient gases that can penetrate standard filtration systems, requiring emergency supplemental purification measures within habitats. The expedition's atmospheric chemists continuously monitor these reactions, developing predictive models that improve with each storm experience. This growing knowledge database allows increasingly sophisticated preparation for specific chemical hazards associated with different storm types, gradually transforming unpredictable threats into manageable, if still serious, challenges. Electrical characteristics of Kepler-22b's storms present unique dangers and research opportunities. The complex atmospheric chemistry supports discharge phenomena, unlike Earth lightning, including sustained electrical arcs lasting minutes rather than milliseconds. All lightning-like phenomena of extraordinary stability, and sheet discharges covering square kilometers of sky simultaneously. These electrical events generate electromagnetic pulses capable of damaging unshielded electronics and creating communication blackouts lasting throughout storm duration. All expedition equipment incorporates extensive electromagnetic shielding, adding mass but providing essential protection against these frequent electrical disruptions. Research into these phenomena yields insights into plasma physics impossible to obtain in Earth conditions, creating scientific value from environmental hazard. The habitat structure incorporates specific design elements addressing Kepler-22b's storm conditions. The exterior profile presents minimal surfaces perpendicular to typical wind directions, reducing force exposure. Multiple redundant anchoring systems connect to bedrock rather than surface materials. The life support infrastructure includes emergency atmospheric processing capabilities exceeding normal requirements, allowing response to temporary chemical contamination events. Power systems feature extensive surge protection and electromagnetic isolation. These specialized design elements came at significant mass cost during initial mission deployment, but have proven essential for survival during the most extreme weather events encountered during the expedition. Communication between separated habitat modules becomes challenging or impossible during major storms. The atmospheric ionization, particulate density, and electromagnetic interference combine to block most conventional transmission methods. The expedition implemented a hardwired communication network using shielded optical fibers connecting all permanent structures, providing reliable connectivity regardless of external conditions. Mobile teams caught in approaching storms deploy tethered communication buoys that maintain physical connections to this network. These adaptations ensure continuity of critical communications, even during the most severe meteorological events, allowing coordinated response to any storm-related emergencies. Storms affect psychological well-being in complex ways. The sensory experience of major weather events on Kepler-22b typically includes continuous low-frequency vibrations as wind interacts with habitat structures, visible flexing of certain interior elements designed to absorb storm forces, and omnipresent sound ranging from deep rumbles to high-pitched keening as air moves through external structural elements. These persistent stimuli create stress responses even in expedition members with no conscious concern about structural integrity. The psychological support team implements specific relaxation protocols during major storms, including both pharmaceutical options and structured activities designed to reduce autonomic stress responses to these environmental inputs. The expedition discovered that different geographical regions of Kepler-22b experience distinctly different storm patterns. Highland areas suffer more frequent but typically less intense systems. Basin regions experience fewer storms but of much greater severity when they occur. Coastal zones near liquid bodies develop unique cyclonic systems driven by interaction between different surface materials. Mapping these regional variations becomes essential for safety planning, with critical infrastructure placed in areas less prone to extreme storm activity when possible. This geographical understanding helps transform the initially chaotic-seeming weather into somewhat more predictable patterns, though significant unpredictability remains compared to Earth weather systems. Storm prediction develops into a distinct scientific specialty, merging traditional meteorology with atmospheric chemistry, electromagnetic analysis, and planetary rotation dynamics. The expedition's weather specialists create new modeling approaches specific to Kepler-22b conditions, gradually achieving forecast reliability approaching 70% for major events 24 hours in advance. This accuracy, while far below Earth weather prediction capabilities, represents remarkable progress given the alien conditions and limited observation history. Each storm provides new data improving these models, suggesting that future expeditions or settlements might achieve substantially better predictive capabilities through continued observation and analysis. This improving prediction capability transforms storm response from purely reactive emergency management to more proactive preparation. Some expedition members develop physical symptoms during major storms, even inside fully protected habitats. These include headaches, joint pain, sleep disturbances, and anxiety manifestations beyond those explicable by conscious storm concerns. Medical investigation suggests these responses may relate to sensitivity to barometric pressure changes, electromagnetic field fluctuations, or infrasound vibrations that occur during major weather events. The medical team develops individualized countermeasure protocols for affected individuals, including both pharmaceutical interventions and environmental modifications to sleeping quarters. These adaptations help maintain function even during extended storm periods, preventing cumulative performance degradation from these physiological stress responses. The unpredictability of storm timing affects expedition planning fundamentally. All exterior activities must include contingency provisions for rapid recall or shelter-in-place options. Supply chains between habitat modules incorporate storm interruption assumptions, with critical resources maintained at each location sufficient for typical storm duration isolation. Research schedules include flexible timing elements allowing efficient redirection of effort during weather restrictions. These adaptations create operational resilience at the cost of efficiency compared to more predictable environments. The expedition leadership continuously balances risk acceptance against scientific objectives, seeking optimal approaches to accomplishing mission goals despite the frequent interruptions imposed by Kepler-22b's chaotic weather patterns. The storm cycle creates opportunities as well as challenges. Certain research objectives benefit from the extreme conditions, allowing observation of chemical and physical processes impossible in more benign environments. Stormwater collection systems capture precipitation for processing into potable supplies, supplementing the expedition's recycling capabilities with fresh inputs. Electromagnetic energy harvesting systems extract power from the electrical components of storms, providing supplemental energy during periods when solar collection becomes impossible. These opportunistic approaches transform the hazardous storms from purely negative events into complex phenomena with mixed impacts, exemplifying the expedition's adaptive approach to Kepler-22b's challenging environment. Vehicle design for surface exploration incorporates storm survival capabilities. Rovers feature low, stable profiles resistant to high winds. Retractable anchoring systems allow rapid deployment when storms approach with insufficient warning for return to main habitats. Life support systems include enhanced filtration for storm-generated atmospheric contaminants. These specialized designs add mass and complexity compared to vehicles designed for more predictable environments, but prove essential for operating safely on Kepler-22b. The engineering team continuously refines these designs based on actual storm experience, gradually developing vehicle specifications optimized for the specific challenges encountered during the mission. The expedition maintains detailed records of all storms encountered, creating a comprehensive database of Kepler-22b weather patterns that reveals longer-term cycles beyond individual events. Seasonal variations become apparent only after multiple cycles of observation. Correlation with the planet's position in its orbit suggests some predictability in the most severe storm timing. These emerging patterns allow increasingly sophisticated long-term planning, with major expedition initiatives scheduled during statistically less active periods. This knowledge accumulation demonstrates the value of sustained presence despite environmental challenges, each storm contributing data that incrementally improves understanding and predictive capability. Certain storm types appear unique to specific regions of Kepler-22b, possibly related to surface composition, elevation patterns, or local magnetic field characteristics. Flashes occur primarily in equatorial regions, characterized by continuous electrical discharge with minimal precipitation. Howlers dominate mid-latitudes, featuring extreme sustained winds but relatively stable atmospheric chemistry. Acid fronts appear most commonly near volcanic regions, bringing highly corrosive precipitation that necessitates complete shelter for all equipment and personnel. Recognizing these regional storm types allows more specific preparation and risk management, transforming generic storm readiness into environment-specific protocols optimized for actual likely conditions. The expedition's meteorologists identify precursor conditions that often indicate approaching storm systems. Certain cloud formation patterns typically precede major events by 12 to 36 hours. Specific shifts in background electromagnetic field readings correlate strongly with developing storm conditions. Atmospheric composition changes, particularly in trace gas ratios, often signal impending weather transitions. These early indicators allow increasingly reliable storm forecasting despite the fundamentally chaotic nature of Kepler-22b's weather. The developing prediction capability directly impacts expedition safety, allowing better preparation for approaching systems and more confident planning during clear periods, identified as likely to remain stable. Surface operations during less severe storms require specialized protocols and equipment. Lightweight environmental suits used during calm conditions must be exchanged for heavier storm variants incorporating enhanced stability features, stronger chemical resistance and more robust communication systems. Movement patterns change to maintain lower centers of gravity and minimize wind exposure. Teams work in closer proximity, maintaining visual contact when communication systems experience storm-related degradation. These operational adaptations allow continued essential activities during minor to moderate weather events, preserving research productivity despite Kepler-22b's frequently hostile meteorological conditions. The approach balances safety requirements against the practical impossibility of suspending all exterior operations during every storm in an environment where some weather activity occurs during nearly 40% of total mission time. The massive storm systems of Kepler-22b affect the planet's climate in ways fundamentally different from Earth patterns. The extreme energy transfers occurring during these events represent the primary mechanism for heat distribution across the planet's surface, a role played primarily by ocean currents on Earth. This difference creates more extreme temperature variations between regions and more rapid transitions than would be expected on a world with Earth-like oceans. Understanding these dynamics requires new approaches to climate modeling, with traditional Earth-based assumptions proving inadequate to capture Kepler-22b's complex systems. The expedition climatologists developed new analytical frameworks specifically adapted to this environment, potentially applicable to understanding other super-Earths throughout the galaxy. Storm patterns interact with the day-night cycle to create particularly dangerous conditions during certain time periods. Systems forming during daylight often intensify dramatically as they cross into night regions, the temperature differential adding energy to already powerful storm dynamics. Prediction models incorporate these temporal factors, identifying high-risk development periods requiring enhanced vigilance. Surface teams operating near day-night transition zones maintain heightened readiness for rapid condition changes, with lower thresholds for activating storm protection protocols. These temporal considerations add another layer of complexity to an already challenging operational environment, requiring constant awareness of not just current conditions but time-related risk factors specific to Kepler-22b's rotation and orbital characteristics. The expedition discovers that storm intensity correlates with certain geological features, particularly in volcanic regions where thermal inputs and chemical emissions can trigger or intensify weather systems. This relationship creates zones of predictably higher storm activity that expedition planning carefully avoids for permanent infrastructure, while targeting for specific research objectives related to extreme weather phenomena. Mapping these correlations helps transform the seemingly chaotic storm patterns into more comprehensible systems, with causality becoming clearer through sustained observation. This growing understanding represents a fundamental scientific achievement, characterizing the complex interaction between geological and atmospheric systems on a super-Earth-type planet. Major storms sometimes trigger secondary hazards, beyond the direct meteorological effects. Landslides occur frequently during heavy precipitation events, the saturated surface materials yielding to Kepler-22b's higher gravity more readily than would occur on Earth. Flooding can develop with remarkable speed in basin areas as the dense atmosphere drives precipitation with greater force than Earth rainfall. Electrical discharges occasionally ignite volatile surface materials, creating fire hazards despite the generally non-flammable atmospheric composition. The expedition develops comprehensive monitoring for these secondary effects, recognizing that the cascading hazards sometimes exceed the direct storm impacts in destructive potential. This holistic approach to storm risk management considers the complete environmental system rather than focusing solely on immediate meteorological parameters. The current approaching storm appears to combine characteristics of several previously documented types, suggesting either an unusual hybrid system or potentially a new storm classification altogether. The meteorological team debates the implications, analyzing instrument readings for clues to likely development. The atmospheric chemistry shows signature elements of an acid front, but with electrical activity more typical of flashes and barometric patterns resembling howlers. This combination could produce hazards exceeding any individual storm type previously encountered. The expedition leadership implements maximum readiness protocols, securing all exterior equipment and recalling all personnel to primary habitats with full storm hardening activated. The uncertainty itself represents a challenge, preparation requiring comprehensive approaches when specific hazard profiles remain unclear. The unpredictable storms of Kepler-22b necessitate self-sufficiency for all expedition components. Each habitat module maintains independent life support capacity, power generation, and essential supplies sufficient for isolation periods exceeding the longest storm durations previously recorded. Surface teams carry emergency shelter equipment capable of sustaining personnel through moderate storm events when return to primary habitats becomes impossible due to rapid onset conditions. This distributed resilience approach increases overall mission mass and complexity, but proves essential in an environment where communication and transportation links frequently suffer weather-related interruptions. The strategy transforms potential catastrophic disruptions into manageable inconveniences, allowing the expedition to maintain function despite Kepler-22b's chaotic meteorology. The hybrid storm arrives with unprecedented intensity, exceeding previous events in nearly all measured parameters. Wind velocity sensors max out at their upper detection limits. Atmospheric pressure fluctuations exceed design specifications for habitat structural components, though safety margins prevent actual failure. Chemical sensors detect compounds never previously recorded in storm conditions, suggesting novel reaction pathways in the turbulent atmosphere. The meteorological team works continuously throughout the event, gathering data that might explain this extreme system while the remainder of the expedition shelters in place, all exterior activities suspended indefinitely. Each instrument reading sets new records for the mission, the storm revealing Kepler-22b's capacity for meteorological violence beyond even the conservative planning scenarios used for expedition preparation. Throughout the mission, the expedition has documented increasing frequency in extreme storm events, raising questions about potential seasonal or longer-term climate patterns. The observation period remains too brief for definitive conclusions, but suggests Kepler-22b may experience climate cycles with significantly higher amplitude than Earth's variations. If true, the expedition might have arrived during a transitional period, moving toward more active storm phases. This possibility raises concerns about long-term Fritzsche viability and potential need for more robust storm hardening beyond current specifications. The climatology team develops observational priorities to test this hypothesis, recognizing that understanding such cycles would prove critical for any potential future human presence on this or similar worlds. The psychological impact of unpredictable storms manifests differently across expedition members. Some individuals report increased anxiety specifically tied to weather forecasting uncertainty, the inability to confidently predict safe periods creating background stress that accumulates over time. Others develop stoic acceptance, adapting to the fundamental unpredictability as simply another aspect of life on Kepler-22b. A few embrace the chaotic weather patterns with scientific enthusiasm, each major storm representing new research opportunities despite the operational disruptions. The psychological support team monitors these varying responses, recognizing that differential adaptation to unpredictability often reveals core personality traits that affect performance in multiple domains beyond specific weather concerns. Storm experiences create unique linguistic development among the expedition members. New terminology emerges to describe weather phenomena with no Earth equivalents. Screamer describes a specific high-pitched sound produced by certain wind patterns interacting with habitat structures. Crawlers refers to slow-moving electrical discharges that progress horizontally across the landscape rather than vertically like typical lightning. Pressure hammers designate sudden atmospheric compression waves that produce distinctive habitat flexing. This specialized vocabulary develops organically as shared experiences require precise communication about environmental conditions unique to Kepler-22b. The linguistic adaptation represents another aspect of human response to novel environments, language evolving to efficiently express concepts most relevant to immediate survival concerns. The extreme storm continues for 5 days, far exceeding typical duration for previously observed weather systems. Continuous monitoring reveals internal structure changes, suggesting the storm actually represents multiple systems merged into a single massive event, their boundaries indistinguishable from external observation. This discovery helps explain the hybrid characteristics and extraordinary persistence, each component system refreshing energy in the combined structure. The meteorological team documents these interactions, developing new theoretical models for superstorm formation on super-Earth-type planets. This knowledge, while emerging from a challenging operational situation, represents valuable scientific insight potentially applicable to understanding weather patterns on thousands of similar worlds throughout the galaxy. As the storm finally begins dissipating, the expedition prepares for post-storm recovery operations. These well-practiced procedures include systematic exterior inspection of all structures before resuming normal pressurization, deployment of atmospheric sampling drones to verify chemical safety before human exposure, and graduated restoration of systems temporarily deactivated during maximum storm conditions. Survey teams will assess landscape changes, as major storms frequently alter surface features through erosion, deposition, and occasionally more dramatic restructuring. The methodical approach balances urgency to resume normal operations against safety requirements in an environment that remains hazardous even as acute storm conditions diminish. This recovery phase represents another domain where expedition procedures have evolved through experience, initial overly cautious approaches gradually optimized to match actual post-storm conditions typically encountered. The expedition's storm experience highlights both human adaptability and fundamental limits to habitability. Through technological innovation, procedural development, and psychological adjustment, the team has transformed initially threatening unpredictable storms into manageable, if still serious, environmental challenges. However, the frequency and intensity of these events would likely preclude certain types of permanent settlement without either significantly advanced protection technologies or extensive habitability modification beyond current capabilities. This reality places Kepler-22b in a particular category of potentially explorable but not easily habitable worlds, suitable for scientific outposts but challenging for larger-scale human presence without substantial further technological development. As exterior inspections begin following storm dissipation, the expedition discovers significant landscape changes in areas visible from habitat viewports. A previously dry basin now contains a substantial liquid pool, presumably filled by storm precipitation. Several ridgelines show evidence of mass wasting, the material transported to lower elevations by combined effects of liquid flow and gravity. Most dramatically, a fissure has opened approximately 2 kilometers from the main habitat, steam or vapor visibly emerging from the opening. These geographical changes emphasize the dynamic nature of Kepler-22b's surface, weather and geology interacting to reshape the landscape at rates far exceeding typical Earth processes. The documentation of these changes provides valuable data on surface evolution rates under super-Earth conditions, another scientific benefit emerging from the challenging storm environment. The unpredictable storms of Kepler-22b highlight the complex interaction between multiple environmental challenges faced by the expedition. The toxic atmosphere becomes more immediately dangerous during storms, when normally stratified components mix in unpredictable ways. Radiation exposure risks change as storm clouds sometimes provide shielding from stellar radiation, while electromagnetic storm components can generate different radiation types. The already challenging gravity remains constant but affects storm dynamics fundamentally, creating weather systems more powerful than would form under identical temperature and atmospheric conditions with Earth normal gravity. These interactions transform individual environmental challenges into a complex system requiring integrated understanding rather than isolated response strategies. The expedition's growing capability to function in this environment comes not just from addressing each factor individually, but from comprehending how they interact and influence each other. As the vapor emanating from the newly formed fissure continues rising into the atmosphere, your monitoring instruments detect an unusual phenomenon. The day length appears to be changing, with metrics indicating a gradual but measurable slowing of Kepler-22b's rotation. This observation connects with earlier anomalous readings previously attributed to instrument error, but now appearing potentially significant. Subtle variations in day length measurements taken over months of mission time suddenly form a pattern when compared against current data. Could Kepler-22b be experiencing rotational instability? The implications would fundamentally affect every aspect of the mission, potentially creating environmental variations far exceeding even the unpredictable storm patterns. Your concerns turn toward what might happen to an already challenging environment if day and night cycles begin extending beyond their normal parameters. The data confirms your suspicions about Kepler-22b's rotation. Long-term measurements reveal a day-night cycle significantly longer than Earth's 24-hour period, with substantial variability that explains the previously confusing observations. The planet's rotation rate averages approximately 72 Earth hours per complete cycle, but fluctuates by up to 20% in irregular patterns. This creates days lasting between 60 and 85 hours, followed by nights of similar extended duration. Unlike Earth, where rotation remains remarkably stable over human timescales, Kepler-22b experiences noticeable variations within timeframes as short as months. This rotational instability creates yet another environmental challenge for human adaptation, one affecting everything from sleep cycles to temperature extremes to potential indigenous life patterns. The extended day-night cycle profoundly impacts surface temperature patterns. During the prolonged day periods, exposed areas heat continuously for 3 times longer than Earth's surfaces. Temperatures climb well beyond what would occur under Earth's shorter insolation periods, reaching extremes that would be impossible under a 24-hour cycle. Similarly, the extended nights allow much more significant cooling than occurs on Earth, creating temperature swings that exceed even desert environments on humanity's home planet. These extended heating and cooling periods interact with Kepler-22b's other environmental characteristics, particularly its dense atmosphere and higher gravity, creating complex microclimate patterns that vary dramatically based on local topography, surface composition, and other factors. Circadian rhythms evolved specifically for Earth's 24-hour day. Your bodies expect alternating periods of light and darkness on a consistent schedule that Kepler-22b simply doesn't provide. The expedition medical team monitors significant disruptions to sleep patterns, hormone regulation, and cognitive function as human physiology struggles to adapt to days and nights 3 times longer than evolutionarily anticipated. Most expedition members experience severe insomnia during the extended day periods and excessive fatigue during long nights. Regardless of habitat lighting conditions, these disruptions affect mood, decision-making capability, and physical performance, creating operational challenges beyond the direct environmental hazards. The medical team implements a comprehensive countermeasure program, but complete adaptation proves elusive. The habitats maintain an artificial Earth day cycle regardless of external conditions, creating a permanent disconnect between internal and external time. Lighting systems follow standard 24-hour patterns, dimming during designated night periods, despite potentially brilliant daylight outside the viewports. This approach prioritizes human biological needs over synchronization with planetary cycles. Chronobiologists monitor individual responses, adjusting personal schedules to optimize function within these constraints. Most expedition members adapt to ignoring external light conditions when inside habitats, essentially living on Earth time while indoors. However, this dissociation creates its own psychological challenges, a constant reminder of existence in an environment fundamentally mismatched to human biological requirements. Extended surface operations require carefully planned rest cycles that balance human biological needs against efficient use of favorable external conditions. Teams heading out during early day periods know the environment will continue warming for approximately 30 hours, necessitating planned temperature adaptation throughout long excursions. Missions beginning near day end must carry enhanced thermal protection for the approaching night conditions. These operational complexities require sophisticated planning and constant awareness of both elapsed time and position in the planetary rotation cycle. The expedition develops specialized training protocols, helping personnel maintain intuitive understanding of these extended temporal patterns, supplementing instrument readings with experiential awareness developed through repeated exposure to the extended cycles. The variable rotation creates scientific opportunities alongside its challenges. Researchers study how indigenous organisms adapt to the irregular light-dark patterns, documenting unique biological rhythms, unlike anything seen on Earth. Some native life forms appear to enter dormancy states during inappropriate conditions regardless of timing unpredictability, while others maintain constant activity with physiological adjustments for changing environments. These observations provide insights into evolutionary adaptation to non-standard planetary rotation, potentially applicable to understanding life possibilities throughout the galaxy. The challenging day-night cycle transforms from purely negative into a research advantage, allowing study of biological adaptations impossible to observe in Earth's more stable rotational environment. Sleep management becomes a critical expedition priority. The medical team develops individualized sleep protocols based on personal chronotypes and specific responses to the extended day-night cycle. Pharmaceutical interventions include both carefully managed stimulants during extended work periods and sleep aids during designated rest times. Habitat living quarters feature comprehensive light control, sound isolation, and temperature regulation, creating optimal sleep conditions regardless of external environmental state. Despite these interventions, sleep quality metrics remain below Earth baselines for most expedition members. The cumulative effects of chronic sleep disruption necessitate careful monitoring and regular adjustment of work assignments to maintain safety and performance standards. The extended day-night cycle affects psychological well-being in complex ways. Many expedition members report distorted time perception, with subjective experience of duration becoming increasingly unreliable. Some individuals develop a phenomenon the psychology team designates temporal disconnection, where awareness of time passing detaches from both biological and environmental cues. This dissociation creates anxiety in some personnel while others report it as oddly liberating. Regular synchronization protocols become necessary, with team members explicitly confirming shared understanding of time status during operations. These practices compensate for the loss of intuitive temporal awareness that humans typically develop in Earth's consistent 24-hour environment. Plant cultivation for supplemental food production requires complete artificial environment control, with growth lighting systems operating on standardized cycles regardless of external conditions. Initial attempts to utilize natural light during day periods proved counterproductive, the extended duration causing plant stress responses rather than enhanced growth. The agricultural specialists develop specialized schedules optimized for each crop species, sometimes implementing non-Earth standard patterns that maximize productivity under controlled conditions. These artificial growing environments remain completely isolated from the planetary cycle, essentially creating Earth-like temporal microclimates within the overall alien environment. This approach prioritizes reliable food production over adaptation to local conditions, recognizing fundamental incompatibility between Earth-evolved plant biology and Kepler-22b's rotation pattern. The extended night periods create opportunities for astronomical observation, impossible on more rapidly rotating worlds. Fixed celestial objects remain in consistent positions for much longer durations, allowing extended observation without tracking adjustments. This advantage proves particularly valuable for studying Kepler-22b's parent star and other nearby stellar objects. The astronomy team deploys specialized equipment during night cycles, conducting research difficult to accomplish on Earth even with much larger instruments due to rotation limitations. These scientific opportunities partially offset the operational challenges of the extended darkness, transforming a potentially negative environmental factor into a research advantage through appropriate technology application and scheduling adaptation. Temperature management for exterior equipment must account for the extended heating and cooling cycles. Systems designed for Earth's shorter day-night pattern often fail under the prolonged extreme conditions of Kepler-22b. Electronic components overheat when exposed to 3 Earth days of continuous heating. Mechanical systems experience excessive contraction during the extended freezing nights. The engineering team developed specialized thermal regulation systems incorporating phase change materials capable of buffering temperature extremes over much longer durations than typically required for Earth equipment. These adaptations add mass and complexity but prove essential for reliable function in the extended day-night environment. Future equipment designs would benefit from fundamental reconceptualization for these conditions, rather than adaptation of Earth-optimized systems. The expedition establishes specialized protocols for managing the transition periods between extended day and night. These boundary times create unique challenges and opportunities, with rapidly changing conditions requiring careful planning and execution. Equipment deployed during late day requires protection against the approaching cold, while systems set up during late night must incorporate cooling capability for the coming heat. Human activity schedules concentrate certain operations during these transition periods, taking advantage of temporarily moderate conditions before the extremes of full day or deep night. These protocols represent another domain where experience on Kepler-22b drives procedural innovation, adapting human activity patterns to align with the alien day-night cycle, despite its mismatch with human biological rhythms. The extended day-night cycle interacts with storm patterns in complex ways. Certain storm types occur primarily during specific portions of the cycle, particularly during transitions between day and night when temperature gradients reach maximum values. Others develop during deep night, driven by cooling patterns impossible under shorter darkness periods. The expedition meteorologists document these correlations, gradually developing predictive capability that integrates temporal position within the rotation cycle alongside other atmospheric indicators. This integrated understanding allows increasingly sophisticated risk management, with certain activities scheduled during rotation phases, statistically less likely to experience specific storm types. This adaptive scheduling represents another way human intelligence compensates for challenging environmental conditions through pattern recognition and planned response rather than direct biological adaptation. Surface exploration strategies evolve to leverage opportunities created by the extended day-night cycle. Certain geological processes become more readily observable during specific portions of the cycle. Mineral formations that respond to temperature changes display behaviors during the extended transitions, undetectable under Earth's more rapid temperature shifts. Liquid movements associated with freeze-thaw cycles occur more dramatically and visibly when duration extends beyond Earth norms. The expedition geologists develop temporal mapping protocols, identifying optimal observation periods for specific phenomena of interest. This approach transforms the challenging day-night cycle from operational obstacle into research opportunity through appropriate scheduling adaptation, another example of human flexibility compensating for environmental conditions fundamentally mismatched to evolved biology. Communication with Earth requires awareness of both planets' rotational positions. Transmission windows occur when appropriate receiving facilities face toward Kepler-22b, creating a complex schedule based on both Earth's 24-hour rotation and Kepler-22b's variable, approximately 72-hour cycle. The communication team maintains specialized software tracking these synchronized opportunities, scheduling primary data transmissions during optimal alignment periods. This requirement adds another layer of temporal complexity to expedition operations, with high-priority communications sometimes necessitating activity scheduling around transmission windows rather than local environmental conditions. The challenge highlights the multi-layered temporal environment of interstellar exploration, with personnel simultaneously managing local planetary cycles, Earth schedules and the 4-year light speed delay inherent to the 600 light-year distance. The expedition discovers that Kepler-22b's rotational variability appears connected to tidal interactions with its parent star and other planetary bodies in the system. Long-term measurements suggest a complex pattern of gravitational influences rather than random fluctuation, potentially allowing prediction of rotation changes with sufficient observational data. This discovery holds both scientific value and practical significance, as foreknowledge of rotation timing changes would substantially improve operational planning. The astronomy team prioritizes measurements related to this phenomenon, establishing a continuous monitoring program tracking infinitesimal changes in rotation rate and correlating them with orbital positions of other significant masses in the system. This research exemplifies how practical operational needs on Kepler-22b drive scientific inquiry, with immediate usability enhancing traditional knowledge acquisition motivation. The extended day-night cycle affects different expedition members in highly individualized ways, creating significant variation in adaptation success. Some individuals adjust relatively well, developing functional patterns aligned with the extended periods. Others struggle continuously, their biological rhythms resisting entrainment to cycles so fundamentally different from evolutionary expectations. The variation appears partially predictable based on chronotype assessments performed before departure from Earth, with natural night owls typically adapting more successfully than morning larks. The medical team leverages these insights in personnel assignment, scheduling individuals for activities aligned with their demonstrated adaptation patterns rather than attempting to force identical schedules across the expedition. This personalized approach maximizes overall function despite the challenging temporal environment. Certain research objectives become uniquely feasible due to the extended day-night cycle. Studies of atmospheric chemical reactions occurring only during specific light conditions can continue uninterrupted for durations impossible on more rapidly rotating planets. Observations of indigenous organism behaviors through complete activity cycles provide insights impossible to obtain under Earth's shorter day-night pattern. Geological process monitoring benefits from extended consistent conditions, allowing observation of subtle changes normally hidden by diurnal transitions. The expedition science leadership identifies and prioritizes these rotation-dependent research opportunities, creating specialized investigation protocols leveraging the very environmental characteristic that challenges human biological function. This opportunistic approach transforms limitations into advantages through appropriate focus adjustment and scheduling adaptation. The expedition establishes continuous rotation monitoring as a safety-critical function. Small changes in day-night timing can significantly impact temperature predictions, storm forecasting, and radiation exposure planning. The astronomy team maintains primary responsibility for rotation tracking, with multiple redundant measurement systems ensuring reliable data even during instrumentation failures or storm interference. Regular rotation updates become part of standard briefings before all exterior operations, with personnel required to explicitly acknowledge current cycle position and projected transition timing. This procedural adaptation recognizes the fundamental importance of accurate temporal awareness in an environment where conditions change dramatically based on rotation position. The approach compensates for human intuitive difficulty comprehending and tracking cycles, so different from Earth's familiar 24-hour pattern. Extended darkness during night periods creates particular psychological challenges. Humans evolved with strong psychological connections between light availability and emotional state, with extended darkness often triggering mood disturbances through mechanisms beyond conscious control. The expedition psychology team implements comprehensive countermeasure programs, including light therapy using full-spectrum illumination simulating Earth sunlight, vitamin D supplementation, and scheduled social activities specifically during deep night periods. Despite these interventions, mood metrics show cyclical variation loosely correlating with Kepler-22b's rotation, with notable degradation occurring typically after 40 hours of external darkness. These patterns necessitate careful monitoring and proactive support, with particular attention to safety-critical decision-making during periods of predictable psychological vulnerability. The extended day-night cycle affects energy management for the entire expedition. Solar power generation continues uninterrupted for 3 times longer than on Earth during day periods, but remains unavailable for equally extended periods during night. This pattern necessitates substantial energy storage capacity beyond requirements for similar installations on more rapidly rotating worlds. The engineering team implements a diversified approach, with primary fusion power generation providing Hataline supply regardless of rotation position, while solar collection during extended day periods charges massive storage systems designed to supply non-critical functions during night. This hybrid approach ensures critical life support remains independent of planetary rotation, while efficiently leveraging available solar resources when available. The system represents another domain where Kepler-22b's challenging environment drives technical innovation through necessity. The expedition discovers fascinating adaptations among indigenous organisms to the extended and variable day-night cycle. Some life forms appear capable of detecting subtle gravitational cues that precede actual light changes, beginning behavioral or physiological transitions before visible environmental shifts occur. Others demonstrate remarkable temperature regulation capability, allowing function across the extreme ranges created by extended heating and cooling periods. Most intriguingly, certain microbial communities exhibit collaborative temporal specialization, with different organisms becoming active during specific portions of the extended cycle and passing metabolic products to others in complex choreographed sequences. These observations provide unprecedented insights into biological adaptation to non-Earth standard rotation patterns, with implications for understanding life's potential throughout the galaxy on worlds with diverse temporal characteristics. Vehicle operations require continuous awareness of position within the day-night cycle. Battery-powered systems need recharging schedules aligned with solar availability during day periods. Cooling systems must function continuously during extended heating, while heating becomes critical during prolonged night. Route planning incorporates temporal awareness alongside geographical considerations, with certain terrain becoming differentially hazardous depending on rotation position. The expedition developed specialized training protocols helping vehicle operators maintain intuitive understanding of these temporal factors, supplementing instrument data with experience-based judgment about changing conditions. This adaptive approach allows continued mobility despite environmental variations that would quickly exceed design parameters of vehicles optimized for Earth's more consistent and rapid day-night alternation. The expedition medical team documents physiological changes associated with extended light and darkness exposure. Hormone production patterns differ significantly from Earth normal baselines, with melatonin, cortisol, and other chronobiologically significant compounds showing disrupted cycles. Immune function metrics indicate subtle suppression during specific portions of the extended cycle, particularly during late-night periods. Metabolic indicators fluctuate in patterns suggesting internal desynchronization between different biological systems. These observations provide valuable data about human chronobiology under non-Earth standard conditions, potentially applicable to developing countermeasures for various temporal disruptions, including space travel, shift work, and circadian disorders. The challenging adaptation to Kepler-22b's rotation thus yields medical insights valuable beyond the immediate expedition context. The extended day-night cycle creates unique challenges for habitat thermal management. External temperature variations far exceed those experienced on Earth due to the prolonged heating and cooling periods. The engineering team implements sophisticated thermal buffering systems incorporating phase change materials capable of absorbing or releasing heat as needed to maintain stable internal conditions. Active cooling systems operate continuously during extended day periods while heating systems maintain temperature during the prolonged nights. These systems require significantly greater capacity than equivalent Earth habitats, with corresponding increases in energy consumption and maintenance requirements. The design represents another domain where Kepler-22b's environment necessitates technological enhancement rather than simple adaptation of Earth standard approaches. Personal relationships within the expedition demonstrate interesting adaptations to the extended day-night cycle. Some partnership pairs naturally synchronize their modified biological rhythms, sleeping and waking in matched patterns despite the non-Earth standard cycle. Others develop complementary patterns, with partners active during different portions of the cycle and overlapping during transition periods. The expedition psychologist notes that relationship satisfaction correlates significantly with temporal compatibility under these challenging conditions, with partnerships showing similar adaptation patterns reporting higher relationship quality than those experiencing desynchronized responses to the extended cycle. These observations suggest that shared biological rhythm response may represent an underappreciated factor in relationship success during long-duration missions in environments with non-Earth standard temporal patterns. Extended observation reveals that Kepler-22b's variable rotation affects different regions of the planet differently. The expedition establishes monitoring stations across explored territories documenting temperature ranges, atmospheric conditions, and radiation exposure patterns throughout complete day-night cycles. The resulting data shows surprising regional variation, with some areas experiencing far more extreme temperature swings than others despite similar latitude and elevation. These differences appear connected to surface composition, local atmospheric conditions, and geological features that affect heat absorption and retention. The findings highlight another way Kepler-22b's complex environment defies simple modeling, with rotation effects interacting with other factors to create highly localized condition patterns requiring direct observation rather than theoretical prediction. The expedition linguistic specialist notes interesting temporal vocabulary development among team members. New terminology emerges to describe portions of the extended cycle with no Earth equivalents. Deep day designates the period approximately 30 hours after dawn, when heating reaches maximum levels. Long dusk refers to the extended transition period between full day and complete darkness. Middle night identifies the period most disruptive to human biological rhythms, typically 40 to 50 hours into the darkness period. This linguistic adaptation represents another aspect of human flexibility in response to alien environmental conditions, with language evolving to efficiently express concepts relevant to immediate experience but absent from Earth-based vocabulary due to the lack of equivalent phenomena requiring description. The extended day-night cycle interacts with radiation exposure in complex ways. During day periods, direct radiation from Kepler-22's star creates continuous exposure for durations exceeding Earth solar radiation patterns. Conversely, the extended night provides much longer periods of stellar radiation shielding. allowing biological recovery processes more continuous operation than possible under Earth's shorter darkness durations. The expedition medical team documents these effects through comprehensive biomarker monitoring, observing cellular repair mechanism activity patterns that differ significantly from Earth baselines. These findings suggest that while the extended radiation exposure during day periods increases damage rates, the prolonged night periods may actually enhance repair efficiency through sustained optimal conditions. This complex interaction demonstrates how simplistic assessment of isolated environmental factors often fails to capture the true biological impact of integrated conditions. The expedition implements a standardized timekeeping system that reconciles Earth's 24-hour cycle with Kepler-22b's variable rotation. This hybrid approach maintains Earth standard hours, minutes, and seconds for precision timing, while introducing a planetary position descriptor indicating current status within the local day-night cycle. Communications incorporate both time references, allowing clear understanding regardless of recipient location. This dual awareness becomes second nature to expedition members, their temporal perception expanding to simultaneously track both human standard time and planetary environmental progression. The adaptation represents another cognitive flexibility humans develop in response to alien environments, creating mental frameworks capable of managing multiple overlapping temporal systems simultaneously as required by operational necessities. Different scientific specialties find various portions of the extended cycle particularly valuable for their research. Astronomers naturally prefer the prolonged darkness for uninterrupted observation. Geologists often focus on transition periods, when temperature changes reveal subtle features through differential expansion and contraction. Atmospheric chemists find particular value in studying reaction patterns throughout the extended cycle, documenting processes too slow to observe completely during Earth's shorter day-night alternation. The expedition science leadership implements a scheduling system allowing each specialty prioritized equipment and personnel access during their optimal observation periods, maximizing research return from the challenging rotation pattern. This approach transforms the extended cycle from purely problematic into a dynamic resource allocation challenge, with significant scientific opportunity embedded within the operational complexity. The extended darkness creates unique safety hazards during exterior operations. Human visual systems evolved for Earth's shorter night periods and function suboptimally during prolonged darkness exposure, despite artificial illumination. Depth perception, peripheral awareness, and motion detection all show measurable degradation after approximately 30 hours of continuous darkness operations. The safety team implements mandatory enhanced illumination protocols for extended night activities, with multiple overlapping light sources required to compensate for human perceptual limitations. Regular vision assessment becomes part of standard procedure during long darkness operations, with personnel rotated to different tasks when testing indicates significant perceptual degradation. These adaptive procedures address biological limitations through technological and procedural compensation, rather than expecting impossible physiological adaptation. The expedition discovers that Kepler-22b's variable rotation creates tidal effects more complex than those on Earth. The changing rotational velocity alters the distribution of crustal stress, resulting in subtle but measurable gravitational variations across the surface. These changes appear connected to geological activity patterns, with certain types of seismic events occurring more frequently during specific rotational phases. The geophysics team establishes a monitoring network specifically tracking these correlations, gradually developing predictive capability for certain geological hazards based on rotational position. This knowledge allows more effective risk management through appropriate activity scheduling, avoiding higher risk periods for non-essential operations in geologically active regions. The approach demonstrates how increased understanding of complex environmental interactions enables more effective human operation, despite challenging alien conditions. Extended day periods allow certain organisms to conduct photosynthesis or equivalent energy capture processes for durations impossible on more rapidly rotating worlds. The expedition biology team documents remarkable efficiency in some indigenous life forms which appear capable of continued productive energy capture throughout the extended light period without the photoprotective shutdowns necessary for Earth plants under prolonged exposure. Other organisms demonstrate specialized energy storage capabilities far exceeding Earth equivalents, allowing them to maintain activity throughout the extended night using accumulated resources. These adaptations provide insights into potential evolutionary pathways on worlds with diverse reverse rotation patterns, suggesting that life might develop highly successful strategies under temporal conditions quite different from those that shaped Earth biology. The expedition's chronobiologists develop a comprehensive model of human adaptation limitations to extended day-night cycles. The research identifies approximately 36 hours as the maximum continuous light or darkness period to which human biological rhythms can effectively adapt without significant performance degradation. Beyond this threshold, even with technological and pharmacological support, most individuals experience progressive desynchronization between different physiological systems. This knowledge proves valuable not only for managing the immediate challenges of Kepler-22b, but also for planning potential human activities on other worlds with non-Earth standard rotation. The findings suggest that while humans can function temporarily in environments with much longer day-night cycles, permanent habitation would require either artificial environment creation maintaining Earth-like temporal patterns, or potentially genetic modification allowing adaptation to longer cycles. The extended day-night cycle affects expedition planning at every level. Research priorities must balance scientific opportunity against human biological limitations. Infrastructure development requires consideration of the extreme condition variations created by prolonged heating and cooling periods. Supply chain management must account for periodic operational interruptions aligned with portions of the cycle unsuitable for certain activities. The expedition leadership implements a multi-dimensional planning approach, integrating rotational position awareness alongside geographical, meteorological, and personnel factors. This complexity necessitates sophisticated modeling and decision support systems beyond those typically employed in Earth-based operations or even solar system exploration. The resulting capability represents a significant advancement in human ability to function in truly alien environments while acknowledging and accommodating fundamental biological constraints rather than expecting impossible adaptation. As you contemplate the challenges of Kepler-22b's extended day-night cycle, your environmental suit suddenly issues a warning alert. The oxygen percentage in your breathing mixture has dropped below optimal levels. The backup systems activate immediately, stabilizing your air supply, but the primary system malfunction raises immediate concerns. This isn't the first such incident in recent weeks. Despite regular maintenance and component replacement, the life support systems throughout the expedition have begun showing increasing failure rates. The engineering team has traced these issues to cumulative damage from the harsh environmental conditions, but particularly to the effects of Kepler-22b's atmosphere. Even inside habitats and environmental suits, trace contaminants eventually penetrate filtration systems, degrading components and creating the most fundamental challenge to human survival on this alien world. The extended day-night cycle affects sleep and psychology. The extreme temperatures stress equipment, the radiation accumulates in tissues, and the storms threaten infrastructure. But what happens when you simply cannot breathe? The oxygen alert in your suit stabilizes as backup systems compensate for the primary failure. You breathe normally again, but the momentary warning serves as a stark reminder of your complete dependence on technology for the most basic human need. Every breath you take on Kepler-22b exists as a technological achievement, air manufactured rather than simply found. The planet's atmosphere contains approximately 65% nitrogen, similar to Earth, but nearly 30% carbon dioxide rather than oxygen. This composition would kill an unprotected human within minutes, first through carbon dioxide poisoning and then through oxygen deprivation. No matter how long humans might remain on this alien world, they could never evolve to breathe its toxic air. Every breath must come from technological systems continuously converting local resources into human-compatible atmosphere. Oxygen production forms the foundation of the expedition's life support infrastructure. The primary system utilizes a chemical processing approach similar to those developed for Mars missions but dramatically scaled up and enhanced for Kepler-22b's challenging conditions. Carbon dioxide extracted from the external atmosphere undergoes catalytic conversion, essentially splitting the carbon and oxygen components. The oxygen integrates into the habitat breathing system while the carbon finds use in manufacturing and other applications. This processing requires significant energy input, consuming approximately 20% of the expedition's total power production. The system incorporates multiple redundant components, recognizing that uninterrupted operation remains literally vital for human survival in this environment, where no natural breathing alternative exists. The constantly operating oxygen generation systems create distinctive background sounds that permeate all expedition habitats. The soft rhythmic cycling of pumps, the occasional hiss of pressure release valves, and the constant low hum of air circulation systems form the soundtrack of life on Kepler-22b. Over time, expedition members develop sensitivity to subtle changes in these sounds, often noticing system irregularities before automated diagnostics trigger alerts. This auditory awareness becomes an unconscious safety mechanism, with personnel routinely reporting feeling something sounds wrong shortly before instrumentation confirms developing problems. The phenomenon represents another human adaptation to life in an environment where breathing itself requires constant technological mediation. Air quality monitoring becomes an obsession among expedition engineers. Atmospheric composition sensors operate continuously in all habitable spaces, measuring not just oxygen and carbon dioxide levels but dozens of trace gases that might indicate system degradation or contamination. The data feeds directly to both central monitoring stations and personal devices carried by all personnel. This constant awareness of breathing air composition represents a fundamental shift from Earth experience, where most humans rarely consider the composition of the air they breathe. On Kepler-22b, atmosphere becomes a consciously managed resource rather than an assumed environmental constant. This awareness creates both heightened caution and occasional anxiety, with some expedition members checking air quality readings dozens of times daily despite system stability. Psychological adaptation to complete breathing dependence varies significantly among expedition personnel. Some individuals develop specific anxiety focused on life support systems, manifesting as excessive checking behaviors or reluctance to venture far from primary habitats with their more robust air generation capabilities. Others demonstrate remarkable psychological compartmentalization, acknowledging the technical reality of breathing dependence while maintaining focus on mission objectives without persistent concern. The expedition psychology team implements specific counseling protocols addressing these divergent adaptations, helping individuals develop balanced awareness that acknowledges genuine risk without allowing it to become paralyzing. This support proves particularly critical during occasional system glitches that, while never actually life-threatening due to multiple redundancies, nonetheless remind everyone of their absolute dependence on technology for each breath. Personal oxygen supplies become constant companions for all expedition members. Small emergency breathing devices capable of providing approximately 30 minutes of air remain attached to each person's clothing at all times, even within habitats. These devices undergo daily testing and weekly replacement, with expired units reconditioned for continued service. This perpetual physical connection to emergency breathing capability creates another psychological aspect of life on Kepler-22b. The weight and presence of the device is a constant tactile reminder of breathing vulnerability. New expedition members typically check their emergency devices frequently during their first weeks on the planet, but this behavior gradually reduces to the standard verification schedule as the presence becomes normalized through routine and familiarity. Environmental suits for exterior operations incorporate breathing systems far more complex than those used in Earth space exploration. Multiple redundant oxygen generation, carbon dioxide scrubbing, and atmospheric isolation systems operate simultaneously, with automated switching between systems occurring based on performance metrics. The suits essentially function as miniature life support habitats, completely self-contained for durations up to 12 hours without external support. This complexity adds considerable mass compared to suits designed for environments with less immediately lethal atmospheric conditions. The additional weight creates higher physical demands on users already dealing with Kepler-22b's stronger gravity, further constraining exterior operation duration through accelerated fatigue. This limitation represents another indirect consequence of the atmospheric composition, even beyond the direct breathing challenge. Atmospheric contamination represents a constant concern for all habitat systems. The toxic external atmosphere continuously seeks entry through microscopic imperfections in seals, subtle material degradation, or during necessary transfers between exterior and interior environments. Filtration systems operate constantly, removing trace contaminants before they can accumulate to harmful levels. Despite these precautions, certain compounds eventually penetrate all barriers, requiring periodic deep cleaning procedures for all habitable spaces. These decontamination protocols temporarily displace personnel from affected areas, creating logistical complications for expedition operations. The continuous management of atmospheric boundaries between habitable and lethal environments represents another aspect of life on Kepler-22b that has no equivalent in typical Earth experience, where beneficial and harmful atmospheres don't normally exist in such proximity with such extreme differences. Sleep creates particular vulnerability regarding breathing security. Unconscious individuals cannot respond to atmospheric warnings or employ emergency breathing devices. Consequently, sleeping quarters feature the most robust life support redundancy in the expedition infrastructure. Multiple independent air generation and monitoring systems operate simultaneously in these areas, with automated systems capable of isolating individual sleep chambers and activating emergency protocols without human intervention. These precautions add significant infrastructure complexity but prove essential for psychological well-being, allowing genuine rest without subconscious concern about breathing safety. The need for absolute reliability in sleep environment life support represents another domain, where Kepler-22b's lack of breathable atmosphere necessitates technological solutions far beyond those required in more forgiving environments. The expedition discovers significant regional variation in atmospheric composition across Kepler-22b's surface. Certain areas show higher concentrations of toxic compounds that accelerate filter degradation in environmental suits and vehicles. Others contain particulates that affect intake system operation for oxygen generation equipment. These variations necessitate specialized preparation for operations in different regions, with equipment configurations adapted to local atmospheric challenges. The atmospheric science team continuously updates regional composition maps, information that becomes as critical for mission planning as terrain features or weather patterns. This detailed atmospheric geography represents another unique aspect of operations on a world where the air itself presents variable hazards rather than a consistent benign background condition. Airlock procedures take on heightened significance compared to operations in vacuum environments, where space exploration airlocks primarily address pressure differences. Kepler-22b facilities must manage both pressure and compositional transitions between toxic exterior and breathable interior atmospheres. The process typically involves multiple stages, first equalizing pressure, then purging remaining exterior atmosphere and replacing it with breathable air before final entry. This procedure requires significantly more time than vacuum airlocks, typically 15 to 20 minutes for a complete cycle. The duration affects operational planning, creating minimum timeframes for any exterior activity regardless of actual task requirements. This constraint represents another way the atmospheric composition indirectly influences all aspects of expedition function beyond the obvious breathing challenges. The expedition medical team monitors subtle physiological changes associated with long-term reliance on artificially generated atmosphere. The manufactured air, while meeting all human biological requirements, differs slightly from Earth's natural composition in trace gas ratios, particulate content and other minor factors. These differences appear to trigger subtle adaptations in respiratory tissue, changes that remain well within safety parameters, but nonetheless indicate biological response to the non-Earth standard breathing environment. The documentation of these adaptations contributes valuable data to space medicine knowledge, potentially informing life support design for future long-duration missions throughout the solar system and beyond. The findings highlight how even technically adequate artificial environments may create subtle biological effects through differences imperceptible to conscious awareness, but significant at the cellular level. Oxygen storage becomes a critical resource management concern. The expedition maintains reserves sufficient for approximately 30 days of complete main system failure, a scenario considered extraordinarily unlikely given multiple redundant generation capabilities, but nonetheless prepared for through conservative planning. This reserve requires significant volume, with specialized storage chambers incorporated throughout the habitat infrastructure. The stored oxygen undergoes regular testing and cycling to prevent degradation, creating another ongoing maintenance requirement. This approach represents a fundamental shift from Earth emergency preparation, where breathing contingencies might address hours or perhaps days rather than the weeks necessary on a world where no natural breathing alternative exists under any circumstances. The psychological security provided by this extensive reserve capacity justifies the substantial resource allocation it requires. The expedition's atmospheric processing research extends beyond immediate survival requirements to investigate potential long-term approaches for human presence on worlds with challenging atmospheres. Experimental systems explore biological air generation through algae cultivation, chemical extraction approaches requiring minimal energy input, and hybrid technologies combining multiple approaches. While current expedition requirements rely primarily on proven technologies from earlier space exploration, these research initiatives may identify more sustainable approaches for potential future bases or settlements. The knowledge developed applies not just to Kepler-22b but potentially to numerous worlds throughout the galaxy with atmospheres unsuitable for direct human breathing, but containing convertible components. This forward-looking research exemplifies the expedition's dual focus on immediate survival and broader knowledge development for future application. Habitat design incorporates zone breathing systems, allowing isolation of sections experiencing atmospheric contamination or generation system problems. Airlocks connect these zones, permitting controlled personnel movement without compromising breathing security in unaffected areas. This compartmentalized approach creates operational complexity, but provides essential safety redundancy in an environment where atmospheric integrity represents the most fundamental survival requirement. The design draws inspiration from submarine and space station architectures, but incorporates enhanced isolation capabilities, reflecting the immediately lethal nature of Kepler-22b's external atmosphere. This defensive depth approach ensures that problems affecting one habitat section remain contained rather than potentially compromising the entire expedition's breathing environment. The expedition implements specialized training addressing psychological responses to breathing emergencies. These protocols go beyond technical emergency procedures to incorporate specific cognitive and emotional management techniques. Personnel learn recognition signs of developing panic responses that might compromise effective emergency action. Breathing regulation exercises help maintain adequate oxygenation during high-stress situations despite the natural tendency toward hyperventilation. Psychological conditioning techniques associate emergency signals with calm, practiced response rather than fear. These integrated physical and psychological approaches significantly improve performance during simulated breathing emergencies, suggesting better outcomes should actual events occur. The training recognizes that effective response to atmospheric threats requires both technical knowledge and appropriate psychological state, particularly in an environment where breathing itself cannot be taken for granted. The lack of breathable air creates unique fire safety challenges. Standard Earth approaches to fire suppression often involve removing oxygen from affected areas, an approach obviously problematic in an environment where breathing air requires active generation, rather than simple availability. The expedition implements a specialized fire management system, using non-toxic suppression agents that extinguish flames without rendering the atmosphere unbreathable. Compartmentalization allows isolation of affected areas without compromising breathing in adjacent zones. These specialized approaches add another layer of complexity to life support management, addressing the interaction between fire safety and breathing needs in ways unnecessary on Earth, where replacement air remains universally available. The procedures highlight another domain where Kepler-22b's atmospheric constraints require fundamental reconceptualization of safety approaches rather than simple adaptation of Earth standard methods. Exercise creates elevated breathing requirements that necessitate specialized life support consideration. Physical training facilities incorporate enhanced air circulation, additional carbon dioxide scrubbing capacity, and oxygen supplementation capabilities. These systems activate automatically when sensors detect elevated respiratory activity, ensuring adequate breathing support during periods of increased oxygen consumption and carbon dioxide production. Without these adaptations, exercise intensity would be limited by air regeneration capacity rather than physical conditioning, potentially compromising long-term health in the higher gravity environment where regular strength training remains essential. This integration of life support capability with physical fitness requirements represents another aspect of the comprehensive approach necessary for sustainable human presence in an environment where breathing itself requires technological mediation. The expedition discovers that certain indigenous microorganisms actually produce oxygen as a metabolic byproduct, though through biochemical pathways different from Earth photosynthesis. This finding creates significant scientific excitement alongside practical interest in potential biological augmentation of life support systems. Research efforts focus on understanding these organisms' requirements and developing cultivation approaches that might eventually supplement mechanical air generation. While current production remains far below levels necessary for human breathing support, the discovery suggests potential long-term approaches integrating biological processes into life support infrastructure. This opportunity highlights the value of studying indigenous life not just for scientific knowledge but for practical applications that might enhance human sustainability in alien environments. The research continues alongside immediate operational requirements, balancing current needs with potential future capabilities. Communication patterns among expedition members incorporate frequent references to atmospheric conditions, reflecting the centrality of breathing concerns in daily life. Casual greetings often include comments about air quality or system function. Technical discussions routinely address potential atmospheric implications regardless of primary topic. This linguistic adaptation reveals how completely the breathing challenge permeates consciousness on Kepler-22b, shaping thought patterns and interpersonal interactions at levels both conscious and unconscious. The phenomenon represents another aspect of human adaptation to fundamentally alien environments, with language evolving to efficiently express concepts most relevant to immediate survival, even in contexts not directly related to life support. This communication shift appears most noticeable when comparing expedition members' current patterns with recorded interactions from their pre-mission activities on Earth. The continuous operation of life support systems creates substantial heat generation that interacts with habitat thermal management requirements. During extended day periods when external temperatures rise, this additional thermal load exacerbates cooling challenges. Conversely, the consistent heat production provides beneficial warming during extended night periods when external temperatures drop dramatically. The engineering team implements integrated management systems, optimizing the interaction between life support operation and thermal control, essentially using the necessary heat generation from oxygen production and air processing to complement environmental temperature management. This integrated approach represents another domain where initially distinct systems require unified consideration in the complex environment of Kepler-22b, with potential breathing and thermal challenges addressed through coordinated rather than isolated solutions. The expedition's atmospheric processing capabilities extend beyond human breathing requirements to create specialized environments for research applications. Certain experiments require atmospheric compositions different from both the external toxic mix and the human-compatible interior. These controlled atmosphere chambers allow study of chemical reactions, biological samples, or material properties under precisely regulated conditions. The capability proves particularly valuable for exobiology research, permitting controlled variation of atmospheric parameters to identify optimal conditions for indigenous organism cultivation. This research infrastructure represents a specialized application of the fundamental atmospheric management capabilities necessary for human survival, leveraging core technologies for scientific purposes beyond their primary life support function. The approach maximizes return on the substantial investment required for atmospheric processing in this challenging environment. The lack of breathable air shapes expedition culture in subtle but significant ways. Personnel develop deep appreciation for the engineering teams responsible for life support maintenance, creating social status patterns different from typical research hierarchies. Breathing system expertise receives recognition and respect across all expedition specialties, reflecting the fundamental dependence every individual places on this technical domain. Conservation behaviors emerge spontaneously, with personnel naturally minimizing unnecessary atmospheric consumption through efficient airlock usage and careful management of habitat openings. These cultural adaptations reflect how completely the breathing challenge permeates all aspects of life on Kepler-22b, creating value systems and behavioral norms specifically adapted to an environment where air itself represents a manufactured rather than natural resource. The expedition discovers unexpected interactions between Kepler-22b's atmospheric composition and various materials brought from Earth. Certain polymers degrade more rapidly than anticipated when exposed to specific trace gases present in the external atmosphere. Some metals experience surface reactions, creating compounds with properties significantly different from their original composition. These material changes affect equipment durability, particularly for systems operating at the interface between internal and external environments. The engineering team establishes a comprehensive testing program documenting these effects and developing protective coatings or alternative materials for critical applications. This ongoing research addresses another aspect of the breathing challenge beyond direct human respiration, recognizing that the toxic atmosphere affects not just lungs but the very materials constructed to protect them. The lack of breathable air creates unique requirements for sample collection and analysis. Materials brought from the external environment must undergo decontamination procedures before entering laboratory spaces to prevent atmospheric contamination. Specialized transfer chambers allow controlled movement between exterior and interior environments without compromising breathing safety. Analysis of volatiles or atmospheric components requires carefully designed containment systems preventing potential release into habitat air. These requirements add complexity to scientific procedures that would be straightforward in more benign environments. Another way the atmospheric challenge affects all expedition operations beyond direct breathing concerns. The protocols developed represent significant advances in safe handling of potentially hazardous materials, with applications beyond Kepler-22b exploration to various research contexts contexts involving dangerous atmospheric components. The expedition medical team implements comprehensive respiratory health monitoring for all personnel. Regular pulmonary function testing can detect subtle changes potentially indicating atmospheric contamination or life support inadequacy before overt symptoms develop. Specialized imaging techniques track small airway function for early identification of adverse reactions to the artificially generated atmosphere. Blood oxygen monitoring during sleep identifies individuals who might require supplemental support during unconscious periods when natural breathing regulations sometimes function suboptimally. These medical protocols contribute valuable data regarding long-term human function in artificial atmospheres, information potentially applicable to future space habitation throughout the solar system and beyond. The findings suggest that properly managed artificial atmospheres can support healthy respiratory function indefinitely, though requiring more active monitoring than typically employed in Earth environments. The expedition implements a graduated response protocol for atmospheric emergencies based on deviation severity and affected area size. Minor localized events trigger specific zone isolation and personnel respiratory protection within the affected area only. Moderate concerns across larger spaces initiate habitat section closure and non-essential personnel evacuation to unaffected zones. Major system compromises activate full emergency protocols including universal emergency breathing device usage and immediate technical response deployment. This tiered approach balances appropriate precaution against operational disruption, recognizing that overly conservative responses to minor issues would significantly impact expedition function, while inadequate reaction to serious problems could prove catastrophic. The system incorporates both technical readings and human judgment, acknowledging that atmospheric safety requires integration of instrument data with contextual understanding impossible to fully automate. Breathing system maintenance becomes a fundamental expedition priority with dedicated technical teams responsible for continuous monitoring and preventive servicing. These specialists undergo the most extensive training among all expedition personnel, with qualification requirements exceeding even medical roles in certain regards. The position carries both tremendous responsibility and commensurate respect, creating a specialized professional identity within the expedition's social structure. Team members develop almost intuitive understanding of the complex interconnected systems supporting human breathing on Kepler-22b, their expertise combining theoretical knowledge with practical experience gained through constant interaction with life support technology. This specialized capability represents another aspect of human adaptation to environments requiring technological mediation for the most basic biological functions, with social structures evolving to support and recognize the critical expertise. The expedition studies potential terraforming approaches that might eventually create a breathable atmosphere on Kepler-22b or similar worlds, though implementation would require resources and timeframes far beyond current capabilities. These theoretical investigations consider both the physical possibilities and ethical implications of such massive environmental modification. The research acknowledges that while technically feasible given sufficient technology and time, such transformation would necessarily eliminate any indigenous life adapted to current conditions. This creates profound questions regarding humanity's appropriate relationship with alien biospheres, balancing human expansion capabilities against respect for existing, independently evolved life. The discussions represent another aspect of the expedition's broader purpose beyond immediate scientific objectives, contributing to humanity's developing ethical framework for potential future interstellar presence. The lack of breathable air affects sensory experience in subtle but pervasive ways. All external observation occurs through protective barriers that affect visual clarity. Sounds from the environment reach human ears only through technological mediation, creating subtle distortion compared to direct audio perception. The olfactory dimension of experience remains almost entirely absent, with direct smell perception of the external environment impossible due to the necessary complete atmospheric isolation. These sensory limitations create a perpetual distance between observer and environment, a technological barrier between human perception and direct experience. The resulting relationship with Kepler-22b differs fundamentally from human experience of Earth environments, where sensory connection typically occurs directly rather than through protective intermediaries that simultaneously enable survival while constraining perception. The expedition discovers regional atmospheric anomalies where oxygen concentrations reach measurably higher levels than planetary averages, though still far below human breathing requirements. Investigation reveals that these areas typically contain higher concentrations of oxygen-producing microorganisms, creating localized atmospheric modifications through biological activity. These findings suggest the possibility of intentionally cultivated biological oxygen production as a potential long-term approach to atmospheric modification, though at scales far beyond current capabilities. The research provides valuable insights into natural planetary processes, while simultaneously informing potential future human approaches to worlds with challenging atmospheres. This dual relevance exemplifies the expedition's integration of pure scientific inquiry with practical knowledge development, potentially applicable to humanity's broader expansion beyond Earth. The lack of breathable air creates specific challenges during medical emergencies. Treatment procedures requiring direct access to patient airways become significantly more complex when atmospheric exposure remains impossible. The medical team develops specialized protocols allowing intubation and other invasive respiratory interventions within controlled environments that protect both patient and medical personnel from atmospheric exposure. Emergency transport incorporates portable atmospheric containment systems maintaining breathable conditions during movement between treatment locations. Surgical facilities feature enhanced atmospheric protection beyond standard habitat requirements, ensuring absolute breathing security during procedures where respiratory support may be temporarily compromised. These specialized approaches address another domain where Kepler-22b's atmospheric challenges require fundamental reconceptualization of procedures that would be straightforward in Earth environments. The expedition's long-term members develop a condition informally termed air awareness by the psychological team. This cognitive state involves perpetual subconscious monitoring of breathing conditions, immediately registering subtle changes in airflow, temperature, humidity, or sound that might indicate life support irregularities. The adaptation appears beneficial for early problem detection, but creates challenges when personnel return to Earth environments, where this heightened awareness becomes unnecessary and potentially distracting. Readaptation protocols for returning expedition members specifically address this phenomenon, helping individuals recalibrate their attention patterns to environments where breathing requires no technological mediation or conscious monitoring. This readjustment represents another aspect of the comprehensive psychological support necessary for personnel transitioning between environments with fundamentally different survival requirements. The expedition engineers develop an innovative emergency breathing system specifically designed for Kepler-22b conditions. The technology combines chemical oxygen generation with atmospheric filtration capabilities, allowing emergency extraction of breathable components from the toxic external atmosphere. While far less efficient than primary life support systems, these devices extend emergency breathing duration from the 30 minutes provided by standard units to approximately 4 hours of sustainable operation. This capability significantly expands safety margins for exterior operations, allowing response to vehicle failures or other emergencies at distances previously considered beyond safe operational range. The technology represents another domain where Kepler-22b's unique challenges drive innovation through necessity, developing capabilities with potential application throughout future space exploration. The constant management of artificial breathing environments affects expedition members' relationship with nature in complex ways. The necessity of technological mediation for the most basic interaction with Kepler-22b creates psychological distance unlike the direct connection possible in Earth environments. Yet this very separation heightens appreciation for the remarkable adaptability of indigenous life forms that thrive in conditions lethal to humans without protection. Many expedition members report a transformed perspective on Earth's atmosphere upon return, with heightened awareness of its preciousness and the extraordinary evolutionary heritage it represents. This perspective shift represents a philosophical benefit emerging from the challenging conditions, a deeper understanding of humanity's fundamental connection to and dependence upon specific environmental conditions, easy to take for granted until experienced by contrast with their absence. The expedition's most profound breathing-related discovery emerges from detailed analysis of atmospheric samples collected across diverse regions and conditions. The research reveals sophisticated chemical cycles suggesting complex interaction between biological and geological processes, with evidence of both oxygen production and consumption occurring through pathways different from Earth equivalents. These findings indicate potential relevance for atmospheric research throughout the galaxy, suggesting that oxygen presence may follow different patterns on super-Earth-type planets compared to smaller worlds like Earth. The knowledge expands astrobiological understanding, while providing practical insights potentially valuable for future exploration mission target selection. This integration of theoretical advancement with practical application exemplifies the expedition's broader contribution to humanity's expanding presence beyond its home planet. As your breathing stabilizes following the temporary oxygen alert, you contemplate the multi-layered challenges presented by Kepler-22b's toxic atmosphere. The direct breathing requirement merely represents the most immediate concern, with countless secondary effects influencing every aspect of expedition operations from material selection to psychological health. Yet human ingenuity has found effective responses to each challenge, transforming what might seem an insurmountable barrier into a managed condition, allowing productive exploration. This achievement offers a template for potential adaptation to other seemingly hostile environments throughout the galaxy, suggesting that technological mediation might allow human presence across a far wider range of conditions than evolutionary adaptation alone would permit. These philosophical reflections continue as you check your suit telemetry once more, confirming all systems now function normally. The momentary crisis has passed, but as you turn to continue your assigned task, an unexpected movement catches your eye. Something shifts in the landscape ahead, a terrain feature behaving in ways solid ground simply shouldn't. What new hazard does this alien world present, beyond its atmosphere, gravity, temperature, radiation, storms and day-night cycle? The ground ahead shifts in a way that defies intuitive understanding of how solid terrain should behave. A section approximately 3 meters across appears to undulate slightly, its surface rising and falling in subtle rhythmic patterns. Your initial hypothesis identifies potential causes, perhaps gas release from subsurface chambers or liquid movement beneath a thin crust. Neither explanation fully satisfies observation. This movement lacks the explosive or directional quality typical of gas venting. It appears too organized for simple liquid dynamics. You maintain safe distance while documenting the phenomenon with your suit's imaging systems. This anomalous terrain represents yet another category of hazard on Kepler-22b. Another way this alien world challenges human exploration through conditions with no Earth equivalent. Terrain hazards on Kepler-22b often defy categorization using Earth-based geological terminology. The expedition develops new descriptive classifications for features with no homeland equivalents. Shifters designates areas like the one you've encountered, where surface material exhibits movement patterns, suggesting either unusual physical properties or potentially biological activity. Breathers identifies zones where periodic surface elevation changes occur in regular cycles, possibly indicating subsurface pressure variations. Dissolvers marks regions where seemingly solid ground can rapidly transform to fluid-like states under specific conditions such as precipitation exposure or temperature changes. These specialized terms evolve naturally as expedition members encounter phenomena requiring precise communication about hazards absent from Earth experience. The higher gravity of Kepler-22b creates terrain failure modes more sudden and dangerous than Earth equivalents. Slopes stable on Earth become hazardous here, with landslides occurring at much gentler angles. Surface materials compact differently under the increased gravitational load, creating deceptive stability conditions where seemingly solid ground might collapse under applied weight. The expedition geological team developed specialized stability assessment protocols incorporating these different physical parameters. Surface explorers learn modified movement patterns, distributing weight differently, and maintaining heightened awareness of terrain characteristics that might indicate instability. These adaptations represent another domain where human capability extends through knowledge and behavior modification, rather than attempting impossible physical evolution to match alien conditions. Kepler-22b's complex atmospheric chemistry creates unique weathering processes, affecting surface materials. Chemical reactions impossible in Earth's atmosphere occur routinely here, transforming rock compositions through mechanisms with no terrestrial equivalent. These processes create terrain features with unpredictable physical properties. Some formations develop brittle outer crusts, concealing dramatically different interior compositions. Others form surfaces with extremely low friction coefficients, essentially creating natural ice rink conditions despite temperatures far above freezing. Surface teams learn to recognize visual and textural indicators of these hazardous formations, developing assessment techniques combining instrument readings with direct physical testing using extended tools rather than direct contact with potentially dangerous materials. Water behaves differently on Kepler-22b, creating unique terrain hazards. The higher gravity increases liquid penetration rates into porous materials, potentially saturating seemingly dry ground to dangerous levels with minimal visible surface indication. When combined with the planet's temperature extremes, this creates cycles of saturation and drying that fracture materials differently than Earth processes. Surface materials can maintain structural integrity while completely saturated, then catastrophically fail when weight is applied. These conditions necessitate specialized moisture detection equipment for all surface operations, with readings literally interpreted as go-no-go indicators for traversing certain areas regardless of visual appearance. The approach acknowledges that human intuition developed for Earth conditions provides inadequate risk assessment for the different physical properties of similar appearing materials in this alien environment. The expedition discovers that certain terrain features previously classified as purely geological actually represent biological formations. What initially appeared as unusual mineral deposits reveal complex internal structures suggesting organized growth rather than simple chemical precipitation. These formations blur the boundary between geology and biology, creating habitats where microbial communities construct macro-scale structures through collective action over extended time periods. These bioconstructions sometimes present unique hazards, with physical properties that change in response to disturbance, temperature variations, or chemical exposure. The discovery necessitates revised assessment protocols, pocketing this biological dimension, recognizing that certain terrain features might respond to human presence in ways impossible for truly inert materials. Seismic activity on Kepler-22b follows patterns different from Earth's tectonic movements. Rather than concentrated along well-defined fault lines, tremors occur across broader regions with less predictable localization. The higher gravity creates more energetic ground movement for equivalent energy release, making relatively minor events potentially dangerous for surface operations. Certain areas experience microseismic activity almost continuously, subtle vibrations imperceptible without instruments, but sufficient to gradually alter surface material properties. The expedition deploys a network of seismic monitors across explored territories, developing a continuously updated risk map, integrating current activity with historical patterns. This dynamic assessment allows optimized route planning and site selection based on real-time seismic data rather than static geographical features alone. The extended day-night cycle creates extreme temperature variations that drive unique terrain modification processes. Surface materials experience thermal expansion and contraction cycles, far exceeding Earth norms, creating stress patterns that fracture materials in distinctive ways. The prolonged heating periods allow thermal energy to penetrate deeper into subsurface layers, sometimes melting materials stable under shorter exposure periods. These thermal processes create terrain features that evolve significantly within timeframes relevant to human exploration, landscapes literally transforming between visits to the same location. Surface teams learn to incorporate temporal positioning within the day-night cycle into terrain hazard assessment, recognizing that areas safe during certain periods may develop dangerous characteristics at others due to cumulative heating or cooling effects. The expedition establishes a formal terrain hazard classification system, integrating multiple assessment factors: physical stability, chemical reactivity, thermal properties, moisture content, suspected biological components, and temporal variability all contribute to overall hazard ratings. This integrated approach recognizes that terrain safety on Kepler-22b rarely depends on single factors, but typically emerges from complex interactions between multiple characteristics. The resulting classification provides standardized risk assessment, guiding operational planning, with different hazard levels requiring specific preparation, equipment, and protocols. This systematic approach transforms the initially overwhelming alien landscape into a structured, manageable set of defined conditions, allowing informed decision-making, rather than constant uncertainty in the face of the unfamiliar. Vehicle operations across Kepler-22b's varied terrain require specialized designs addressing multiple hazard types simultaneously. Wheel materials must resist the corrosive effects of certain surface compounds while maintaining appropriate traction across widely varying substrate types. Suspension systems need greater robustness than Earth equivalents to handle both the higher gravity and the sometimes sudden terrain transitions encountered. Undercarriage protection becomes critical, given the potential for unexpected surface failures beneath vehicle weight. These design requirements create exploration vehicles substantially different from those used on Mars or lunar missions, with greater mass, redundancy, and adaptive capability. The resulting systems represent another domain where Kepler-22b's unique environment drives technological innovation through operational necessity. The expedition establishes terrain research stations in particularly unusual geological regions, allowing detailed study of formation processes impossible to observe on Earth. These facilities monitor microscale changes over extended periods, documenting how Kepler-22b's unique conditions create landscape features through mechanisms fundamentally different from Earth geological processes. The research provides insights potentially applicable to understanding other super-Earth-type planets throughout the galaxy, many of which likely experience similar physical conditions. This scientific value partially offsets the operational challenges of navigating hazardous terrain, transforming obstacles into research opportunities through appropriate instrumentation and analytical approaches. The knowledge gained contributes to humanity's growing understanding of geological processes across diverse planetary environments beyond the limited examples available in our home solar system. Terrain hazards interact with other environmental challenges in complex ways. Areas experiencing regular storm activity develop different surface characteristics than sheltered regions, with unique erosion patterns and chemical alterations from precipitation exposure. Radiation levels affect chemical reaction rates in surface materials, creating regional variations in weathering processes based on exposure patterns. The extended day-night cycle drives thermal weathering, with intensity proportional to direct sunlight exposure, creating dramatic differences between shadowed and exposed regions even at similar elevations and compositions. These interactions highlight the integrated nature of Kepler-22b's environmental challenges, with terrain hazards emerging from complex system behavior rather than isolated factors. Effective navigation requires understanding these relationships rather than considering each environmental characteristic in isolation. The expedition discovers terrain features apparently created by liquid flow processes, despite no currently observed surface liquids in those regions. These ancient flow channels suggest significant historical changes in either climate conditions or surface material properties. Dating techniques indicate some formations developed within timeframes potentially relevant to evolutionary processes, raising intriguing questions about how indigenous life might have adapted to substantial environmental transitions. These paleoenvironmental indicators provide vital context for understanding current conditions, suggesting Kepler-22b may experience longer-term cycles beyond the observation period possible during a single expedition. The findings highlight how terrain features preserve historical information potentially crucial for comprehensive understanding of this alien world, with current hazards partly resulting from processes no longer actively occurring but whose effects remain in the landscape. Certain terrain regions exhibit properties suggesting subsurface void structures, essentially cave systems with characteristics unlike Earth formations. These void networks appear to form through processes combining chemical dissolution, thermal stress fracturing, and possibly biological activity rather than simple water erosion. Dominant in Earth cave formation, the expedition establishes specialized exploration protocols for these structures, recognizing unique hazards, including unpredictable structural stability, potential atmospheric composition differences, and increased likelihood of encountering concentrated indigenous life forms adapted to the protected environments. Despite these hazards, subsurface exploration becomes a research priority due to the potential for discovering microenvironments significantly different from surface conditions, possibly including areas with historically more stable conditions conducive to complex life development. The expedition documents terrain features apparently resulting from historical liquid flow despite current predominantly dry surface conditions. Evidence suggests periodic hydrological activity driven by climate cycles beyond the expedition's observation timeframe. These discoveries necessitate hazard assessment, incorporating not just current conditions but potential changes during weather events or seasonal transitions. Areas showing historical water movement receive particular attention during storm planning, with potential flow paths clearly identified and avoided for critical infrastructure placement. This temporal dimension of terrain hazard assessment highlights another way Kepler-22b challenges human exploration capability, requiring prediction of potential future conditions based on interpreted historical evidence rather than simply responding to immediately observable hazards. Material sampling across diverse terrain types reveals surprising chemical diversity and seemingly similar surface features. Formations visually resembling common Earth rocks sometimes contain element combinations, rare or absent on our home planet, creating physical properties with no familiar reference points for intuitive risk assessment. The expedition implements comprehensive material testing protocols before permitting direct interaction with newly encountered terrain types, regardless of apparent similarity to previously documented features. This cautious approach occasionally delays exploration, but prevents potentially dangerous exposure to unpredictable material properties. The procedure acknowledges that visual similarity provides inadequate safety assurance in an environment where chemical processes follow patterns fundamentally different from those that shaped human evolutionary experience. The expedition geology team documents unique erosion patterns, resulting from Kepler-22b's combination of high gravity, dense atmosphere, and extreme temperature cycles. Wind erosion creates formations with substantially deeper undercutting than Earth equivalents due to the atmosphere's greater density and typical wind velocities. Thermal stress weathering produces distinctive fracture patterns following temperature gradients rather than structural weaknesses, as typically dominant in Earth formations. These processes create terrain features with specific hazard characteristics, including rock formations with potentially deceptive stability appearance and surfaces with unexpected failure planes not aligned with visible structural elements. Understanding these formation mechanisms proves essential for accurate risk assessment, allowing identification of hazardous features through knowledge of underlying processes rather than simple pattern recognition. The shifter formation you've discovered continues its subtle movement as you maintain safe observation distance. Detailed sensor analysis reveals temperature and chemical signatures, suggesting biological activity rather than purely physical processes. This discovery represents a significant scientific opportunity alongside its hazard implications. The expedition exobiology team establishes specialized observation protocols for suspected biological terrain features, balancing research objectives against safety requirements. These procedures include comprehensive remote sensing before any direct interaction, graduated approach patterns, allowing assessment of potential response to proximity, and specialized containment capabilities for sample collection, minimizing both risk to personnel and disturbance to the observed phenomenon. This methodical approach transforms potential hazards into valuable research subjects through appropriate procedural adaptation and technological application. The expedition implements specialized training for terrain hazard recognition, combining theoretical understanding of Kepler-22b's unique geological processes with practical field identification techniques. Personnel learn to recognize subtle visual indicators of potentially dangerous formations and develop appropriate testing methods for different hazard types. This training evolves continuously as new terrain features are discovered and characterized, with regular update sessions incorporating recently documented hazards and effective response strategies. The approach acknowledges that while instrumentation provides crucial data, human observational capability and informed judgment remain essential for effective hazard navigation in complex environments where conditions may change rapidly or present unprecedented combinations requiring adaptive response beyond pre-programmed assessment parameters. Vehicle routes across Kepler-22b's surface incorporate terrain hazard mapping, alongside other considerations like scientific interest and resource requirements. The expedition develops constantly updated traversability maps, integrating current conditions with historical stability data and projected changes based on weather forecasts and day-night cycle positioning. Route planning software generates primary and multiple alternative paths, incorporating safety margins appropriate to current vehicle configurations and mission priorities. This dynamic approach contrasts with the relatively static route planning sufficient for Mars exploration, where terrain conditions remain largely consistent between planning and execution phases. The adaptive methodology acknowledges Kepler-22b's more dynamic surface characteristics, where routes safe during initial assessment may develop hazardous features through ongoing environmental processes between planning and actual traverse execution. The expedition establishes specialized equipment caches along frequently used transit routes, providing emergency response capability for unexpected terrain hazards. These caches contain surface stabilization materials, temporary bridge components for crossing suddenly developed gaps, extraction equipment for vehicle encountering unexpected ground failure, and emergency shelter systems should return to primary habitats become impossible due to route interruption. This distributed safety infrastructure acknowledges the unpredictable nature of terrain hazards on Kepler-22b, providing response capability throughout the operational area rather than relying solely on rescue deployment from central facilities that might be rendered inaccessible by the very conditions creating the emergency. The approach balances resource distribution efficiency against comprehensive geographic coverage, with cache locations optimized based on statistical hazard assessment and typical operation patterns. The expedition documents interesting relationships between terrain characteristics and indigenous life distribution. Certain microorganism communities appear specifically adapted to particular surface material compositions, sometimes actively modifying their environment to enhance favorable characteristics. These biological influences create another layer of complexity in terrain hazard assessment, with seemingly identical mineral formations potentially behaving differently depending on associated biological activity. The most extreme examples suggest potential classification as quasi-organisms, entities blurring traditional boundaries between geological formations and true biological systems. These discoveries highlight how completely Kepler-22b defies Earth-based categorization, with hazard types emerging from integrated system behavior rather than discrete physical properties alone. The findings contribute valuable perspectives to exobiology, suggesting new frameworks for understanding potential life forms on other worlds with conditions similarly distant from Earth norms. Extended observation reveals certain terrain features exhibiting temporal patterns initially invisible due to timescales longer than typical observation periods. Some surface materials undergo cyclical property changes aligned with but lagging behind the day-night temperature cycle, becoming more structurally stable or unstable at specific times after peak heating or cooling. Others demonstrate progressive property evolution occurring over weeks or months, gradually transforming from one state to another through intermediate phases with distinct hazard characteristics. These temporal patterns necessitate long-term monitoring of representative formations, establishing baseline behavior models, allowing prediction of current conditions based on historical observations and environmental tracking. This approach acknowledges that point-in-time assessment provides inadequate safety assurance for features whose properties undergo significant change within operationally relevant timeframes. The expedition engineering team developed specialized terrain testing equipment, allowing remote assessment of physical properties without requiring direct human contact with potentially hazardous materials. Automated probes measure load-bearing capacity, friction coefficients, chemical reactivity, and other safety-critical characteristics before personnel traverse previously unvisited areas. Drone-deployed sensors create preliminary hazard maps before ground teams enter new regions, identifying areas requiring particular caution or specialized equipment. These technological capabilities transform initial terrain assessment from potentially dangerous direct interaction to graduated remote evaluation, significantly enhancing safety while expanding explorable territory. The approach acknowledges that while human judgment remains essential for final decision-making, preliminary data collection can and should utilize automated systems when addressing completely novel environments with unpredictable hazard characteristics. The expedition discovers regions where terrain hazards show correlations with subtle gravitational variations across Kepler-22b's surface. Areas with slightly higher or lower gravity than regional averages often exhibit distinctive formation types and failure modes. These gravitational differences, while minor compared to the overall increased gravity relative to Earth, nonetheless influence material behavior in measurable ways. The geology team incorporates high-precision gravitational mapping into hazard assessment, identifying regions likely to contain specific formation types based partly on these subtle field variations. This integrated approach highlights another way effective exploration of this alien world requires multi-layered analysis rather than simple visual assessment or isolated parameter measurement, with comprehensive understanding emerging from correlation between diverse data sources revealing patterns invisible through any single observation methodology. Training for surface operations on Kepler-22b includes specific emergency response protocols for different terrain failure scenarios. Personnel learn specialized techniques for self-extraction from various hazardous materials, including quicksand-like formations with properties substantially different from Earth equivalents due to the higher gravity and unique material compositions. Emergency communication procedures emphasize precise hazard description, allowing appropriate response preparation before rescue teams deploy. These protocols acknowledge that terrain emergencies on Kepler-22b often present characteristics unfamiliar to Earth experience, requiring specialized response strategies rather than adaptation of standard procedures. The training emphasizes both technical skills and psychological preparation, recognizing that effective response to novel hazards requires both appropriate action capability and emotional regulation, preventing panic reactions that might exacerbate dangerous situations. The expedition medical team develops specialized treatment protocols for injuries specifically associated with Kepler-22b's unique terrain hazards, These include procedures for addressing chemical burns from unexpected material reactivity, extraction techniques for unusual physical entrapments, and decontamination methods for biological exposure to potentially hazardous indigenous organisms encountered in certain terrain types. These specialized approaches supplement standard trauma protocols, acknowledging that Kepler-22b's environment creates injury mechanisms without exact Earth equivalents. The medical preparation includes both equipment adaptation for treating these unique conditions, and specific training helping personnel recognize and appropriately respond to unfamiliar injury presentations. This comprehensive approach ensures treatment capability for the full spectrum of potential terrain-related injuries rather than only those with familiar Earth parallels. Certain terrain features on Kepler-22b appear to function as integrated environmental monitoring systems, with physical characteristics providing indirect measurement of conditions otherwise requiring specialized instrumentation. Surface patterns in some mineral formations correlate with recent radiation exposure levels, essentially recording exposure history through chemical changes visible as coloration or crystallization variations. Other formations show structural modifications indicating recent seismic activity magnitude and frequency. The expedition research team documents these natural indicators, developing interpretation guidelines allowing approximate condition assessment from visual observation when instrumentation is unavailable or malfunctioning. This knowledge provides valuable backup capability for hazard assessment, allowing continued safe operation even during equipment limitations through appropriate interpretation of environmental information naturally recorded in the landscape itself. The expedition discovers terrain regions where surface stability varies dramatically based on vibration exposure, creating hazards specifically relevant to vehicle operations or foot traffic, but potentially invisible to static testing. These materials maintain structural integrity under steady loading, but liquefy or fracture when exposed to specific vibration frequencies, including those commonly generated by exploration vehicles or even human walking patterns. The engineering team develops specialized dynamic testing procedures, identifying these frequency-sensitive materials before operational exposure. Vehicle designs incorporate adjustable suspension systems, capable of modifying natural operating frequencies to avoid resonance with potentially hazardous surface materials. These adaptations address another category of terrain hazard invisible to traditional assessment methods, highlighting the need for comprehensive testing, incorporating dynamic as well as static property evaluation for effective risk management in this alien environment. As human exploration expands across Kepler-22b's surface, the expedition accumulates an increasingly comprehensive hazard database correlating terrain characteristics with specific risk profiles. This growing knowledge transforms initial cautious exploration of unknown terrain into more confident navigation of catalogued hazard types with established management protocols. The transition highlights a fundamental aspect of human adaptation to alien environments, with initial uncertainty gradually replaced by experiential knowledge allowing efficient operation within environmental constraints once properly understood. This pattern resembles humanity's historical expansion across Earth's varied environments, suggesting that while Kepler-22b presents more extreme adaptation challenges, the fundamental human capacity for environmental learning and appropriate response development remains applicable even under conditions dramatically different from those that shaped our evolution. The expedition establishes formal procedures for documenting newly discovered terrain hazards, ensuring systematic knowledge capture and distribution across all operation teams. The protocol includes standardized classification, comprehensive characteristic documentation, effective management techniques, and integration into the central hazard database, with appropriate alert distribution based on operational relevance. This systematic approach transforms individual discoveries into institutional knowledge, available to all expedition members, preventing repeated learning the hard way experiences with newly encountered hazard types. The process represents another aspect of effective human adaptation to alien environments, with collective knowledge accumulation and distribution creating capability far exceeding individual experience. This collaborative approach proves particularly valuable for hazard types with no Earth equivalents, where intuitive risk assessment based on evolutionary experience provides inadequate protection. Vehicle design for Kepler-22b operations incorporates terrain hazard management as a fundamental consideration, rather than secondary adaptation. Ground pressure distribution systems spread vehicle weight across larger surface areas than Earth equivalents, reducing likelihood of breaking through deceptively stable crusts. Enhanced obstacle clearance allows traversing uneven terrain, without undercarriage contact with potentially reactive surface materials. Specialized emergency systems include rapid deployment stabilization platforms preventing sinking in unexpectedly yielding materials and remote-operated sampling tools, allowing material testing without crew exposure. These design elements address Kepler-22b's unique hazards through integrated technological solutions rather than operational limitations, allowing continued exploration of diverse terrain types while maintaining appropriate safety margins. The resulting vehicles represent another domain where this alien world's challenges drive innovation through operational necessity. The expedition psychology team documents interesting differences in hazard perception between newly arrived personnel and long-term team members. Recent arrivals typically overestimate certain visually dramatic but objectively manageable hazards, while sometimes underestimating more subtle but potentially dangerous conditions familiar to experienced personnel. This perception gap creates both challenges and opportunities for safety management. The training program implements a graduated exposure approach, pairing new arrivals with experienced mentors for initial field operations specifically designed to calibrate risk perception to actual conditions. This mentorship period allows development of appropriate intuitive hazard assessment capabilities before independent operations, essentially accelerating the experiential learning process through structured exposure and guided reflection rather than potentially dangerous trial and error discovery. Subsurface exploration reveals that many terrain hazards visible at the surface actually represent manifestations of more complex three-dimensional structures extending to significant depths. What initially appear as isolated surface features often connect through extensive subsurface networks, creating integrated systems where disturbance in one location potentially affects stability or behavior across much wider areas. This discovery necessitates more comprehensive assessment approaches incorporating subsurface scanning before significant intervention in previously unexplored regions. The resulting three-dimensional hazard mapping provides much more accurate risk assessment than surface observation alone, allowing identification of seemingly stable areas potentially vulnerable due to subsurface connectivity with less stable regions. This integrated understanding transforms terrain hazard management from primarily reactive response to observable conditions toward more predictive capability based on comprehensive structural knowledge. The expedition establishes continually updated traversability maps, incorporating all documented terrain hazards alongside other operational considerations. These dynamic resources integrate current environmental conditions, historical stability data, and predictive modeling based on weather forecasts, day-night cycle positioning, and other relevant factors. The system automatically generates recommended routes between designated points, incorporating appropriate safety margins based on mission priority, equipment configuration, and team experience levels. This technological capability transforms navigation planning from laborious manual assessment to computer-assisted optimization, drawing on the expedition's complete accumulated knowledge base. The approach particularly supports operations in regions with complex, overlapping hazard types requiring multi-factor analysis for accurate risk assessment beyond human cognitive capacity for simultaneous consideration of numerous interacting variables. Examining the shifter phenomenon more closely, your comprehensive sensor suite reveals truly remarkable properties, suggesting capabilities far beyond simple material instability. Spectrographic analysis indicates chemical signatures consistent with metabolic processes, utilizing elements abundant in the local environment. Thermal imaging shows temperature patterns indicating energy consumption and production rather than passive heat absorption and radiation. Most significantly, movement patterns demonstrate non-random organization, suggesting potential response to external stimuli, including your observational equipment. The evidence increasingly supports classification not as a geological hazard, but as a previously undocumented life form, utilizing unfamiliar biological principles. This discovery transforms your cautious hazard assessment into excited scientific observation, though maintaining appropriate safety protocols given the entity's unknown capabilities and potential sensitivity to disturbance. As you carefully document this extraordinary finding, you notice another environmental factor, potentially complicating your continued observation. The water recycling alert on your suit displays an amber warning. While not immediately critical, the notification reminds you of another fundamental challenge to human presence on Kepler-22b, one affecting both biological necessity and continued operation of the very equipment, allowing your survival in this alien environment. The water recycling alert on your suit requires attention within the next few hours. The system currently operates at 83% efficiency, below optimal performance but not yet critical. The amber warning indicates preventive maintenance rather than immediate emergency. Nevertheless, the alert highlights another fundamental challenge of existence on Kepler-22b. Despite evidence suggesting historical liquid water presence, current surface conditions present substantial water scarcity for human operational needs. The expedition arrived with significant water reserves, but long-term sustainability requires continuously balancing consumption, recycling efficiency, and limited local resource acquisition. This challenge affects everything from basic survival to equipment cooling to scientific procedures, another environmental factor requiring comprehensive technological mediation for sustainable human presence. Water management on Kepler-22b functions as a complex integrated system rather than separate consumption domains. Every drop serves multiple purposes through carefully designed recycling chains. Cooling system water transfers to hygiene applications, then moves to agricultural irrigation, biological filtration systems, and equipment cleaning before undergoing final processing for potential drinking water reclamation. This cascading usage maximizes utility from each molecule, before eventual unavoidable losses require replacement from reserves or local sources. The approach differs dramatically from Earth water management, where relative abundance allows single-purpose usage in many applications. The expedition's comprehensive water tracking system monitors all flows throughout this complex network, identifying efficiency losses for immediate intervention before they create systemic shortages affecting critical functions. Personal water discipline becomes second nature to expedition members. Daily consumption allowances incorporate all usage categories, with individuals responsible for managing their allocation across drinking, hygiene, and discretionary applications. Conservation technologies assist this discipline, with techniques developed for water-limited environments on Earth. Enhanced for Kepler-22b's more extreme scarcity, airflow showers use minimal water with maximum cleaning efficiency. Specialized fabrics in clothing reduce sweat absorption and accelerate evaporation for condensation recovery. These approaches combine technological solutions with behavioral adaptation, acknowledging that water sustainability requires both efficient systems and conscious usage patterns. The resulting conservation capability exceeds even the most efficient Earth applications, with per-person consumption approaching theoretical minimum limits, while maintaining health and functional capability. The expedition's initial water reserves arrived with the landing vessels, a calculated quantity sufficient for early operations before local resource utilization could be established. These reserves represent one of the most carefully protected resources, stored in multiple locations with redundant containment systems and continuous monitoring. The water security team maintains constant awareness of total available volume, usage rates, recycling efficiency, and projected sustainability timelines. This comprehensive accounting recognizes water as literally irreplaceable in many critical applications, with no substitute capable of fulfilling its biological and technical functions. The resulting security protocols exceed even those applied to other critical resources, like oxygen generation materials or power production equipment, acknowledging that water scarcity could potentially limit human presence more fundamentally than any other single factor, except breathable atmosphere. Water exists on Kepler-22b, but not always in forms easily accessible for human use. Evidence suggests extensive subsurface water, potentially as ice deposits at certain depths or in liquid aquifers under specific pressure and temperature conditions. Surface water appears rare and typically contains dissolved compounds requiring extensive processing before human use. Atmospheric moisture provides another potential source, though extraction requires significant energy investment. The expedition water acquisition team explores all these possibilities, developing diverse collection approaches appropriate to different regional conditions. This multi-layered strategy acknowledges that no single acquisition method will prove sufficient for long-term sustainability. with water security requiring integration of multiple sources, each with specific limitations and operational requirements. The resulting capability represents another domain where Kepler-22b's challenging environment drives innovation through necessity. Water scarcity affects scientific operations in numerous ways beyond basic life support. Many laboratory procedures require water as solvent, cooling medium, or direct research subject. Equipment cleaning between sample analyses often uses water-based approaches to prevent cross-contamination. Even seemingly unrelated research may require water for equipment cooling, atmospheric humidity control in specialized environments, or other support functions. The Expedition Science Directorate implements comprehensive water budgeting for all research activities, with proposed investigations evaluated partly on water efficiency alongside scientific merit. This integration of resource management with research planning represents another adaptation to Kepler-22b's challenging environment, acknowledging that even the most valuable scientific objectives must operate within fundamental resource constraints or risk compromising the broader mission through unsustainable consumption. The expedition's agricultural systems illustrate water scarcity adaptation at its most advanced. Traditional hydroponics gives way to specialized misting approaches, delivering precise moisture quantities directly to root zones, with minimal evaporative loss. Plant selection prioritizes species with high water efficiency alongside nutritional value and growth rate. Growing environments maintain carefully calibrated humidity levels, capturing and recycling transpiration, rather than allowing atmospheric loss. Even harvesting and processing procedures incorporate water conservation, capturing moisture from plant tissues for recycling, rather than discarding it with inedible portions. These integrated approaches transform traditional agriculture into a water-conserving system aligned with Kepler-22b's scarcity constraints while still providing essential nutritional supplements to the expedition's primary food supplies. The techniques developed may prove valuable for application in water-limited environments throughout the solar system, another example of challenging conditions driving innovation with broader applicability. Psychological adaptation to water scarcity follows interesting patterns among expedition members. Initial responses typically include anxiety about limited resources and occasional hoarding behaviors, with individuals saving water from daily allocations despite system-wide tracking, making such efforts ultimately ineffective for actual consumption. Increase. As adaptation progresses, conservation behaviors become increasingly unconscious, with efficient usage patterns developing into habitual actions requiring no conscious decision-making. The most effective adaptation appears in individuals who develop appreciation for water's inherent value rather than perceiving conservation purely as imposed limitation. These individuals typically report higher satisfaction with the same objective consumption levels compared to those maintaining a scarcity mindset focused on limitations rather than efficient utilization. The psychological support team incorporates these observations into adaptation counseling, helping expedition members develop perspectives supporting both conservation objectives and personal well-being. Water quality management presents unique challenges in Kepler-22b's closed system environment. Trace contaminants from materials, biological processes, and external environment introduction can accumulate through repeated recycling cycles. The water purification systems incorporate multi-layered approaches addressing both known and potential unknown contaminants, with biological, chemical, physical, and radiation-based purification working in coordinated sequence. Regular independent testing verifies water quality against comprehensive standards exceeding Earth drinking water requirements. This intensive management acknowledges that in a system where the same water molecules may cycle through different applications, dozens or hundreds of times, even minimal quality degradation could eventually create significant health or equipment functionality concerns. The resulting water quality often exceeds that available in most Earth environments, another domain where necessity drives standards beyond typical expectations. The expedition's initial water resource surveys revealed surprising regional variation in accessibility across explored territories. Certain areas show evidence of relatively recent surface water activity, with mineral formations suggesting periodic liquid presence, driven by cycles beyond the observation time frame. Others contain subsurface ice deposits at depths potentially accessible with current drilling technology. These variations create significant influence on exploration priorities and potential permanent installation siting. with water accessibility becoming a primary consideration alongside other factors like geological interest or operational security. This resource-driven planning represents another adaptation to Kepler-22b's challenging environment, with water availability sometimes outweighing other considerations that might take priority in less constrained environments. The approach acknowledges that sustainable long-term presence requires alignment with fundamental resource realities rather than attempting to overcome them through technological force alone. Water extraction from Kepler-22b's environment requires energy investment that creates complex sustainability calculations. Atmospheric moisture condensation, subsurface ice melting, mineral-bound water extraction, chemical synthesis all consume power in different quantities depending on local conditions and available technologies. The resource management team continuously evaluates these energy-water trade-offs, identifying optimal approaches for different operational scenarios and environmental conditions. This analysis recognizes that true sustainability requires consideration of integrated resource systems rather than isolated factors, with water acquisition viable only when energy requirements remain within overall system capacity, while meeting other essential needs. The resulting decision frameworks represent sophisticated adaptations to complex resource limitations, balancing multiple constraint types simultaneously to identify truly optimal rather than simply functional solutions. The expedition establishes specialized water prospecting as a distinct operational specialty, with dedicated teams focusing exclusively on identifying and evaluating potential sources. These specialists combine geological expertise, chemical analysis capability, and practical extraction experience, developing increasingly sophisticated detection methods for subsurface water deposits not readily apparent through surface observation. Their efforts extend beyond meeting immediate expedition needs to comprehensive mapping of water resources across explored territories, information valuable both for current operations and potential future expanded human presence. This specialized capability development represents another aspect of adaptation to Kepler-22b's challenging environment, with water location skills receiving emphasis comparable to other critical specialties like atmospheric management or radiation protection. The resulting expertise transforms initially daunting scarcity into manageable constraint through knowledge-based resource optimization rather than consumption limitation alone. The expedition medical team monitors subtle physiological changes associated with the water conservation regimen. Lower overall fluid intake compared to typical Earth consumption creates measurable adaptations in kidney function, electrolyte management, and thermal regulation mechanisms. These changes remain within healthy adaptation parameters while significantly enhancing water efficiency at the biological level. Medical protocols incorporate these observations into individualized recommendations, helping expedition members optimize personal hydration practices for their specific physiological responses. This integrated biological and behavioral approach acknowledges that effective water conservation engages both conscious decisions and unconscious physiological adaptations, with optimal results requiring alignment between these processes. The knowledge gained contributes valuable insights to space medicine more broadly, potentially benefiting future exploration throughout the solar system, where water constraints will likely affect all extended human presence beyond Earth. Water scarcity on Kepler-22b creates unique emergency planning requirements compared to Earth-based operations or even other planetary exploration. The expedition maintains water reserves sufficient for minimum survival functions for all personnel for approximately 90 days without any recycling or new acquisition, stored in multiple secure locations with independent access routes. Emergency protocols clearly delineate consumption prioritization. Should recycling systems experience significant failure, with non-essential uses eliminated immediately and remaining applications hierarchically ordered by survival criticality. These preparations acknowledge water's irreplaceable role in both biological function and critical technological systems, with contingency planning recognizing that other resource limitations might be addressed through alternative approaches, while water remains fundamentally necessary in its specific properties. The resulting emergency capability provides essential security margins for long-term operations in this challenging environment, where resource accessibility cannot be assumed regardless of technological capabilities. The expedition's long-term water security planning extends beyond current operational needs to sustainability modeling for potential future expanded human presence. These projections integrate observed water resource distribution, extraction efficiency with available and projected technologies, and estimated requirements for different activity types and scales. The resulting analyses identify maximum sustainable human presence under various assumptions, information valuable for both current expedition scope decisions and potential future mission planning. This forward-looking approach acknowledges that water availability may ultimately define the practical limits of human activity on Kepler-22b more fundamentally than many other environmental factors, with even the most advanced technological capabilities eventually constrained by fundamental resource accessibility. The knowledge developed provides crucial context for realistic assessment of this world's potential role in humanity's broader exploration beyond Earth, balancing enthusiasm for discovery against practical sustainability requirements. The expedition investigates potential water sources in Kepler-22b's atmosphere through several approaches. Specialized collection systems condense atmospheric moisture during higher humidity periods, typically following certain storm types or during specific portions of the day-night cycle when temperature gradients create optimal conditions. Chemical extraction systems separate water molecules from other atmospheric components through selective binding and release mechanisms. These approaches require significant energy input, but provide valuable supplemental sources independent of geological water deposits. The resulting capabilities transform atmospheric characteristics from purely environmental conditions to potential resources, another example of human adaptation to alien environments through knowledge application and technological innovation. The techniques developed may find application in various extraterrestrial environments throughout the solar system and beyond, potentially addressing water accessibility challenges fundamental to sustainable human presence beyond Earth. Water scarcity influences habitat design at fundamental levels. Living spaces incorporate comprehensive moisture recovery systems, capturing humidity from respiration, perspiration, and other human activities for recycling, rather than allowing atmospheric loss. Washing facilities utilize minimal water technologies with maximum efficiency, often employing physical cleaning methods augmented by small amounts of water rather than primary liquid-based approaches. Even architectural materials selection considers water interaction properties, avoiding components that might absorb moisture or degrade through repeated exposure to humidity cycles. These integrated design approaches transform water conservation from added feature to fundamental architectural principle, creating living environments that maintain human comfort and functionality while operating within extreme resource constraints. The resulting habitat systems represent sophisticated adaptation to Kepler-22b's challenges through holistic rather than component-based design, addressing resource limitations through integrated solutions rather than isolated efficiency improvements. The expedition discovers fascinating adaptations among indigenous organisms to Kepler-22b's water-limited environment. Certain microbial life forms demonstrate remarkable efficiency in moisture extraction from seemingly dry materials, utilizing specialized cellular structures capable of harvesting water molecules bound to minerals in ways beyond current human technological capability. Others show extraordinary capability to enter dormant states during dry periods, essentially suspending biological processes until moisture becomes available before rapidly reactivating. These observations provide both scientific insights into extreme adaptation and potential inspiration for biomimetic technologies enhancing human water harvesting capabilities. The research exemplifies how careful study of indigenous life can inform human adaptation strategies, with evolutionary solutions developed over millions of years potentially suggesting approaches not obvious through conventional engineering development. This knowledge exchange between biological observation and technological application represents another dimension of effective human response to alien environmental challenges. Water quality testing reveals interesting interactions between Kepler-22b's unique environmental characteristics and standard purification approaches. Certain atmospheric trace components affect filtration system performance differently than Earth equivalents, sometimes enhancing efficiency while other times creating unexpected degradation. Indigenous microorganisms occasionally establish niches within filtration components, relationships requiring careful management to prevent contamination, while potentially offering beneficial process processing capabilities beyond designed system functions. These discoveries necessitate continuous adaptation of purification protocols beyond initial design specifications, with regular testing identifying both emerging challenges and potential improvements. The resulting water management capability evolves continuously through operational experience, another domain where theoretical preparation proves necessary but insufficient without practical adaptation based on direct interaction with Kepler-22b's specific conditions. The expedition implements a sophisticated water tracking system documenting the complete life cycle of all moisture within operational environments. Individual molecules cannot be tracked, but bulk flow analysis through different systems creates detailed understanding of efficiency, loss points, and optimization opportunities. This comprehensive monitoring transforms water management from general conservation to precision resource optimization, identifying specific intervention points where minor adjustments might yield significant efficiency improvements. The approach acknowledges that in environments with extreme scarcity, even small percentage improvements in utilization efficiency can substantially impact overall sustainability. The resulting capability represents another aspect of human adaptation to challenging environments through information utilization, alongside technological or behavioral changes, with knowledge itself becoming a resource multiplier through its application to optimization processes. Extended habitation reveals psychological patterns related to water perception that differ significantly from Earth experience. Expedition members report dreams about water with much higher frequency than typical Earth baselines, often featuring abundant flowing water in dramatic contrast to the actual scarcity environment. Some individuals develop ritualized behaviors around water usage, with personal routines extending beyond practical conservation to include elements resembling ceremonial appreciation. The psychological support team notes that individuals who develop explicit gratitude practices regarding water typically demonstrate both better conservation behaviors and higher satisfaction compared to those maintaining purely utilitarian perspectives. These observations suggest that meaningful relationship with scarce resources, rather than simply efficient management, may represent an important aspect of psychological adaptation to extreme environments. The knowledge gained contributes valuable insights for potential application in various resource-limited contexts both on and beyond Earth. The expedition's water prospecting team makes a significant discovery approximately 18 months into the mission, identifying a substantial subsurface aquifer approximately 30 meters below a previously mapped dry riverbed feature. Initial assessment suggests accessibility with current drilling technology and water quality potentially requiring less processing than other local sources. This discovery substantially improves the expedition's water security outlook, potentially allowing expanded operations previously considered beyond sustainable capacity. The finding demonstrates the value of persistent resource investigation even in seemingly unpromising environments, with significant accessibility sometimes hiding beneath apparently hostile surface conditions. The subsequent extraction system development represents another technological adaptation specific to Kepler-22b's conditions, with equipment designed for the unique pressure, temperature, and chemical environment encountered at the aquifer depth. This integrated discovery and technological response exemplifies effective human adaptation to alien environments through combined scientific investigation and engineered solution development. Water sampling across diverse regions reveals intriguing chemical variations, potentially offering insights into Kepler-22b's geological history. Isotope ratios suggest multiple sources with different formation histories, including potentially both primordial water present during planetary formation and chemically synthesized water created through geological processes. Trace element patterns indicate extensive interaction with varied mineral compositions across evolutionary timeframes, far exceeding Earth's geological record accessibility. These discoveries transform water scarcity from purely practical challenge to valuable scientific opportunity, with each hard-won sample providing data points for understanding this world's development across billions of years. The research demonstrates how environmental limitations can sometimes create unique scientific opportunities through the very constraints they impose, with scarcity increasing both the value placed on each sample and the care taken in its comprehensive analysis. The expedition investigates biological water production as a potential supplemental source for long-term sustainability, Certain metabolic processes generate water as a byproduct when processing other compounds, abundant in Kepler-22b's environment. Research efforts focus on identifying or developing organisms capable of conducting these transformations efficiently under controlled conditions, essentially creating living water factories converting locally available materials into essential hydration. While production scales remain modest compared to overall expedition requirements, the approach demonstrates potential for sustainable biological water generation, integrated with other life support systems. This research represents another domain where necessity drives innovation, exploring biological manufacturing approaches that might receive lower priority in less water-constrained environments. The knowledge developed may prove valuable for various space habitation applications throughout the solar system, particularly for destinations where water accessibility presents similar challenges to those experienced on Kepler-22b. The expedition establishes water reclamation as a distinct operational specialty, requiring specific technical expertise beyond general environmental engineering. These specialists continuously monitor recycling system performance, implement preventive maintenance before efficiency degradation reaches critical levels, and develop incremental improvements based on operational experience with Kepler-22b's specific conditions. Their efforts transform theoretical recycling efficiency limits into practical sustained performance approaching theoretical maximums, capability essential for long-term sustainability in this water-constrained environment. The resulting expertise represents another specialized adaptation to Kepler-22b's challenges, with personnel developing skills specifically aligned with the mission's critical resource limitations, rather than generalized environmental management capability. This specialized knowledge development exemplifies how extreme environments drive not just technological, but human capital adaptation, creating expertise domains defined by specific operational challenges, rather than traditional disciplinary boundaries. The water recycling alert on your environmental suit eventually requires maintenance attention after your observation session concludes. The procedure involves filter replacement, membrane cleaning and calibration adjustment, routine tasks you've performed dozens of times during your tenure on Kepler-22b. As you complete the maintenance, you reflect on how completely water consciousness is integrated into your daily existence, awareness that would have seemed obsessive on Earth but represents appropriate adaptation to your current environment. The system efficiency returns to optimal levels. The alert clears and you continue your activities with renewed appreciation for the invisible technology continuously supporting your survival on this alien world. This momentary maintenance requirement represents just one small component of comprehensive water management system, enabling human presence on a world where this essential resource exists, but not in forms or locations immediately suitable for human utilization, without significant technological mediation. The expedition's comprehensive water management approach includes regular innovation cycles specifically seeking efficiency improvements. Quarterly design reviews integrate operational experience with emerging technical capabilities, identifying potential modifications offering greatest return on investment regarding sustainability enhancement. This systematic innovation process has yielded numerous incremental improvements, collectively transforming initial water management capabilities into significantly more efficient, integrated systems, adapted specifically to Kepler-22b's conditions. The approach acknowledges that even well-designed initial systems benefit from continuous refinement based on actual operational experience, with adaptation occurring not just at mission start but throughout its duration through deliberate improvement processes. The resulting capability evolution exemplifies effective human response to challenging environments, combining initial preparation with ongoing adaptation rather than expecting either alone to provide optimal solutions for extended operations under complex conditions. As you complete your environmental suit maintenance, the expedition's communication system activates with an incoming message. The transmission comes from the primary habitat rather than another field team, unusual for this time in the operational cycle. The content proves even more surprising than the timing. Earth has transmitted a question regarding your findings about the shifter phenomenon you've been observing, requesting additional data beyond your preliminary report. This communication seems impossible given light speed limitations, as your initial documentation transmitted less than a month ago, far too recently for Earth to have received it, processed the information, and returned questions across the 600 light-year distance separating Kepler-22b from humanity's homeworld. This apparent impossibility highlights yet another fundamental challenge of operating so far from Earth. one perhaps less immediately threatening than environmental hazards, but equally significant for the mission's scientific objectives. How does your expedition maintain meaningful connection with the civilization that sent you when every communication takes years to complete its journey? The impossible message creates momentary confusion until you recognize the source of the anomaly. The communication didn't originate from Earth at all, but from the expedition's onboard artificial intelligence system, using predictive modeling to generate likely questions Earth scientists would ask upon eventually receiving your data. This technological solution represents one approach to managing the fundamental challenge of communication delays, spanning multiple years for each exchange. Your expedition operates 600 light-years from Earth, creating a minimum 4-year round-trip time for any true communication sent at light speed, the fastest possible information transfer method according to current understanding of physics. This delay transforms the very nature of interstellar exploration from an interactive experience to an essentially independent operation, with mission autonomy a necessity rather than a preference. The isolation creates both practical and psychological challenges, unlike anything experienced in solar system exploration. The expedition's communication protocols evolved significantly during mission planning. As the full implications of multi-year delays became apparent, traditional mission control concepts proved completely impractical with 4-year minimum response times. Instead, the expedition carries unprecedented autonomous decision-making authority compared to previous space exploration missions. Pre-departure contingency planning attempted to anticipate potential scenarios requiring Earth consultation, with extensive decision frameworks provided for various situational categories. These guidelines offer boundaries rather than specific instructions, necessarily leaving substantial interpretation to expedition leadership given the impossibility of anticipating every potential discovery or challenge. This fundamental shift in mission control philosophy represents one of the most significant adaptations to interstellar distances, transforming the relationship between exploration teams and sending civilization from direct oversight to trusted delegation, with broad autonomy. The actual transmission of data between Kepler-22b and Earth involves sophisticated technologies addressing both distance and reliability challenges. The expedition's primary communication array generates tightly focused transmission beams directed precisely toward Earth's predicted position at message arrival time, accounting for stellar movement during the 3-year transit period. Multiple redundant transmissions using different encoding protocols provide error correction capability, addressing potential data corruption from interstellar medium interference. Even with these precautions, communication reliability remains far below standards typical for solar system exploration, with some data packages inevitably lost despite redundant transmission. This technological reality necessitates communication protocols that acknowledge and accommodate partial information transfer rather than assuming complete transmission success, another adaptation to the fundamental challenges of interstellar distances. The expedition maintains comprehensive data archives duplicating all transmissions sent to Earth, recognizing that future questions may reference information sent years earlier, with no practical way to request clarification or retransmission. These archives incorporate sophisticated retrieval systems allowing rapid location of specific information across the massive accumulated dataset. Particular attention focuses on contextual metadata documenting not just raw observations but the circumstances, interpretations, and decision factors surrounding significant discoveries or operational choices. This approach acknowledges that future Earth communications may question judgments or request elaboration regarding events occurring years in the expedition's past, with clear documentation essential for providing meaningful responses across these extreme temporal gaps. The resulting information management capabilities exceed typical mission requirements specifically to accommodate the unique challenges created by extreme communication delays. Psychological adaptation to communication isolation follows interesting patterns among expedition members. Initial responses typically include heightened attention to outgoing message composition, with individuals spending extraordinary time crafting and refining personal communications to distant family members. As mission duration increases, many experience a psychological transition from perceived conversation to something more resembling journal entries or time capsule contributions. Acknowledging the impossibility of genuine dialogue across years of delay, those who adapt most successfully often develop communication practices focusing on sharing experiences rather than seeking responses, finding meaning in the documentation itself rather than anticipating replies that will arrive long after the precipitating circumstances have passed. The expedition psychology team provides specific support for this adaptation, helping personnel develop healthy relationships with this unavoidably one-sided communication, rather than maintaining unrealistic expectations that generate frustration and disappointment. The expedition's autonomous artificial intelligence systems play crucial roles in managing communication challenges. Beyond generating anticipated questions as you've just experienced, these systems continuously analyze incoming data against existing knowledge bases, identifying potential connections human researchers might miss due to information volume or disciplinary boundaries. For outgoing communications, they provide transmission optimization, identifying highest priority information given bandwidth limitations and Earth research interests. These capabilities partially compensate for the inability to engage in real-time consultation with Earth's broader scientific community, creating internal feedback mechanisms that approximate some aspects of peer review and collaborative analysis. While not replacing genuine scientific dialogue, these technologies provide valuable perspective expansion beyond the expedition's necessarily limited human expertise, particularly valuable when encountering phenomena with no Earth equivalents requiring interdisciplinary interpretation. Communication equipment maintenance receives extraordinary priority compared to many other systems due to the irreplaceability of Earth connection, despite its inherent delays. The primary transmission array incorporates multiple redundant components with automated failover capabilities, ensuring continuous operation even during partial system failures. Specialized diagnostic systems continuously monitor transmission integrity, identifying potential degradation before performance falls below acceptable parameters. Maintenance specialists conduct regular preventive service regardless of current performance metrics, recognizing that in the context of interstellar exploration, temporary communication loss could extend to permanent isolation if equipment failure occurred without repair capability. This intensive maintenance approach acknowledges the psychological and practical importance of maintaining Earth connection, even with its extreme temporal limitations. Preservation of this tenuous link representing a mission priority exceeded only by immediate life support requirements. The expedition implements sophisticated communication prioritization protocols addressing the fundamental bandwidth limitations of interstellar transmission. Scientific data undergoes multiple processing stages, with raw information compressed through algorithms specifically designed for different data types. Critical discoveries receive priority encoding with multiple redundancy, while routine observations undergo more aggressive compression, accepting some information loss to maximize transmission efficiency. Personal messages from expedition members to Earth contacts receive allocated bandwidth, ensuring continued connection despite lower priority than scientific mission objectives. These structured priorities represent another adaptation to interstellar communication challenges, acknowledging that transmission limitations necessitate explicit value judgments regarding information importance, rather than the relatively unlimited communication capabilities available within solar system exploration, distances where virtually all data can be transmitted without significant selectivity requirements. Earth's messages to the expedition carry particular psychological significance, despite their inherent outdated nature upon arrival. News of major historical events, scientific developments, and social changes arrives, describing circumstances already years in the past from the sender's perspective. Personal communications from family members reference life events long since transpired, sometimes including significant developments like births, deaths, or major life transitions that occurred years before the expedition member learns of them. The psychology team implements specific support protocols, helping personnel process this temporarily displaced information, developing healthy integration of Earth developments despite the inability to respond in meaningful timeframes. These approaches acknowledge the unique challenges created when communication maintains factual connection across interstellar distances, while rendering emotional dialogue effectively impossible due to temporal displacement, creating a form of connection without true interaction, unprecedented in human experience. The communication delay significantly impacts scientific investigation practices. Research that might benefit from Earth consultation must either proceed without such input, or accept multi-year pauses awaiting responses, clearly impractical for most exploration objectives. This reality necessitates unprecedented scientific autonomy, with expedition specialists making significant interpretive decisions that would typically involve broader consultation within their disciplines. To support this autonomy, the expedition includes more comprehensive cross-disciplinary expertise than typical for space exploration missions. essentially bringing a minimally sufficient scientific community capable of meaningful peer review and collaborative analysis across major research domains. This adaptation transforms the fundamental nature of scientific practice from the networked collaboration typical of modern research to a more self-contained approach reminiscent of historical exploration before rapid communication technologies enabled distributed analysis. The resulting capability requires both technological support and specific professional identity adaptation among scientific personnel accepting decision-making responsibilities far exceeding typical field researcher autonomy. The expedition establishes a dedicated Earth intelligence team specifically responsible for analyzing incoming communications and extracting maximum value despite their delayed nature. These specialists develop expertise in contextualizing information significantly separated from its origination circumstances, essentially becoming historians of contemporary Earth developments. Their analyses help expedition leadership understand the evolving perspectives, priorities, and capabilities of the sending civilization, information valuable for both practical mission management and maintaining psychological connection despite physical separation. This specialized function represents another adaptation to interstellar communication challenges, acknowledging that extracting meaningful guidance from inherently outdated information requires specific analytical approaches beyond typical communication interpretation. The resulting capability provides valuable perspective despite the fundamental temporal limitations, helping maintain connection between the expedition and its increasingly distant cultural origins across both physical and temporal separation. The expedition implements time capsule communication protocols for certain discovery categories, considered particularly significant. These transmissions include comprehensive contextual documentation, extended analysis from multiple disciplinary perspectives, and explicit articulation of interpretation uncertainties, alongside findings themselves. The approach acknowledges that future scientific understanding may render current interpretations obsolete, making transparent documentation of analytical processes as important as conclusions themselves for long-term scientific value. These enhanced communication packages essentially function as standalone scholarly presentations rather than typical field reports, providing future Earth recipients with sufficient information for independent evaluation despite separation from the original observers, and without possibility of follow-up questioning within meaningful timeframes. This communication approach represents another adaptation to interstellar distances, transforming scientific reporting to accommodate fundamental temporal disconnection between discovery and broader scientific community engagement. Personal communication with Earth requires significant psychological adaptation beyond the obvious delay challenges. Expedition members must reconcile sending messages to individuals whose current circumstances remain unknown due to temporal displacement, essentially communicating with memories rather than actual present persons. The expedition psychology team observes distinct adaptation patterns, with some individuals maintaining regular communication as connection ritual regardless of its dialogue limitations, while others gradually reduce personal messaging frequency as the displacement reality becomes increasingly apparent. Neither approach appears inherently healthier, with effective adaptation more related to alignment between communication practices and individual meaning-making rather than specific frequency or content choices. The support team helps personnel develop communication approaches serving their personal psychological needs, while maintaining realistic expectations regarding the inherent limitations of interstellar personal connection. Acknowledging that healthy adaptation involves accepting rather than denying these fundamental constraints. The expedition's extended duration creates unique communication documentation requirements spanning potential personnel changes. Comprehensive knowledge management systems maintain contextual information, decision histories, and analytical backgrounds, potentially necessary for future expedition members to continue scientific dialogues initiated years before their involvement. This institutional memory function exceeds typical mission requirements specifically due to the communication delay challenges, recognizing that questions might arrive from Earth regarding events occurring before current personnel assignment, but still requiring meaningful response. The resulting knowledge management capabilities represent another specialized adaptation to interstellar exploration, creating temporal continuity despite inevitable personnel changes. This approach acknowledges that the multi-decade effective timeline created by combining mission duration with communication delays necessitates institutional information persistence far exceeding individual assignment periods. The communication delay affects operational planning in subtle but significant ways. Decision timelines must incorporate complete self-sufficiency rather than assuming possible Earth consultation for unexpected developments. Contingency planning requires more extensive pre-considered alternatives than typical for missions with reasonable response time consultation possibilities. Resource allocation decisions must consider multi-year independence, with margins reflecting the impossibility of rapid support deployment regardless of circumstances. These operational adaptations transform the fundamental expedition planning approach from one assuming bounded autonomy within an interactive support framework to essentially complete self-reliance with Earth connection, providing context and long-term direction rather than operational guidance. The resulting capability represents another dimension of adaptation to interstellar distances, with planning methodologies specifically evolved to accommodate the reality of effective isolation despite maintained communication connection. The artificial intelligence systems supporting Earth communication analysis continuously evolve throughout the mission, learning from interaction patterns and outcome evaluations to improve prediction accuracy regarding likely Earth questions and interests. This capability development occurs entirely independently from Earth-based AI evolution, creating a parallel development path specifically optimized for the expedition's unique informational environment. The resulting divergence represents another manifestation of the separation imposed by interstellar distance, with even computational intelligence evolving differently when subjected to different information ecosystems across communication barriers. This technological adaptation mirrors biological evolutionary divergence across geographical isolation, highlighting how fundamental separation affects not just human psychology but even artificial systems subjected to different development conditions and optimization priorities. The expedition implements specialized training, addressing the unique communication challenges of interstellar exploration. Personnel learn distinct composition approaches for different communication types, distinguishing between operational documentation, scientific reporting, and personal messaging, with specific techniques appropriate to each purpose under extreme delay conditions. Historical case studies examine past exploration communications across significant divides before modern instantaneous transmission, identifying effective approaches from pre-electronic exploration documentation. Psychological preparation addresses the emotional aspects of communicating across temporal divides, helping personnel develop realistic expectations and healthy practices before experiencing the full reality of multi-year delays. These preparation efforts acknowledge that effective communication across interstellar distances requires specific skills beyond typical space mission training, with success depending on both technological systems and human capability to utilize them effectively despite their inherent limitations. The extreme communication delay creates unique leadership challenges throughout the expedition hierarchy. Decision makers operate with unprecedented autonomy, knowing that consultation on even major directional choices remains effectively impossible within reasonable timeframes. This reality necessitates leadership selection criteria, emphasizing independent judgment capability, comfort with ambiguity, and decision confidence alongside traditional command qualities. The leadership development program specifically addresses appropriate autonomy exercise within broad mission parameters rather than precise directive execution. Typical in more closely supervised exploration contexts, these adaptations acknowledge that interstellar distances transform the fundamental relationship between sending authority and field leadership, creating exploration command structures more reminiscent of historic sailing expeditions than contemporary space missions. With their typically close mission control integration, the resulting leadership approach balances necessary independence with maintained connection to the sending civilization's core values and objectives, despite the impossibility of direct oversight or timely intervention. The expedition's communication with indigenous intelligent life forms, should such be discovered, would entail unique challenges beyond those already imposed by Earth communication delays. First contact protocols incorporate substantial autonomous decision-making authority within defined ethical boundaries, recognizing the impossibility of Earth consultation within meaningful interaction timeframes. Specialized training prepares personnel for potential communication with genuinely alien intelligence, emphasizing universal principles potentially transcending biology-specific cognition, rather than assuming Earth-analogous communication patterns. While no such contact has occurred during the mission so far, the preparation represents another domain where interstellar distances necessitate unprecedented field autonomy in matters traditionally reserved for highest authority consultation. The resulting capability balances appropriate caution in potentially civilization-defining interactions with practical recognition that genuine dialogue requires timely response impossible across light years of separation. Extended mission duration creates evolving perspectives on Earth communication among expedition members. Initial deployment typically brings intense focus on maintaining connection despite delays, with personnel investing significant effort in comprehensive documentation and message composition. As years pass, many experience shifting priorities with greater focus on immediate expedition community and mission objectives, Earth communication becoming important but less central to daily psychological experience. This transition represents healthy adaptation to the reality of interstellar separation, with individuals developing meaningful existence within their current environment, rather than maintaining primary identity connection to a world effectively unreachable within time frames relevant to immediate experience. The expedition psychology team monitors this evolution, providing support for those struggling with the transition while recognizing that some degree of psychological separation represents appropriate adaptation rather than concerning disconnection. The expedition maintains dedicated communication specialists responsible for optimizing information transfer within the severe bandwidth and temporal constraints of interstellar transmission. These personnel develop expertise in data prioritization, compression efficiency for different information types, and effective contextual documentation ensuring interpretability despite temporal displacement. Their role extends beyond technical transmission management to include information architecture design, creating message structures maximizing value for recipients separated by both years of delay and potential cultural evolution during transmission time. This specialized function represents another adaptation to interstellar communication challenges, acknowledging that effective information exchange across such distances requires dedicated expertise beyond that typically required for space missions operating within real-time or near real-time communication parameters. The resulting capability transforms raw data into optimally structured knowledge packages designed specifically for cross-temporal interpretation, maximizing value despite the fundamental constraints imposed by physical distance. The communication delay affects different scientific disciplines in varying ways depending on their typical consultation and peer review requirements. Fields with highly specialized instrumentation and interpretation typically requiring broad expert consultation face greater challenges than those with more established methodological traditions. Disciplines accustomed to rapid iterative experimentation must adapt to more comprehensive initial investigation designs, knowing that Earth-suggested modifications would arrive years after initial implementation. These variations necessitate discipline-specific adaptation strategies rather than uniform approaches across all scientific activities, with each research domain developing protocols aligned with its particular knowledge development methodologies. This differentiated adaptation acknowledges that while all research occurs within the same temporal displacement constraints, the impact on scientific practice varies substantially based on discipline-specific knowledge creation approaches. The resulting capability represents sophisticated accommodation of interstellar communication challenges across diverse research traditions, rather than simplified standardization that might optimize transmission while compromising scientific validity within particular domains. The artificial intelligence prediction system that generated your apparent Earth communication about the shifter phenomenon represents a particularly sophisticated application of communication delay adaptation technology. The system integrates comprehensive knowledge of Earth's scientific interests, question patterns from previous exploration missions, and specific characteristics of your preliminary findings to generate high-probability inquiries that actual Earth researchers would likely pose upon eventually receiving your data. This capability provides valuable perspective expansion during initial investigation phases, essentially simulating aspects of the scientific dialogue that would occur naturally in research contexts without extreme communication delays. While not replacing genuine scientific community interaction, the technology offers meaningful query generation during the years before actual Earth responses could possibly arrive. This augmentation represents another domain where technological innovation partially addresses fundamental limitations imposed by physical constants, providing capabilities that enhance scientific investigation despite the unchangeable reality of light-speed communication constraints. The expedition leadership implements regular communication simulation exercises, maintaining Earth connection skills despite limited actual exchange. These structured activities include rapid response scenarios requiring information composition under time constraints similar to interactive dialogue, rather than the essentially unlimited consideration time available for actual delayed transmission. Group exercises simulate scientific consultation sessions, integrating multiple perspectives into coherent knowledge products resembling collaborative analysis outcomes. These activities serve both skill maintenance and psychological purposes, preserving capabilities that might otherwise atrophy through disuse while reinforcing connection to Earth-based scientific traditions, despite physical separation. The approach acknowledges that maintaining effective communication capability requires deliberate practice rather than assuming natural preservation of interaction skills within an environment where their actual application occurs at multi-year intervals, rather than through regular utilization. The communication delay creates unique historical documentation opportunities alongside its operational challenges. The expedition essentially functions as an extended time capsule, recording a particular moment in human scientific development and cultural perspective that continues evolving on Earth during the years of transmission delay. This temporal preservation creates potentially valuable comparative data for future analysis of how scientific understanding, methodological approaches, and interpretive frameworks evolve across the sending civilization during periods of active discovery. Messages arriving from Earth years after transmission provide windows into past thinking, while expedition responses preserve contemporary analysis of the same phenomena for future comparison. This unintended documentation function represents a secondary benefit emerging from the fundamental communication limitation, transforming temporal displacement from purely problematic to potentially valuable for understanding scientific development processes across significant knowledge expansion periods. The expedition's artistic and humanities specialists develop unique approaches to addressing communication delay in non-scientific domains. Literary compositions explore the philosophical implications of communicating across years of separation, examining how meaning transforms when response becomes essentially irrelevant to immediate circumstance yet maintains significance across broader timescales. Visual arts projects integrate temporal elements explicitly addressing the gap between creation and potential reception. Musical compositions incorporate structured silence representing transmission delays, making temporal displacement an explicit aesthetic element rather than merely technical limitation. These creative responses transform communication challenges from purely practical problems into subjects for artistic exploration, finding expressive value in the very constraints that complicate operational functions. The resulting works contribute unique perspectives on human experience at interstellar distances, documenting psychological and philosophical dimensions of separation, alongside scientific and technical aspects. The expedition sociologist documents interesting linguistic evolution specifically related to communication delay challenges. New terminology emerges organically among personnel, with terms like Earth relative future, designating events occurring during transmission periods, and conversation generations, referring to linked communication exchanges across multiple delay cycles. Temporal references increasingly incorporate explicit context markers distinguishing between local chronology and Earth-synchronized timelines. These linguistic adaptations represent natural human response to novel circumstances requiring conceptual clarity beyond existing vocabulary, with language evolving to efficiently express concepts particularly relevant to immediate experience. The documentation provides valuable insights into how human communication adapts to unprecedented separation conditions, potentially informing linguistics research alongside its primary anthropological significance as record of cultural adaptation to interstellar exploration conditions. The expedition conducts ongoing research into potential communication technologies that might theoretically overcome or reduce light speed delay limitations. While current understanding of physics suggests such possibilities remain highly speculative, the isolation experience motivates continued theoretical exploration alongside more immediate practical adaptations. Research areas include quantum entanglement communication possibilities, speculative wormhole transmission concepts, and theoretical models for information encoding in currently unknown physical phenomena. Though unlikely to yield practical applications within current mission parameters, this research maintains connection to fundamental physics exploration, while acknowledging the profound value any breakthrough would provide for interstellar human connection. The work balances appropriate scientific skepticism with recognition that transformative discoveries often emerge from persistent investigation, motivated by significant need rather than incremental improvement of existing capabilities. This aspirational research represents human unwillingness to accept apparently fundamental limitations without thorough exploration of all conceivable alternatives, a characteristic that has driven scientific advancement throughout human history. The expedition discovers that certain indigenous microbial life forms on Kepler-22b appear to utilize signaling mechanisms operating across distances with transmission characteristics exceeding typical chemical diffusion limitations. Research suggests possible quantum coherence processes maintaining information integrity across spatial separation within microbial communities. While far from practical application for human communication needs, these observations stimulate new research directions potentially relevant to fundamental communication theory. The findings highlight how exploration of truly alien environments sometimes reveals natural processes, suggesting new approaches to seemingly unrelated human challenges, with evolutionary solutions developed across billions of years occasionally indicating possibilities not obvious through conventional technological development paths. This knowledge transfer between biological observation and communication theory represents another unexpected value emerging from interstellar exploration despite its inherent challenges and limitations. The communication delay creates distinctive documentation requirements for significant discoveries. Initial observation reports must include comprehensive contextual information, potentially relevant to proper interpretation, recognizing that follow-up questions would arrive years after recording opportunities. The shifter phenomenon you've been observing exemplifies this challenge, requiring documentation of not just the entity itself but surrounding environmental conditions, observation circumstances, equipment, calibration status, and even your own physical and psychological state during observation periods. This comprehensive approach creates records far exceeding typical field notes, essentially attempting to anticipate and address potential analytical questions that might arise years later, when direct clarification becomes impossible within relevant time frames. The resulting documentation represents another adaptation to interstellar communication challenges, transforming standard scientific recording into extensively contextualized knowledge packages, specifically designed for independent interpretation across significant temporal displacement. As your reflection on communication challenges concludes, you return attention to your primary research objective, the fascinating shifter phenomenon, still visibly active in the observation zone ahead. The entity continues its subtle movements, patterns suggesting potential response to environmental stimuli, including possibly your own observation equipment. You activate additional recording systems, ensuring comprehensive documentation of this extraordinary discovery. Despite the inevitable years before Earth, scientists might provide feedback on your findings, the immediate scientific value remains undiminished. This moment exemplifies both the fundamental challenge and remarkable opportunity of interstellar exploration, operating at distances where communication becomes effectively monologue rather than dialogue, yet still expanding human knowledge into entirely new domains. The isolation creates unique demands, but also unprecedented discovery opportunities, humanity's reach extending far beyond its conversational capabilities into regions where exploration necessarily precedes collaboration by years rather than moments. The artificial intelligence system that generated the apparent Earth message about your shifter observation continues its analysis, providing suggested investigation approaches based on projected scientific community interests. This technological augmentation represents humanity's creative response to communication limitations imposed by fundamental physical constants, developing capabilities that partially address inevitable constraints when direct solutions remain impossible. Your expedition's comprehensive adaptation to these communication challenges exemplifies broader human capacity to function effectively despite seemingly insurmountable limitations, finding workable approaches through combined technological innovation, procedural development, and psychological adaptation. As you continue documenting the extraordinary phenomenon before you, this remarkable human adaptability itself represents perhaps the most significant discovery of the entire Kepler-22b expedition. The demonstrated capacity to extend human presence and scientific investigation across interstellar distances, despite communication barriers once considered prohibitive for meaningful exploration beyond our solar system.